Oh.
Guys, also no hate to Pirate Software. I just want to see like why this is so interesting to me. The drama was like, I don't know, like 3 months ago, and I feel like since then emotions should have like calmed down. You have a different perspective of the things that happened. I just want to see now how the perspective is on it, because it was so like weird to me. So I want to see how he reacts to it. You know, maybe he's gonna take like accountability or something. What happened? We'll see. We'll see.
Hold on.
Well, for some reason, this is showing the big you, and I don't know why.
Yeah, if you don't know Dr. K, he is basically the like a therapist. Yeah, like he's a therapist. He's not a therapist, but he was a psychiatrist that has now like streaming and is talking to streamers about like he's basically doing therapy sessions on stream. Okay, it's basically that.
Very
Okay.
nice. No, I have to fix this.
I think I got mine.
Ooh,
you
nice
do it?
transition.
Okay.
Kind of.
Okay, sweet.
I'm trying to fix it on my end.
Okay, well,
And
it's
I
working
watched,
for me,
I
so
watched
that's
him a
all that
lot
matters in
throughout the
life.
years. Just like
Is that how it goes?
just like less recently, and yeah, he interviewed a lot of streamers with mental health issues, and it's nice because I don't know, if you go to therapy, like most therapists, they don't really know the online world. You know, I also went to therapy like last year. It was so hard to explain like all this streaming stuff, even though my therapist was pretty young. But like a lot of the times, at least in Germany, it's like quite old, and they're so detached from like technology that it's hard to explain like Twitch and stuff. And it's cool with him because the streamers, they don't have to do that, you know?
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Isn't that what you've learned from being on the internet recently?
Yeah, definitely. That's how it works.
Is that if it works for someone, that's all that matters?
It's all that matters. Yep.
Yeah, so how you been, Thor?
How you been?
It's been rough.
What?
Yeah, I hear that. So I don't really follow
Fuck. Still? Oh shit.
much of, internet drama. So are you want to talk about what's been going on, or you want to like not talk, which is like totally fine?
I don't even know where to start with it.
So, he's gonna explain all the OnlyFans stuff now. Ooh.
What's going on?
I think recently I've actually been dealing with the ferret rescue. So I guess we could start with that. 'Cause it's
Okay.
more recent stuff. We had, and this kind of ties back into it too. So we had 2 deaths in the rescue this last week, which is rough, and like,
Okay.
I'm finding, because we're at about 60 ferrets now. We hover
Shit.
around 60.
You need to be? How do you say it though? Have an open mind. Don't judge him all the time. Like, not from the start. You can judge him later, okay? When you don't like things, but not from the start. Like, come on. He's trying to open up. Give him a fair chance, okay? Be charitable. Can we judge for yourself, but don't write it in the chat, you bitch. Come on, shut up. I don't give a shit what you think. You judge him later and judge him for yourself. Else, just type cuck. Okay? And he's not all bad. Like, before the drama happened, I really, like, I liked him. Like, I didn't have an issue with him. Like, it's even, we went into Marathon together, and of course, yeah, he talked a lot, but I didn't mind it. It was fun, right? We had some fun moments together, and he was always really nice. It's just like that one thing, I just can't get over it, But maybe people change, Maybe he would act differently now. Yeah, he has been, like, he is not all bad, like, not everyone is 100% like perfect or whatever. I mean, that was wild and crazy how he acted. But in other ways, he's been really nice.
60, and we lose about 1 to 2 a month because it's a rescue, and that's kind of how it works. You get animals in that are really messed up, really bad position, and that's kind of how it goes. And I'm finding that I can't emotionally connect with every animal, you just can't do it. It's not humanly possible to do that because you're gonna lose them.
Yeah, if you don't like him, shit, I don't like. What I really hate is like when people don't like others on the internet. You don't have to like leave a comment like on TikTok and call them an idiot or whatever, and like just like go out of your way to leave hate. That is real weird. Then you're weirder than him. Or go to his chat. Dude, don't do that. Just spend your time on yourself. That's
And you can't, like,
crazy.
absorb that
But I
at
don't
all
think
times.
any of
It's
you
not
do that,
a
right?
healthy thing
You
to
just
do.
type cock.
And
Move on.
I've been going through that through like the last couple of them, but the last one really messed me up because it was Ghost, and Ghost is she was one of the first rescue ferrets, and this animal was like physically abused badly originally, and when I went to go pick her up, she was like one of the first ones that I went to go pick up. Normally they'd give you in like a carrier, and the person's
Video
like all excited
volume
and, like,
too low? Is that true? Let's see. Maybe I can boost it. Turn them up. It's already on 100%. Oof. How do I boost it? There's Dr.K's stream. Yeah, everything is on 100 for me. How do I boost it? They can install like a like an add-on for the browser. They can boost it harder. Hit play. Dr.K fixes it. Oh, you already watched
okay,
it.
I'm really
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
You know, I feel bad. I feel like a bad person. You talk to them about it, and then they give you the animal, and there's like crying and whatever, right? And then you take the animal, and then they want to reach out and know how they're doing and everything like this, because it's usually a person surrendering because they just can't take it.
Okay, I see people in the chat are already being like uncharitable. You could say he's telling all this stuff about his animal rescue to garner sympathy, to then talk about the stuff later where he looks bad. But I don't know. That would be crazy to say. That would be crazy to say. Like then you don't. I feel like then you don't see him as like a human anymore. You know. Then you see, oh, everything he's saying is so calculated. But of course, it affects him when like the animals die in his ferret rescue. Why are you typing his question mark? You bitch. I'm trying to give context about what people say and how they think he acts, because now I feel like everything that he says is like people they're playing blueprints. They're looking for like clues in his personality, and everything that he says, they put it in such a negative light, or the most negative light that you can like even have to something like this, you know? Don't type question mark, you bitch. You know exactly what I mean. They take a magnifying glass, and whatever he brings up, they say, oh, he does this to manipulate. You know? Come on.
This
Just
one, I
be
go to
normal.
the house, and I'm like, hey, you know, I'm here to pick her up, and this person just did this, and like handed this ferret to me like this, and it's covered in shit, like just feces all over the body, and I'm like, do you have like a carrier? And they're like, nah, and emaciated, covered in feces. Ear mites, visible ear mites. It was awful, and it was just she's scratching herself. She had like it was bad, dude.
Oh my god.
Take her to the vet, and we fix her up, and then we find that she is deeply afraid of other animals. She can't be near other ferrets at all whatsoever. Anytime you put her near one, she freezes, and then she bite them and immediately pee and poop, which is not a normal response for a social animal. It's like very clearly something has gone wrong. She came from like some kind of an abusive household situation. We've never seen
A ferret? How abusive household? What? I've never heard. Okay, I've never. Oh, the humans. I was thinking the family of the ferret, like the other ferrets, were abusive. Ah.
I worked for, I want to say.
Oh my god, I was so
God, it's not
confused. I thought, hell. Oh. Wait. The video's messed up. It froze. Wait, yeah, I was thinking he was talking about like how other ferrets can be abusive towards others. I guess that happens too, but not in a, I don't know. I just never heard anyone talk about animals like that. Yeah, I think my whole browser crashed. Scheiße. Mm,
2 years
go.
now.
Oh,
It had to be like
fixed.
2 years of working with this animal every day, trying to like get her to integrate with the others, and she never would do it. But she was just so sweet, and I just played with her every day because they need kind of social interaction. And
How did she respond to
got
humans?
great, totally fine with humans. She was afraid of being picked up at first, which is kind of common because people don't know how to handle them, and then they get afraid of hands. It's like a normal thing. But she's fine with humans. She was terrified of animals. It was very strange, and it's weird, especially with being afraid of other ferrets. It's very odd, right? So,
but you know, this is just a little bit of
probably
small
neglect
talk, them
situation.
getting
She's
to
just
know
nothing
each
different from
other.
a ferret.
You know, he's
Learning to be
talking about a
afraid. It's still
comfortable
learning to be afraid.
subject.
It's
So
super social,
later they
so.
can go into
But,
the serious stuff.
A couple
You
of
know,
weeks ago, she suddenly started coughing, and it turned out she had Hodgkin-like.
I mean, it's not
lymphoma,
a very nice
which is hyper-aggressive cancer. It killed her in
chit-chat,
about 2
but-
weeks. There's no way
yeah.
out. Couldn't save her. Couldn't do anything. We
sad.
normally get months for that. We can do chemo, all kinds of stuff, but it just killed her. And going into like how that ties in with stuff is we've got people that are really pissed off at me over like World of
Yeah,
Warcraft
the
from about
serious-
100 days ago. It was on January 14th.
January 14th. Yo, you remember the date? 100 days ago. I can remember like it was yesterday.
And they're mad.
No! My browser keeps crashing. No. Why? Oh, that's really annoying. Oh, really, really annoying.
I ran out of a dungeon in hardcore
Holy.
WoW, specifically because
Oh, shit.
our group was wiping.
Here we go.
It's
Thor,
every
can
man
you,
for
can you
himself. We
turn
run
up your volume some?
Is
Okay.
that? I think that's as loud as it can go. Let me see if we can do it on this one.
Oh, shit. Here we
I don't know
go.
if I can.
Yeah, let me see because it seems like you're. pretty
I'm
quiet.
almost redlining on mine.
Hello.
Oh my god, another crash? Okay, let me just close everything.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, he's quiet, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, so he's saying he's jacked up as high as he can go. So should I turn
weird.
my volume down and just tell Stream to turn up the volume?
I'm using Oprah.
He's jacked up to 200%.
On the phone with his
Discord.
moderators?
Well,
that's
that's
funny.
weird. Is it your headphones?
What the fuck?
Okay, I can try to do that. Let me.
They're saying that I sound good on your stream.
You sound fine to me.
Okay.
Let me see. So they're saying I find volume is good. Okay, they're saying he's fine. So I think we fixed it. You're both low as usual. Okay, cool. Thank you, chat. I don't know. I think he sounds buttery smooth, dude. Like butter.
That's super funny.
Okay.
Yeah, so this whole thing started with like World of Warcraft Classic
Okay.
back in January. And
Okay.
it was part of this
Ooh.
thing called OnlyFangs. And,
Oh, this
you
thing
kind of move
called
around, you make
OnlyFans.
characters, but it's hardcore. So if your character dies, you lose it forever. But it's a character in a video game, right? So we're doing this dungeon, and Chloe's made
Dr.K?
the run, but it's kind of before that.
I
is
think he also played WoW. Did you watch the Recful interviews, chat, back in the day? Well, I think he mentioned that he also played it. So he kind of knows what's going on.
we did the dungeon before that in a group, and we failed. And it was like, oh shit, everybody's running, everyone's freaking out, and we all made it out alive on that one. So we decided to go back in. Probably shouldn't have done that. When you have a group that falls apart like that, you probably shouldn't do it again. But we went back in, and on this one, a poll was made that was way too big. We weren't ready for it, and then all of us fucked up. Like every single one of us did, including me. And I talked about it online.
Ooh, okay. At least he admits fault here because he didn't back in the
Fine,
day. Not really,
But there
at
was a
least.
pinnacle moment where one of the guys said, "Run, run, run." So we all ran because you're letting a guy be a shot caller. And then as I ran, he goes, "Why are you running?" to me. And I'm like,
Oh, Yamato! Ooh!
I could be a dick right now and be like, you told us to run, right? I could just like reflect that, be like, what are you talking about? Like, you did that. And I was like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, but he wasn't the shot caller. Nobody there was the shot caller. They were all idiots. Yamato is incredibly bad. or was incredibly bad. All of them were very bad, you know? Come on, there was no shot
And
caller.
I said, what do you want me to do for you? Look at my mana. Because it was mostly out of mana, but I had resources that I could have done for it. And I tried to make like kind of a light of the
No
situation,
mana.
and I was mostly irritated. It was an irritation response, not like a real accurate response. And it turned into this massive meme. And there's people in chat getting banned for it right now, even. So for
It wasn't a meme. It was just people being shocked at how he responded. I don't think... I mean, I guess it was a meme like later on, but it wasn't a meme from the start. We were all just waiting for him to take accountability. You know? Like I said back then, all he had to do is save my bed. And then it's all fine. People did way worse things than him. It was just about the response.
for over 100 days now.
But yeah, the mana gem is definitely a meme then. Oh, fuck. It's broken again. Jesus. Fuck. Maybe I have to restart the browser. Okay, I just have to wait. Still waiting. Ugh. Waiting. My browser with the chat also crashed too. Oh my god. I don't want to close it because I still want to copy the video. Okay, what's happening? My browser's crashing. I guess I just pull up the video again. It just keeps crashing every 5 minutes. Okay.
100 days now, these people that spam mana gem.
It's back?
On February 20th, 2024, officers...
Oh, wait. That was not the video. Okay, we're back. We're back.
And you're out of resource. Real accurate response. It was mostly out of mana, but I had resources that I could have done for it.
Okay.
And I tried to make like kind of a light of the situation, and I was most.
Are you kidding me? Again, crash. Was it? It's not Twitch. Or is it? Oh my god. I'm gonna start raging soon. Already ate all my snacks. Yeah, I'm getting real pissed right now. Real irritated. Oh my god. I hate that. What? I didn't click anywhere and it just did that. It starts Firefox. I have it. Okay. Do this. Closing this. Okay, I just have to resize it a bit. Okay. It's already on YouTube? Oh my god, yeah, I didn't know. I don't know that it's on YouTube. But yeah, I could. Okay. Dude, if this crashes again, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Not talk, which is like totally fine.
I don't even know where to start with it.
I
For that, and about 14,000, and they're doing everything they possibly can to do that. In talking about like you did that, and I all made it out alive.
Okay,
You
let's just
sound
start
fine
from
to
here
me.
again. Was it 24 minutes?
Let me see. So they're saying I
Okay.
find volume.
Resources and run away from your friends
Okay.
and all this kind of shit. And the thing that's crazy about that is tying back into the ferret stuff is when Ghost died, my YouTube got littered with comments saying Ghost died because she was out of mana.
Oh my
Whoa!
god.
That's the shit that I'm getting every day now.
Oh.
Because these aren't people that give a shit about World of Warcraft.
Okay, that's crazy to say, but it's. Do I go to hell when I think it's not a little bit funny? But that's yeah, you can't say that even if it's funny. That's insane. Yeah, come on, I'm going to. that is gross. You can't say that. Come on.
They're not people that
Yeah,
give a shit about this.
it's
character.
in real
They're
bad
not people that
taste.
care about any of this stuff. They
Yeah,
just want to
say
hate
this
me.
joke to your friend, but don't say it to somebody who's grieving his animal. You can make jokes to your friends in Discord, right? That's fine, but don't say it to him. That's too much.
And they're doing
That's
everything
so
they possibly
upset. That's why I'm
can to do
laughing.
that in
I'm
the most
laughing.
vicious and
Guys, not everything that is funny is appropriate or nice to say to somebody. You know, you don't have to say everything just because it could be funny to some people. That's crazy. You do need to have a little bit of a filter. Come on. that's too much.
fucked up way I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And it is thousands of people. It is not a small amount of people. It is thousands. And I get this shit every day. And then there's people that come in and they go, oh, it's so funny. I just said mana in his...
I don't think the mana thing or the roach thing will ever go away. I don't think so. It's been going on for too long. I think if he addressed it like faster or handled it in a different way, it could have been different. But now it's just...
chat and I got banned. It's like,
it
yeah,
just evolved
we
into
banned
something so
50,000
big, you
people
know?
on Twitch alone for this shit. 50,000 accounts so far for that. And about 14,000 have gotten unbanned because they put an unban request because they're like, oh, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal. And it's like, dude, this is crazy. It's been going on for over 100 days now. I think it's like, yeah, so it's about over 100 now. And it's not just that, it spiraled out into other things.
I think when things like this happen and it's so many people saying these things to you, you can't just ban them. I think you just have to go with it, you know? Because if it's so many, you can't keep banning them. And you just have to act like it doesn't really affect you, even if it does. And just keep going. And then it's like people will get bored of it. But like if you keep banning, you have to tank it. Yes, you can't. It's too much, especially with how big OnlyFans was. Maybe now you could, but
People made all kinds of wild
I don't
ass
know.
accusations on me. They tried to say I was a pedophile at one point because I had a friend back when I was like 19 and they were like 17. We're still friends today. We're both almost 40. And they tried to make up allegations about the two of us. And she had
What
to
the
come out,
fuck?
or he had to come out and say, like, no, this is bullshit. That never happened. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? So, like, we keep getting, like, these... basically, I got gish galloped for a while, where it's like...
What does that mean?
Gish
shitload of
galloped?
weird... gish gallop is like, I say a whole bunch of lies about you, and you can't respond fast enough, so it looks like they're true. Is basically the way that it felt. So it was like a whole bunch of, like, weird accusations all at the same time, as quickly as possible. And it's weird because when you fight against them, I found something that's really odd to me is I've never seen this before on the internet. Normally, when you ignore stuff, it kind of goes away. You can't ignore things now. If you ignore something like that, people immediately think it's true. And when it's serious allegations like that, you have to respond. So immediately responded to it, shut it down.
Is that true?
When I did that, there was a very large number of people who go, no one thought that was real.
Let me think about it. guess it depends on what it is. Like with the pedophile thing, I get it. I think you have to respond to that. But like the OnlyFans thing, he could have just said, my bad, and ignore it from then on. Well, oh, fuck, I fucked up. You know? And then he could have ignored it. Then, yeah, that's done. Because so many worse things happened in OnlyFans, and so many people killed others because they were shit, or unaware, or did something stupid. And nobody gave a shit after like a day. You know? So yeah, it depends on what.
Anyway. And then there was a whole nother group of people to go, oh, you're fighting it, which means it's true.
I
It's
see.
like, where is this coming from? It's like the most whiplash, strange behavior that I've seen on that stuff pretty much ever. And it kind of freaked me out, man. But yeah, it's invested internet trolling. Yeah, I think it's the most invested that I've seen with this kind of stuff. It reminds me a lot of like Coney 2012, which is just like people are
2012?
they've absorbed into their personality that
What's that?
they need to kill me by whatever means, right? And when I say kill, I mean it. Like I've gotten swatted over this. I've had weird
Swatting is crazy, bro. Like that is totally insane. Like you cannot like the guy. That's fine. To me, it's just this whole situation is so interesting because it could have been so easily avoided, you know. But look, I would never take him like personally. Write him a DM or something. If you do that, you are 100% worse than him or anything he has ever done. This is. It's just, guys, this doesn't matter. Come
phone
on.
calls to my phone where they're trying to like
That's
set me up
crazy.
to try to get me arrested and all kinds of shit. I've had death threats, thousands of death threats over this.
Yeah,
which
death
is just
threats.
insane.
I have to get a grip.
It's weird, man. Like
I know. I can't say I know none of you would do this because I have seen you write some crazy shit even in my chat. You bitch. I would think most of the regular chatters here, they wouldn't do it, but I don't know who's lurking in the shadows. I don't know. Like, if you even have a thought of writing that to somebody, you need to go to therapy. Get your life in order, you idiots. That's insane. Nobody will want to be around you. You have some issues if you do that. Holy fuck. Yeah, you.
I've never seen this kind of vitriol for something that's just so
Talking to
not
you.
a big deal, and for such a long period of time.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious. So
Fix
first
your
of all, that
life,
sounds
man.
insane.
It is, yeah.
Like, you know, I've certainly seen that there are people who I don't think people on the internet realize how much power they have to really like mess up someone.
don't think they
So
do.
so there's this perception that okay, if you're like successful or famous, that I don't know if this makes sense. It's like almost like the things that you have going well in life are in the same HP pool as the psychological attacks. But that's not how it works.
In the what? Same HP pool? What? Say that again.
Things that you have going well in life are in the same HP pool as the
HP pool?
psychological attacks.
I don't understand what he's trying
But
to
that's
say.
not how it works. Right? So like
No.
I can have
I
a
don't-
really, really, really strong
Okay, explain.
biceps,
Yeah.
but that doesn't protect me from like
Oh, he's saying just because he's famous, successful streamer, the words of random chatters wouldn't affect him. Yeah, that's true. You can say no. You can say I wouldn't say. I think that is true to a certain extent until it goes too far. You know, you can type some shit in the chat. Of course, it affects you after a while, especially when so many people, like he described it. But if it goes like beyond the chat, then it's crazy. Like some like the SWAT idiots, you know, that's too far. That's crazy. Like you can type "you're an idiot, cock." Like I don't give a shit if you type that to me, or out of mana, or saying you're bad. At some point, of course, I will crash out on you and call you a bitch. But I don't care that much. Question mark is crazy. I don't do that.
Hodgkin's lymphoma. Like it just,
Yeah.
Like the dimensions of a human being, and maybe people understand this, right? So like you can have some dimension of your life going well, and if some other dimension of your life like goes really, really bad, there's a certain amount of resilience that carries through with like the human body. But generally speaking, you know, having a great relationship doesn't make up for a toxic boss. It can help you withstand it. And I think the other big thing that people don't really appreciate is that, like, you know, when someone has an emotional thing that happened to them, like it sounds like you lost a ferret that you were very closely attached to and had sort of connected with. And when they kind of like attack you in that way, like that's very like hurtful.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, I mean, it's intended to be. And like, I think what it came to is like, I can identify that and be like, okay, this is an unreasonable attack. Right. There's kind of like reasonable attacks. You're like, hey, I'm upset at you for like legitimate reasons. This is why I'm upset at you. And we go, okay, cool. We either resolve that or we don't resolve it. And we kind of go from there. Right. And then there's unreasonable attacks, which I think that is an unreasonable attack.
That
like
is
going in
true.
and be like, your ferret's out of mana. That's why it died. Like that's designed.
No, that's too far.
It's designed to get in your head. It's designed to fuck you up. There's no someone trying to fix a scenario there. They just want to hurt you. Right. And so I kind of package those in different ways, but yeah, no, they still hit you. There's no dodging that.
So what I'm kind of curious about, Thor, is like, so first of all, I don't think that what you're going through is
fucked up.
I guess justified. I mean, it's not my place to judge, but also like, you know, I it sounds like what you did.
I wonder how I would react if somebody said, like, if I was in his shoes and my mom is dead, right? If somebody said that to me, if I would laugh. I guess it depends on I don't know if I would. It depends on where you are at in the grieving process and how well you can take the joke in general. But I think he just thought the joke in general wasn't funny, so he couldn't even see it like in a way together with grief, you know?
I'm still not quite
it's
sure.
The context.
You made a snide
and
comment
how people
and then ran away in a hardcore dungeon?
Like, what relations...
I made a snide comment.
Like, how the people are towards you in general, you know? Like, if a friend says to, like, something like that to you, I guess it could be funny, but, like, somebody who's already hating on you and is trying to hurt you with a comment, then I guess you can take it differently.
As we were escaping the dungeon, and 2 people died in that runaway.
Okay.
Here we go.
And that was it. And then all the people in 5...
Thank you, Wickfee, for the one.
The person who made the rude comment to me at the first place, it was like, why are you running?
Mm-hmm.
He ended up getting caught in some other drama with it that I don't even know what happened. And I stepped away from it because I was like, I don't want to deal with any of this. I'm out, right? After all that shit. But what ended up happening right after that was...
Oh, yeah, Yamato.
It just exploded, man. Like, it just detonated into the sun of just, like, people being... I feel unreasonably angry because to me, it's like, that's a character in a video game. We just go make new characters.
But he still doesn't get it. It wasn't about the characters. Dude, so many people died and the characters died and they made a new one, right? It was about the response to it. It was never about people dying. If you make a character in Hardcore WoW, you accept it being dead every time you go into a dungeon with people. You know? It's just about the response to it.
And the whole point, the whole motto for that entire thing was we go again.
Yeah.
Your character dies.
So I think that this is where things get like...
He didn't get it.
Like, if you're open to talking about this, like, I think it could be helpful. Because I think there's 2 things that can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
One is that the amount of hate that you've received is not acceptable.
Slade,
That,
true?
I think is true.
Yes.
Like, in this moment, I believe that to be true. Like, that's not okay. And
True.
the way that you are describing the story and the response that you got.
It is very from his point of view, and he doesn't still, after it was explained for so long to him, he still doesn't see any other view other than his. Right? I think that's the whole issue.
There's a big gap there.
Yeah.
That
There's
I
more
think
in it.
does not. So even if it's unfair, it seems like there's something missing to evoke. So what I'm thinking is like if there's a hardcore raid and people die, sometimes there's a weird situation on the internet where it's like Tinder catches fire and then things get blown out of proportion.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So there's absolutely like an unfairness to that, but I'm also imagining and thinking about my experiences on the internet, and the way that you're describing it seems. So there's no question that things are like objective.
Guys, don't call him a narcissist. You're not a therapist. You don't have to diagnose them. But people can have narcissistic tendencies or do narcissistic things. And maybe that's a little bit the case here, you know? But you don't have to act like a psychologist in the chat. You just take it for what it is. It's a little bit of a juicy drama microwaved from back in the day, from January.
In my mind anyway, maybe I'm wrong here, but there's no way in my mind that you deserve what is happening to you, because I don't believe that someone getting death threats is warranted for anything that happens in World of Warcraft. I just don't think that that's like, I cannot envision a scenario in which those 2 points get connected. And at the same time,
I do understand the route that it carried though, and I can't explain that anyway.
Yeah, so that's because I think that like the nerve that you, so what I'm getting is that you struck a nerve. You really pissed a lot of people off. And running away in a hardcore wipe, like a hardcore raid that is wiping, I do not think is the nerve that you struck. Does that make sense?
No. It was the fact that I was smug on the way out.
Oh, he gets it! He got it! But he described it earlier again. That made me think he didn't get it. But now he knows that it was the smugness.
Like the comment that I made was made with a smug face, right? Because like at that point it was like the group had already wiped once. We were in the process of wiping again, and I'm like, dude, like everybody who's involved in this is screwing up. Why are you calling out just me specifically? I'm gonna make a smug comment in response, and then it turned into this is just this guy's fault. This is just my fault. Shouldn't have made a smug comment for it. Know that, obviously. But the response for this to be...
Nobody ever said that it was entirely only his fault. But he could have saved the group. And it was also about because he portrayed himself always in a way that he was this wow god, you know? And then he played his mage in a way that was very newbie, where I could have done better. You know? That's another point that he fails to explain what people were upset about too.
100 days of this and all these crazy allegations being made against me, doesn't make sense.
So you may...
yeah, but still that is also true. Like Dr. K said, multiple things can be true at the same time. Still, the reaction to it and going to his chat is not... That's crazy. Okay? Yeah, that's crazy. Don't do that.
Smug comment on stream?
Oh yeah, no, all this was live.
Okay, so this was live. And then was there some kind of aftermath? So usually when this stuff happens, it's like, if things go to Twitter, that's when people, I think, really dig themselves into a hole.
No, it didn't go to... I posted a post on Twitter saying, hey, this is all this stuff. I said in there, like, hey, this...
It was an
everybody
essay.
screwed up, including myself. This is everything that was going on. And that was that. And I have the post, if we can go pull it up. Let me go grab it. Whoop.
Oh.
So what I'm curious about is the people who got mad at you at the beginning. I'm not talking about the death threat folks. The people who got mad at you at the beginning, what were they mad about?
They were mad that I was being smug. That was like the general initial catalyst for it. The problem was what I ended up seeing is a
Yeah.
whole bunch of content creators, because this is a content guild. They took a whole bunch of clips of me to make it look as exaggerated as possible and then turn that into content all over the internet. And they kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it.
What else would you say of take? Of course you take clips. What else would you take, yeah? The whole stream? But it's just where the action happened, no? Ach du Scheiße.
Since there's so many content creators pushing it at the same time to try and get as many views as possible,
Oh.
it pushed.
Caught? I'm the bad guy. Caught. Trying to get as many views as possible. No. Actually, I didn't say anything to the pirate drama. Like, I didn't make a video about it. I just said a few things here and there on my stream. But I didn't make it. But I think this interview could be incredibly interesting because I'm just trying to see how his views changed after like 100 days and how like after things cool down. Because I feel like then you gain a little bit of distance and maybe you can say, okay, if I just said this, it could have been different. And see an end for that? Did we make it? We did make it. Oh. I don't remember though. We made drama so much with CNN. I don't know what we did specifically. We did everything. Ooh, it's what started CNN? No? It did start CNN! You're right! True. True. Yeah. Zico started asking people what they thought about it. And that's when I started being a secretary. After, though. Ooh, true. Check your notes. No. Let's do that later. It was the Soda and Tyler duel. I mean, we did everything that happened in CNN. But I think that Soda and Tyler duel was after Pirate, right? I think that was the first big drama. No, Sequisha was there too. Ooh. Yeah.
This narrative, and that spiraled it completely out of control. And when I say making content out of it, one of those creators actually had his child on video with the face blurred out say, "PirateSoftware is a disgusting roach."
Who was that? Quinn? Oh my god. I guess you can see like how different people are, you know? I just remember, of course, like it's different. Like when people called me when Sora called me a fucking red bitch, you know? Because I put a recipe on the auction house that was meant to be for the guild. I thought it was funny, you know? And I feel like if a child would call me a red bitch, I would also think it's funny. You know, it's just like how you take things, you know? Red bitch. Then you just make like a meme out of it. Like, I love being called a red bitch. Okay, not by everybody, but I thought it was so funny when Soda did it because that was like my first like real interaction with him. Oh, when Caller called me, when Tyler called me the biggest torrent dipshit, you know, and do the auction house thingy, he could have just went with that, like being a roach, and I just made like fun of it, you know, not take it so seriously, because like he said, it's just a fucking WoW character, you know? If he took it in a different way, like, it could have just been like a meme. Yeah, or like Pika. Like, Pika was the biggest roach many times. Even like in CNN, we asked many people, who do you think is the biggest roach? Pika or Pirate? I remember, it's all coming back to me now. And Peekaboo, he won! He won! Yeah, you just have to embrace it. Thanks for the gifted. Zayu was also rude, yes.
Like, this is wild shit. That's not a small
But
creator.
you have to accept that some people are
So
like
you see this
that.
kind
You
of
know,
shit, and you're just like, what's wrong?
they're just more sensitive, and I guess I don't know where this comes from, but like maybe you take yourself like more seriously, and then you can't accept like any way that people make fun of you. But I feel like when things like that happen, you kind of have to. You have to learn that.
With you, man. Like, why are you doing this? I get it. That's why I put out the video of like anything for views. And it's like, dude, I get that you're trying to do this for views, but you're doing it to cannibalize people around you in the same space as you. That's not sustainable long term.
Cannibalize?
Maybe they don't care that it's sustainable or not, but that's fucked up.
Yeah, that's saying it in a little bit of an extreme way. Cannibalize. I guess it's just me. I mean, you know, OnlyFans is like trash TV, right? Of course people talk about trash TV. That's the whole point. It's like a social experiment, you know? Lots of people like coming together, and then of course drama will happen, and of course you will talk about it. I don't think that is cannibalizing. I feel like when you sign up to be in a reality show, you sign up to be judged. You do that. Like that's what streaming is, right? Like it's all live, blah blah. Else nobody would watch if there was no conflict. Hey, come on. I don't think that's being cannibalized. If I put myself on a table and say eat me, and then people don't eat my arm or something, they'll be like, what the fuck? I'm not getting cannibalized. You know? Do you know what I mean? Okay, then of course somebody eats you. Starting to gnaw on your arm or something. You know? I'm just giving that example because he's saying cannibalize. Then I have to come up with an example that is getting cannibalized. But if you're at dinner, you put yourself at the table, everybody's hungry. Of course they're gonna take a little nibble. I don't know. You know what I'm saying, right? It's like you go onto a reality TV show about whatever. I don't know. I was watching one where they get together with their ex, you know, and put their whole relationship on blast. Of course, people will judge you. You have to have zero brain cell if you think nobody is gonna then like talk about what you do, as you wouldn't have viewers if they didn't care about it. You know, get it? That's so yeah.
I don't think there's any other way I can describe that, is to try to cannibalize some other creator so you can get a quick view. Is nuts to me, man.
I don't think it's about the quick
Especially
view.
'cause throughout that event, I was trying to do things like, hey, let's go make content with this other creator.
Does he think people talked about it a lot because he had a lot of viewers at the time? Is that the point? Then why did we cannibalize JBZ, for example? You know, I don't think it has... I'm not sure if he's trying to make that point, but we also cannibalized others with less viewers. So it's not all about the views. It's just about what happens in those moments. It doesn't really matter who it is. You know, it's just that Hardcore WoW brings a lot of like issues out in people, you know? Remember JBZ, the guy that deleted gear that he didn't need instead of giving it to somebody else? Like he wasn't a big creator. It wasn't about that. JBZ was a hunter back in the day.
Later, I was sending our community over to other people. Like one of the people that actually turned around and just immediately tried to turn it into memes and views and everything like that and try and go in on me. We had the whole community go over there and gave him a level 25 hype train. Like,
he was incredibly generous with his community. That is true. But again, like Dr.K said, many things can be true at the same time. Like I said at the start, I have nothing against Pirate, but I feel like he has a blind spot in that situation. I have nothing against him, but that's a little, he just doesn't see it. I don't know. Volume is high, yeah. Oh, okay. 100% now. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. It's just that little thing that turns so big. It was just like a snowball thing. You know, imagine you have like a fight with your partner or something. Like a lot of the times it's not about what they did, but how they respond to it, right? And then it just gets bigger and bigger, and the initial issue didn't really matter anymore. It's just about like, what the fuck? Bro, think about what you said, bitch. Yeah. It was
just, hey, you guys should support this dude. He's a smaller stream. He's got like 100 viewers.
I mean, you can
Go
do
and support him, and
you can
everybody
do
jumped over there
so
and it was
many
like
good
20
things, but that just doesn't protect you from any sort of criticism, right? Like, you can be a very good person, and I think he is in a lot of ways, but that doesn't mean you can't make any mistakes. I think that is the issue here. You know, just because you're good doesn't mean that you can't do bad. But that also doesn't make you a bad person if you did something wrong.
$3,000 on a hype train, dude. And then immediately switches around and does that shit. And it's like, what? Like, what's wrong with you?
I mean, it doesn't, like, if I'm nice to somebody and then I do something wrong and they call me out on it, I don't think they do something wrong with it just because I was nice to them before. You know? You can't, like, buy the friendship. And even if it is friendship doesn't protect you from other people seeing things that you do wrong. You know? And I don't think it's even loyalty. I guess that would be blind loyalty. And just supporting somebody, even if they are wrong, blindly. I guess that's what he expected of people. And I don't think that makes them bad friends or bad people just because you were nice to them, that they call you out on things. Yeah, it's a I guess he sees it in a transactional way, and I think that's a little bit I don't know. I guess if I'm like really friends with a creator, I would be also a little bit disappointed that they didn't talk to me directly first. And maybe that was his issue. But I don't feel like he was open to talking about it, like privately. I don't know. And everyone was talking about it already, you know? Wouldn't you expect your friends to call you out more often than somebody you don't know? Yeah, but it was just about the raid. Like, they weren't like friends or whatever. Just because I raid somebody, I don't expect them to be my friend. And he mentioned like the level 25 hype train. I mean, that's insane. That's a lot of money. But you can't buy friends like that, you know? He was pied for weeks. Yeah, we talked about it though. Yeah. That is not fair, but a lot of things can be true at the same time, you know? I also didn't think he deserved all that hate. But I also think that it could have been easily avoided.
Yeah, so I know this is going to sound weird, Thor, but like I'm getting some missing qualities here. Have you heard that phrase?
Missing?
Do you know what missing means?
Nope.
The missing reasons. So I mean, we can take a look at your Twitter post if like. So I mean, I think we've actually got a couple of options here. So like, I enjoy talking to you. I like you. I respect you. I think that sometimes streamers make mistakes. And at the same time,
He's
I
saying
think
the
that
same thing as me.
something about what you're describing
Dr.
feels
Sun?
like there's a chunk that's missing.
Yeah.
So I
think it's
totally
because it's all disconnected, timeline wise.
okay.
I guess it's hard to describe each individual piece. So the event inside of that dungeon happened. Then afterwards, I got brought into a call with the person who called me out. I left the call because he was shouting over me, and I was like, I don't want to deal with
true, I
this.
forgot
I'm not
that.
going to have a fight with you. I don't want to deal with it. And I left. So that kind of made that more. And then content creators started to make a big deal about it. I started to receive death threats in the game.
I don't think anyone of us, back then I was online and WoW like 24/7, right? With OnlyFans. I don't think anyone made a big deal out of it. All of us said, just say you fucked up and we move on. That's what the common, like we did interviews. We did CNN, so many interviews, and I think 90% said, if he just said, my bad, nobody would have given a shit. We have so many interviews. I still have the notes too. And I don't think that is making a big deal out of it. I really don't think so. I think we were all pretty chill. Except Yamato, he has some issues. Like, he's a little bit weird. But everyone can see that. You can just ignore him. Right? Just ignore that guy. Come on. The rest, I feel like, was pretty mature. And even in the ZNN interviews, I said, he can easily redeem himself. Just come in a dungeon with us. Let's talk a little bit. Let's make this blow over. Let's just keep going. And then, even weeks after, when it was at the height, I think it was still redeemable. And a few others thought this way too. And Tyler even said that it's not such a big deal. He tried to protect him too. But he just, I don't know.
From other players. And I said on stream, I'm going to start reporting people for doing this shit. I'm going to go after them. That got clipped, sent out onto the internet. And then when people sent that out on the internet, they tried to say that I was going after other streamers. When in reality, I was going after
Soda
people sending me
Bantam,
death threats.
I think kicking Pirate from the guild was necessary. Even to protect Pirate. I think it could have gotten even worse. I mean, that was just necessary because else I think it could have blown over even more.
And the only streamers that I reported were ones that had done things like said on stream, I'm going to go to PirateSoftware's community and harass him because I think it's good content.
Who did
that?
that?
Live on stream, which is like...
Who did that? We did so many interviews, I don't even know. Did Joker do that? I can only sit with Yamato, but I'm not 100% sure. I did not see anything. I did not see any clips of that. And we did so much CNN. Zico did CNN sometimes 20 hours a day. And I don't have any proof of that.
2 or 3 people. And I don't think that's a wrong thing to report. So they clipped that one.
I don't
and this
have
all
that
kind
clip.
of got spread onto livestream fail and all these little pieces out of context. I guess the basic way to think about it is imagine you're driving your car and there's a guy sitting in the side seat. And he
Gleedy stay after Pirate? Did I'm not. This was posted yesterday. If he doesn't want people to watch an interview, then don't do the interview. I'm just watching it. I'm also protecting him. My God, what are you talking about after him? You fucker in the chat. What the fuck? We're just watching it, man. It's not being after him. I'm also... I don't think I said anything hateful, you ass. I didn't.
You and takes control of the wheel, and you just
Hello,
get
thank
to
you for
watch
the song.
car
And
drive,
Nico, thank you for the
and no
prime.
one will listen to you saying, "Hey, I'm not driving the car. This isn't this isn't accurate. They don't listen to that anymore. They just see your car driving in that direction. So they've taken full control of the narrative at that point, and I can't do a damn thing about it. And that's what happened on live stream, Phil. And we get that all the time now too. So like anything that I do on stream, this will probably be clipped out of context and put up on live stream, Phil, as well. I'm not really surprised if something like that is. And they'll bring it up and go and do.
We're not watching it out of context, but I'm watching the whole thing. We have the whole context. Slay CNN. Okay, I'm not doing CNN right now. It is already on live stream face. Maybe that part.
That kind of stuff. Yeah.
Shit, stop with the insults,
Does that
though.
make sense? But there's still more.
We're trying to have a fresh eye. Past judgments is gone. I just want to see it how it is now after so many days. You get it? And I feel like you should have an open mind too. Else, why watch it if you only judge him anyways? You know? Maybe he's gonna redeem himself. I'm always up for redemption unless somebody is absolutely insane. Okay?
I would love to hear what else there is.
So open your
And
heart.
I think what
Chat.
bothers me the most about this is making sense for me on two major levels. One of which I think is... I'm just debating now for a second, because I think one of the things that I'm starting to hypothesize... I just really have to think about this.
All right.
Could really add fuel to the fire. So I have to think about whether I even want to mention that or not. So let's start with just getting more context.
Ooh, he's walking a little bit around on eggshells, Dr. K. Ooh, fuel to the fire? He's cooking up something.
Sure. So after all that live stream fail stuff went off, eventually it started to kind of fall away. But then anytime anything happened with live stream fail, anything, or anytime anything happened with OnlyFans, the guild, I'd get blamed for it. They would think that they thought it was part of some kind of a narrative that I would show back up, and it was like a bit. The whole thing was a bit, and all that.
Oh yeah, with the DDoS. But that was funny. That was funny because he said he's a hacker. But that was a joke, man. Right? That was a joke. Nobody. I don't think anyone said it was like in a serious way. We were just getting DDoSed. And then somebody, I remember somebody said it's pirate hacking us. But yeah, it wasn't serious. But yeah, of course, when people then go to his chat and take it in a serious way, you are incredibly brain damaged, chat. If you can't, just joke and don't mention it to him. But he knows because some of you went to his chat and were dicks about it. You bitch chat again. LSF Clippers. Idiots. No, but you know what I mean, right? Just make, dude, stop pausing. If you want me to stop pausing, watch it yourself. Here, do you not have free will? Go to the channel yourself and watch it yourself if you don't want me to pause it. Just get out of here, you idiots. Bro! Yeah, also. What is wrong with you? Jesus. I have to pause a lot because it is very dense in things to comment on, you know? Because I am caught. I laughed about these jokes. I thought it was funny, you know? When somebody thinks, look, imagine I'm a hacker, yeah? And somebody says sunglitters did it, like the DDoS attack when we were raiding. I would say, cuck. That's funny. And I would say, of course it was me. I want your character to be dead. You deserve it. Should have died earlier. You know, stuff like that. Yeah. But I guess, like, you have to take into consideration if people want to be joked about like that or not. But you just can't stop these jokes. It happens. And most people, you know what, shit? People in your life probably joke about you too. They talk shit about you. They don't even like you and they pretend they like you. But you know what the difference is? You are not streaming. Your coworkers, they probably hate you. You know? But they're not streaming. They can't be clipped. And imagine you hear all the things that people talk about you in secret. You would lose your mind. You would say, oh, fuck, nobody likes me. But as a streamer, especially like in the context of OnlyFans, where you think you're making friends and that it's kind of like your coworkers in a way, but you hear all the shit that they talk about you with their chat. It must feel pretty bad. You know? So you have to see it in that way. But yeah, everyone talks shit about you. They joke about you when you're not there. They probably have inside jokes about you when you looked like ugly, when you did something weird. You know? And they will never stop joking about you. But you don't hear it. Please stop. No, I'm just trying to give context. So if then like after like you sometimes you stay awake at night, think about an embarrassing thing that you did, but people say, oh, people don't think about that, but they do, and they joke about you, you know, and then they say, oh, you did the DDoS attack, and you hear it again, and it all comes back to you. And I think that's what's happening here. He tries to move on from it. But then 3 months later, in OnlyFans, there's a DDoS attack, and then they bring him up again, you know? I guess that could feel pretty bad. But it was just a joke. You know?
Hate was a bit. And I was like, no, I don't want to be a part of this. I'm out. I don't,
Yeah.
you know, I got kicked from the guild. I don't want to deal with any of this. I don't want to be a part of this. And then somebody actually DDoSed Blizzard in the middle of one of the OnlyFans raids to kill the raiders. So
Yes?
they DDoSed a multi-billion-dollar company, which is wild.
Ooh.
Like
Multiple times,
that's
too.
crazy to me. So they DDoSed that, and then I had a ton of people dive into chat saying like, "Oh, you did it. Why did you DDoS OnlyFans?"
You can't take that seriously. You can't. Dude, isn't that also kind of a compliment to you as a hacker? I'm not a hacker myself, but if somebody says I could hack Blizzard, dude, that's crazy. No, then I'm skilled. No? Ooh. I'd say thank you. Thank you.
Why'd you go after OnlyFans? And then I found out Asmongold made a joke about that, and he was like, "Oh, it was probably PirateSoftware." And it's like, no, that has nothing to do with me. And I
But you have to understand the humor, no? What? How? I don't understand how anyone cannot see it is a joke. Of course, that's not serious. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if he really can't see it in any way as a joke and just wants to see it as an attack. Maybe he just wants to be attacked. Or if he really can't see it. I don't know.
said it on stream. I was like, you can't make those jokes. People believe them.
Oh.
They just believe it. And it's not.
Type smiley face if you believe that he hacked Blizzard to wipe OnlyFans. That would be. Oh, that could happen in an anime. Ooh. Okay. If you really think that, you are incredibly dumb. Come on. But it would be a good plot twist. If OnlyFans was anime, that should have happened. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, I think only like truly mentally I don't even want to say mentally unstable. Just, I'm looking for the words. Idiots. Complete idiots think that. Like, complete brain damaged. I am brain damaged, but beyond that, delusional, super parasocial, no life, no friends, no girlfriends, plays WoW all day. Describing myself. But then, yeah, complete degen, even more than me, would think that in a way. And then act upon it and harass somebody over it. And I refuse to believe that it's one of you. But there have to be a few. I don't know what to say to that. You feel attacked? A few, yes. Because I don't think he's lying that he's getting a text about that. Maybe he's saying more than it actually is, but I believe it. I also get some deluded messages sometimes. Yeah, I don't know.
Not everybody. Most people realize that a joke, but some people just believe that shit and then they run with it.
How do you believe that?
That's kind of where that.
If you DDoS somebody, it's a fat crime, right? So you can't do that as a streamer.
It's gone. Yeah, it's one of the most disturbing things that I've seen. And in my chat right now, we're actually banning constant. So this is definitely already up somewhere.
What are you banning people for?
Yeah.
People that come in and say, like, calling me a roach because the act of running the dungeon is called roach.
Call me a roach! I don't care! Call me rat bitch!
Days.
That's fine.
People that are spamming Managem, which is the resource item that I could
That's
use.
not... Rat bitch is getting auto-modded. Over those comments, you have to stand above it. It is what it is.
At that time.
Those people just keep doing it.
They're just getting banned constantly. It's just like a constant stream of bans.
The ban does not help.
How do you understand that?
How do I understand what?
Why that's happening so much?
Because of the reaction.
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah. How do you understand why people keep showing up? You're saying
they want to test if it's true that if you just type Mahana Gem, you get banned, because that is absurd. That is truly absurd. But don't do it, chat.
It's happening constantly, right? You're saying that
it happens if I talk about it. It happens if I don't talk about it. This is every day. It's just more right now because we're talking about it.
Right. So I understand that it happens every day. It sounds like it's like awful.
I guess it's annoying.
I don't think you deserve this. At the same time, I think that if we want to, we can try to understand it. Is that interesting to you?
Sure. I mean, I think I do understand it. I think it's
what do you understand?
I think it's become a popular thing. I think that's really what it is. It's become kind of like a signpost on the internet, like, hey, stop by and do this thing because it's funny. And I get that. Like, I understand that. You know, it's because for a lot of these people, they've never engaged with their community before. They don't know who I am. They're not really interested in who I am. They just want to pop in and say a thing and then get banned. And that's it. Right. And some of them are chat hoppers from other communities, from creators that don't like me from that event.
I like PirateSoftware. I just don't understand it. That's one thing. My God. There's no Kappa. I grouped up with him a few times. Okay? I had nothing really against him.
And have created negative content about me.
But
so they're doing
no
that.
cap, bro.
And they think that that's part of it, you know.
But
or they want to be a part of that in some way. Some people describe it as pro-social within the community, but to be real with you, I think it's just people that want to be part of something. And if that something is just hitting me, like, whatever.
Okay. Can you show me that? Do you feel...
If you don't hate Pirate, I hate you. I don't give a shit if you hate me. You probably stink. You probably didn't shower. You're probably an idiot too.
Okay, so like, is this what we're talking about today? Like,
I mean, I guess.
I mean,
You want to know how things are going? This is it.
okay, so I think this has the potential to be great. And the reason for that is like, I think that there's a lot that everyone who is watching right now can relate to and understand. The thing that I'm concerned about is that I'm going to challenge you in some ways. And the main thing that I'm concerned about is how the way that I challenge you could be clipped out of context, misconstrued, used as evidence that Thor is the worst human being on the planet. Does that make sense? Like, I'm actually like genuinely concerned about that.
Yeah, I think that could easily happen, yes.
That like
I almost guarantee that it will.
Right? So then I think we have to make a decision about, so I think that there is a way, I'm hopeful, but I don't know. I think there is a way that if we have this conversation, it can actually decompress a lot of the emotional energy that's on the internet.
That's what I was trying to do by saying, just go into another dungeon with us. And then we'll make fun of it. You know? You just had to keep going. And it would have balanced it out. Not to farm him. Do you think I'm a monster? Yes. No. I'm not to farm him. I did feel bad for him. In a way. And I thought, like, if you keep going into dungeons with him and talk about it, like, normally, not in an accusational way, he could have admitted that he fucked up in that moment in the dungeon. You know, I think most people would. And then it would have been fine, I think.
But I think
No,
a lot of
to talk about it because like it's I'd be down to talk about it because to be real with you, it's not really changing anything at this point. Like the route of trying to ignore it, the route of trying to talk about it, route of trying to reason about it. We've done pretty much everything that I can think of at this point over the go.
I think if we would have not banned the mana gem comments and the road comments, it would have been less. If he just care, I mean, I did watch him play a little bit of Blueprints after I was done with it. And it kind of seemed fine, but I also didn't look at the chat a lot. But I think if that is true, that he got so many comments, and of course now that he's talking about it now, he would get comments again. But I think if we like just let it flow from the start, it would have been
100
a
days.
difference.
And like I've sent over to Kronos. Kronos, if you're there, I sent him the tweet so he can get it over to you.
Okay. Let me take a quick look at this. So, because I think this is like, I'm really sorry you're going through this. And I think that there's a lot that we have to be careful about. And also, I think the reason that we're here is to try to have some challenging conversations. So can I actually, while I'm waiting for that tweet from Kronos, I'm going to go grab an iPad because I think drawing here could be helpful.
Ooh, drawing.
Okay.
Yeah, do it up.
Dr.K is so good at these conversations. I wish to be that way too.
Kronos here.
But I'm just like, ooh, tell me more.
Is Kronos not here? Yeah, I'm just going to send it to him. We'll just do this. I can send it to him in this channel because I don't know if he's actually here. There we go.
I feel like I can tell Dr. K all my secrets, but not on stream, right? I wouldn't. Chat, stop making insults. We hit to chill. My God, you bitch. If you feel the need to insult him, what? Hey, like, come on, do it to yourself. Write it in a notebook. I don't want to read that.
Okay.
Come on.
So, This is going to be interesting.
Chad
Okay,
is
here we
talking
go.
about the chair stream that they just got to experience.
I know. It's great. So let me see if I can pull this tweet up. And then I'm going to just switch. I'm going to switch overlays for
If you
a
have
hot
something
second.
bad to say, just type kaki.
Okay.
You get it.
And Thor, let me know, the second that this
Thank you,
feels
Jabe. You want
like-
the stuff.
not a good use of our time, please let me know.
Yeah, no,
Okay? So
totally makes sense.
this
Oh,
OnlyFans stuff actually
essay.
sucks. Lots of weird attack posts.
There's a couple of links in there as well.
Yeah.
That go to the original like posts about this stuff. I think you need those for context.
Okay, so let's take a look at that. And okay. So to start with, here's my response to the Dire Maul Raw. From my perspective, I didn't feel I could save anyone else with the resources I had left, even with the mana gem and robe cooldowns. Since the call was to run, was made, I followed the call and got out as quickly as possible. In every other instance where stuff has hit the fan, a shot caller is called a specific target, and nobody died, you call run, run, run. Okay, Yamato pinned the entire thing on me.
Yep.
Okay.
That's how I felt at the time, and I still feel that way.
Okay. Our part.
He did not. I distinctively remember that even Yamato, the crazy boy, the crazy guy who just shouts insults and doesn't think a lot, even he said, just admit that you did stuff wrong too and say you're sorry. That's all he wanted. Even Yamato and everybody else too. That's all.
Party went wrong. Each person in
I
the
think it
group
was
made
it.
mistakes, including myself, to pin on a single person.
Nobody pinned it only
okay,
on
hope it
him.
was worth it.
The only thing that was said is that a good mage, could have easily saved the entire group. That doesn't mean, though, that everybody else was perfect and couldn't have done anything to save the group too.
For you.
Again, like Dr.K said at the beginning, two things can be true at the same time,
Okay.
or multiple things.
So this was live on stream, right?
Yeah, all of it was live.
And
Absolutely.
so it was also live who made the call to run?
Yes. Yeah, he made the call to run.
Okay.
Run doesn't mean, though, run and don't look back. Run means try to get out and try to use your resources to help the other players if you can. There's always, like, context, man. He knows it too.
Okay, so it sounds like here's the hate raid that you're talking about.
But even if he just ran and didn't try to help other people, he could have just said, I fucked up, I'm sorry. It would have been fine. Nobody would give a shit. I still don't really give a shit what happened in Dire Maul. For all I care, everybody could have died. I don't give a shit. I don't care. But it's just how you react to it, I don't care if my whole BWL raid dies. I'm hoping that we die. Remember when Alando screamed breathe to Anixia? If he had a button to breathe on the whole raid, he would have done it. Do you think anybody would care? No. It's like, come on.
Okay.
Okay, maybe some.
So
But then
Thank
you
you
just
so
take
much
the
for-
shit. It is what it is.
And that's why I wrote in there. I was like, those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. We expected that to last like maybe 10 days. The internet generally doesn't care about things a super long period of time. 100 days. and
yeah,
still
so
people in chat like spamming and getting banned, and like that's wild.
this
I've
is
never seen
you were right. This is
Yeah, that is true. But this is so absurd. It's still mind blowing to me, and I've watched all of the content too, And I still don't get it. Because there were so many opportunities. So many to make this go away. And so many people, I swear, I don't want to see his DMs, but I'm sure a lot of creators too in OnlyFans offered to talk to him about it, do this, do that, do interview, you know. He could have easily been over. He's farming, you think? You think he's farming it? Nah, that would be insane, Content Brain. I don't think it's Content Brain. I really think he wants it to go away. In a way. But I think he's doing it in the worst way possible. Some people do like to be victims. But I don't think that's the case here. It is a lot of attention. But he could have had positive attention. I never really had bad attention from the internet. Let me think about it. Did I? I never do anything wrong, of course not.
Wild. So we're gonna like try to understand this, okay? So God, this is gonna be tough. Okay, so let me start with this. So let's say that you do something, right? Let's say you take an action in life. In the response, would you agree that the response that you are getting is disproportionate to the actions that you've taken?
I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So let's
It doesn't mean I was in the right. It doesn't mean I was in the right. But I do think the response is disproportionate.
I'm with you. Okay. So I'm going to start by...
That is still true. The response is still insane to it. That is still true. And I still think if you go into his chat, and type something weird except... Okay, manager. I can forgive the manager. But if you type anything else, then you are a deluded, crazy idiot. Nobody ever should be your friend. That's what I think. But
Huh?
Now that you know that you would get banned from Manajam, you don't have to go and type Manajam. It's just a waste of time.
Each person individually that responds with that thinks that they're the only one responding with it, or that they don't feel like it's that big of a deal because it's
Sunny, you're very judgmental. Of course.
Okay.
Hey,
so
Geronimo.
I concur with that too. So let's start with a couple of like really basic things. So the first is, I do not believe this is a judgment that I'm making. You're welcome to disagree, but I think the majority of people who are on the internet, I would hope, can agree that something that happens
He's starting
on
to
a stream involving a hardcore raid
He's starting to cook.
does not warrant a death threat. That's my first axiom. Okay. The
If you
second
don't
thing
agree with
is
that, you're deluded.
I would hope so.
even if we think you're an asshole, that the amount of psychological punishment you are experiencing is, at this point, sufficient.
It is sufficient.
So I would encourage everyone who is watching.
But you know now it is getting microwaved because I don't have a better way than microwaved for this. It's getting warmed up again because he is doing this interview and he's still saying some of the things that he said that brought him into this place. Yeah, reheated. Revived. You know, say, like with a tweet, for example, and he says he still feels that way. Now it's getting reignited. You know? I feel like this interview was a very bad idea if there is not a point where this all changes to something that we didn't hear yet. Okay, it's been like 30 minutes. I feel like he needs to have a turning point here, else this interview, bad idea. Like, yeah.
Listening to this, if shit gets clipped out of context, and because I think this could, go wahoonie shaped real quick. please, if y'all are disseminating information about this conversation, please include this part, which is that we're all human beings who do the best, generally speaking, that we can.
I never do the best that I can. I give 80%. Else I'm too tired.
People make mistakes, absolutely. Are you allowed to get mad at them? Absolutely. Should you do death threats? No. But also, I want everyone who is a hater on the internet to really stop for a second and think about what the hate does to you. Right? Like, you're hurting another human being, but like, for what purpose? Like, I think it's just kind of, it doesn't...
Geronimo said that's why she's so low in the damage meter. It makes sense now. Shut up! You probably use all these fucking add-ons. My god, did you see WoW is now getting a button where it does the rotation for you? You probably use auto shot timer, you noob. You would probably press the one button rotation too. I'm not doing that. I'm doing that all by myself.
Make the world a better place. I know that in the moment you feel like, oh, I want to put someone in their place. Like, you know, I'm like, he needs to be taught a lesson. He needs to be taught, you know, he's like, oh my God, like he did this. And like, and I understand those feelings. I'm not even saying that those feelings are wrong, but also like, I don't know how else to say this. Like it, you know, it's just a bit much. I don't think it's actually helpful in the long run. You guys are doing all this crap to Thor. It's not clear to me that he understands why you're doing it. Okay. And I think that's the first place where we're going to.
They're doing it because it's funny and absurd. The Managem comment. Still don't do it. But the other comments, that's from people who are deluded.
Start. Does that make sense, Thor?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I can understand being mad about it at the beginning. Like, I get it.
Nobody is mad anymore.
Character died. You know, like, that's going to make you upset. I was smug about it at the time. I get it. You know, I made a mistake in a dungeon. The dungeon didn't go well. Everyone, like, 2 people died. Like, I understand being angry then. I don't understand thousands, and I mean thousands of people 100 days later still on it. Like, that's...
Nobody's
really
mad about that. They don't even remember who died. They don't give a shit about who died. I remember who died because we interviewed them. Chat, who remembers what class died even? Somebody died. Okay, Snoopy is remembered. And what class was he? Druid. And then who else died? A priest. Do you remember his name? Sarah. What? A few people did remember, yeah. And we interviewed Sarah. But yeah, only the Omega nerds remember. Wait, did Ozzy also die? I think Ozzy got out. Yamato also got out. Sarah actually never re-leveled because Sarah's, I think, computer was really bad and he kept crashing and dying. So he never made it back to 60. But Snoopy did re-level and he re-leveled, I think, for my raid, for my first raid lead. He played like 30 hours in one go. And it was, honestly, it was good for Snoopy too that he died because he got a lot of raids. You know, it's not, like, I swear, it's not bad to die in OnlyFans. It wasn't, especially at the time where the hype was big, because you get a lot of subs, you get a lot of viewers, you get a lot of new followers. So, of course, you're sad about your character, but then, like, people discover your channel, you're talked about a lot, and you're now in this iconic DBM dungeon that everyone keeps talking about forever, basically, then it's not a bad thing, you know? So people weren't, like, seriously mad at Pirate for killing them or not saving them, because I think he didn't kill them. He just didn't do enough, right? But others also did some mistakes. They're not mad about that. They're just pissed about the reaction. It's 100%, it is attitude.
Right.
So this is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm wondering if there's some way that I'm going to play around with. Oh
yeah, no, they're piling in now.
That's okay. So I'd encourage everyone who's watching this right now to just give Thor a break. for just a hot second.
Yeah, give him a break. Shit, fuck
And
it.
just don't just reflexively knee jerk like, okay, like we're gonna talk.
Oh.
Can you see this?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
It is
then-
now
Chat,
on
don't
stream as
type
well.
insult in the
Okay, let me
chat.
see. Okay.
Type it in your
hopefully
notebook.
This isn't too laggy because I think I'm just doing a ton of screen sharing.
I don't want to
and
read
you
it,
UI is
man.
not the best for this.
Okay.
Just
hold
type
on.
cut.
Then here's what I'm gonna do. What I'd like you to do, Thor, because I think this is a bit too much for something going on with my capture. Okay. So what I'd like you to do, Thor, is pull up my stream and mute it, but watch the iPad on my stream. Can you do that?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, cool. Because when I
let me
screen
grab
share
your
with you,
stream.
I just start lagging too much. Or
Yeah.
actually, maybe this will. Okay,
Let me grab it.
so let's start with this. Over here is death threats.
Got it.
Okay. Over here is your actions. And the other thing that I want to do here is like we're gonna use you as an example, but I think that like literally every human being on the planet could benefit and is guilty of what I think you were quote unquote guilty of.
Ooh, chat,
So I
pay
think
attention.
there's a fundamental thing going on here, which like I think once people understand, my hope is that every human being who is watching this, I have a couple of goals. One is to hopefully develop a little bit of compassion towards you. But
have
the main
compassion.
goal that I have here is to try to offer some potential, because I don't know if I'm right here, okay? Some potential insight into the gap between what happened to you and the response that you receive. So the first thing is that this is disproportionate, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I can see that.
what
Yeah.
they're responding to is something in here, in between your actions.
Huh?
Like you're evoking a response. So here's your actions. And then there is some kind of equation that maybe has let's call it a multiplier. And then over here we end up with harassment.
The
So
action as
does
in
this make more
just
sense? Like if we want to understand
the dungeon.
why this is happening to you, how this is happening to you,
You're
there is
roboting it a
some,
bit.
huh? Hello?
Is it a
Can you
shock
hear me,
state?
Thor?
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
no.
you're roboting out
Technical issues.
really hard. I think that response was like 15 seconds ago.
Okay. So let me see.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh no.
I wonder if let me try.
Yeah, his internet is dying.
Oh boy. That's terrible. Give me a second. Let me see if I can fix this way. Hold on, chat. Can you hear me now, Thor? Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I wonder if. Let me see.
Yeah.
Just make sure that.
I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me in real time.
Okay. I'm gonna just change.
Are we getting any crumbs of gameplay today? Why would
Can
I
you hear me now?
do gameplay when I have this gold mine to react to?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can we count in sync? 1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
there we go.
so
4.
it's about a 5-second delay.
Oh boy.
Come on.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm not farming. I would watch this by myself alone too.
Okay, I will do that. Okay, I have stopped. Okay, is this better? Thor? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
You got. Okay, so now we have mostly in time. So that
Okay,
seems
okay,
good.
okay.
It's like less than a second delay.
Okay, cool. So I think this is pretty
Shit,
normal.
do you
and we're
know
gonna
what
get
I
back to
watch
it,
on
okay?
Netflix? I watch all the trash TV on Netflix, or I used to. But this is trash TV, but I was there live. That is crazy. Of course I'm gonna watch it.
So, if we look
Okay.
at, let me go back to this. Let's see if this works. And
Trash TV, but you're part of the trash. Yes! So good.
Your stream and then bring it up on here. so then we can see what you're drawing on my stream.
Yeah, give me just 1 second. There we go. Okay, so I think I'm back to...
Trash TV was H3 versus Sasan yesterday. Oh my god, I don't give a shit about them. Holy fuck, I could never watch that. But this is juicy.
Yeah, just pull me up on the stream. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we look at it, right, so there's your actions, and then there's like various amplifying
was
effects
cinema?
that
Ooh,
result
should I
in the
watch
level
this?
of harassment that you receive, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I can understand that completely.
So, and then let's like toss in, like, there's another variable here which is like memeing. There's another variable here which is like momentum.
Okay.
There's another variable here which is like content creators hopping on.
Can you read that? Dr.K. What? Do you know you have viewers? Write a little bit better. This is... You can't read shit. Memeing? Remember? What?
Receive, right?
Is he saying what he's writing?
Okay.
No, I can understand that completely.
So, and then let's like toss in, like, there's another variable here which is like memeing.
Memeing. Okay, you did say
There's
it.
another variable here which is like momentum.
Momentum.
There's another variable here which is like content creators hopping on. Content reactions, right? So each of these things
That's me.
is an amplifying effect.
God.
Agreed?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you, in your gut, do you think that this plus these things is sufficient to explain, not say that it's justified, but
No.
explain what you are going through?
I don't think so, because I think the internet would have given up about it.
I completely agree.
Wow.
So I think there's a big
It's
variable.
long-lived for that.
There's a big variable. You've tapped into something that people really don't like. Okay? So, and here's what I'm kind of hearing. So I'm going to just like write some things out here, okay? So these are just kind of things that you've said. And I wonder if this will like, if something will click. Okay, so first thing is that there's death threats. That's bad.
Yeah.
There's banning a lot of people. There is ghost dying.
Ghost
There
dying?
is
Yeah, no,
people
that wasn't even the first time that happened. By the way.
trolling
Ghost
you
was just
about
the most
this.
recent.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, the ferret.
Yeah.
There's people calling you a pedophile. There's someone's kid calling you whatever.
The kid is funny. Come
Yeah,
on.
the roach thing.
Okay. Right. And then the other thing is there's your like making sense of it. So there's like kind of this gish gallop. There's you said something about these people like ... like, you know, these people are like why are they doing this? Like you were talking about like what these people...
He's saying
best way
he was saying they're cannibalizing him for views.
To put it is, it seems like some people think that they want to be a part of that because it's something that's like greater than themselves. Like they're part of a story, they're part of a narrative. A lot of people that were engaging with OnlyFans stuff were seeing it as like being part of that, and they kept,
Okay.
there were some of them who kept coming back and saying like, when are you going to jump back in and go and kill the people that called you out in that dungeon? And like they thought it was like a story, and they didn't realize like this is not like a reality show. Like,
It is.
What are you talking about?
Wait, it is like a reality TV show. No? I kind of feel like it is. They're also...
Yeah.
Right. So I think there was a lot of that, which I also
Oh, you think
didn't expect.
scripted?
That was really, yeah, they thought it was like WWE. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Okay. So
Ooh.
like you think that they think it's WWE. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they think it's like a show, right? They don't think it's real.
It was unscripted reality TV
And
show.
then so then you use this car analogy of like I'm someone else has taken control of the car.
Yeah.
And then I'm not driving.
Chat, he doesn't have to write shit, but because nobody can read it anyways. What is he writing?
Someone else has taken control of the car.
Control of the car.
Yeah.
And then I'm not driving.
Okay, I'm not driving.
I'm being punished.
I'm being punished.
Someone else is responsible. Does this make sense?
No.
I would
Right.
say someone else is fully responsible, but I think for that level, yeah.
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 So
I don't get it.
when I
'Cause
write,
you can't control it. And when I say like someone else has grabbed the wheel, it's more like that's not what happened. Here's what happened. But like I guess the basic way to put it is like if you're having a conversation with someone, they make an accusation at you.
Yeah.
They say, "You're a terrible person because of this thing." And you go, "Well, I didn't do that thing." And they go, "That's just what a person who did this thing would say." Like where do you resolve that at that point? Right?
that's a great
It's
question.
that stuff.
So do you know people, or have you heard of people who get accused of things and say, I didn't do that thing, but there are other people who continue to insist that they did that thing?
Yeah, it's called Every Day That Ends in Y on the internet.
Okay. What about things that are not on the internet?
I don't know. Like that seems like a pretty normal thing among humans. I see that
Yeah.
come
So
up a
has
lot.
there ever been someone in your life that you felt was like had done something and you were really confident that they had done something and they were like, that's not really how it happened?
That is so... Yeah, I'm not asleep. I was trying to get the conversation in my brain because this is confusing, bro. Yeah, I was trying to concentrate to see where he's going because I feel like Dr. K is walking around eggshells, trying to not insult him in some way. I was trying to bring him the truth, but not like say it outright. You know, he's cooking. He is simmering. he is, yeah. He's trying to bring like a truth to him, but in very small steps. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to figure out where he's going with it. But I think he's trying to talk about like people gaslighting you. And like when you know somebody did something and they keep denying it. For example, all I can think about is you caught somebody cheating and you're asking, did you cheat? And they say no, and then you say, ooh, but I have receipts. Or I have this person that said something, and they keep denying it, and you know it is a fact. You know? I think that's what he's trying to say. And then you have to have receipts for it, you know? Oh, Dr. Lupo.
I was confident. Like
Oh.
I felt that before in my life. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I either want like proof or not proof. If I don't have enough proof, then like I'm not gonna. What am I gonna be mad about at that point? I guess is the basic way that I usually feel about that. Like if I have an accusation against somebody, I'm gonna be like, hey, this is how I feel about this. And then they go, hey, well, here's evidence to the contrary. And then we talk it out. Is generally how that is. I think when I was younger.
What
it was
is
a lot
he writing?
worse than that,
Proof?
Obviously.
Evidence?
And something I think that you learn over time is like how to conflict resolve in a way that is sane, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. So is sane.
When I
So-
say is sane, I mean more like conflict resolve based on things that are provable or not provable, not
Right.
just gut feelings.
I'm with you. And how does that work out?
Well, when I'm talking to people who are older, it's fine.
Okay.
Talking to people who are older? So he's saying the people in OnlyFans were too young to understand the issue or what? What the fuck? A child could understand what is happening. This is so simple.
Yeah. I find that there's very few people that are younger that can have conversations like that. There's still ones that will. But I
What?
find like usually people past their mid-20s is when they start to be able to do conflict resolution better
Okay.
and want more of a
That's
trust but
not
verify
true.
kind of approach, which is like, I trust that you're telling the truth from your perspective, but I need to verify your claim before I get mad.
That would make me feel so pissed off if I'm trying to talk to somebody. It's giving me flashbacks, bro. And you're trying to tell somebody how you feel, and then they keep asking, "Oh, do you have proof for that? Or do you have an example when this happened?" Oh my god, it's pissing me off actually right now. I'm not pissed off at Pirate. I'm just getting triggered. You know when you say you're mad at someone because they did something or how you felt, and then they say immediately, "Yeah, can you give me an example for this?" And then, of course, you don't remember because you're mad. And then you feel like you have to keep track of things that happened in that friendship or relationship with that person. You know? They keep gaslighting you and say it didn't happen because you don't have proof for it. And then you feel like you have to start recording conversations because they make you feel like you go insane. It's exhausting, yeah. And you know exactly what they did. And then they keep saying, no, you don't have proof for it. It didn't happen. And then you feel like you have to record conversation with your phone in secret so you can catch them. Chill out. I got triggered. It's like gaslighting, yes. And I feel like what he's saying is you need proof to resolve an argument. I don't know if that is true. That is what he's saying. Examples of that? No, but you don't always need like proof, right? Like, come on. Yeah, let's not normal stay away from people doing that. Yeah, but people get caught in those things, you know. But it did happen to me before. It is gaslighting, yes. I need a session with Dr.K, no. But yeah, if you have an argument with somebody and they keep telling you, "Oh, give an example for that," that is manipulating. Yes, yeah. Especially if they do it like more than once, you know.
Okay. So I want you to just like, we're going to tunnel down into that
Yeah,
for
I
a
really
second,
don't
okay?
like it that
so
he
let me
says
just
that
understand this.
it's
So like
only
people
prevalent in
who,
younger
your
people.
method of conflict resolution sounds super
Because
reasonable.
I don't know. It's like
if you've got proof, then you push forward. If you don't have proof, you kind of let things go. And then when I ask you, how does that work? And you're like, well, if people are mature, it works great. But if it doesn't work for them, they're immature.
Chat, I crashed out. Maybe it's not even what he meant. You know?
I wouldn't say they're immature.
I
like
know
an
you wouldn't say that.
accusation as a result.
I'm using that word. You use the word young, but I think the implication of that is that there's like a value judgment on people who that works for and a value judgment on people who that doesn't work for.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, I absolutely do a value judgment.
Because that also comes with this smug thing, you know? It feels smug to say that. And patronizing, yeah. And it feels like he would say, "Oh, you're so young." Because Yamato, I don't know. Let's take the example of what happened. Yamato was like 23 or something. And he did say, people under 25, they're not able to have conversations like that are mature. And then again, it feels like patronizing and that he didn't want to listen because he's younger than him.
Somebody comes in and goes, "You're this, this, and this," and I go, "No, I'm not." And they're like, and then they just spew a bunch of vitriol. I just ban them, right? Like that value judgment at that point is like, okay, this is a person that is not able to have a normal conversation.
I feel like he's
They
talking
don't
about
wanna have a
Yamato
normal
right now.
conversation. They just want to spew some like garbage. They don't care what's true. They just want to fight about it. And then I don't want them.
Yeah, he's talking about
And
Yamato.
That's where I do that kind of evaluation of like, are you cool enough to like, are cool-headed enough to have a conversation, or do you just want to shout what you saw on Reddit? You know, that's really what that is.
So
Maybe that is true in a way.
So this is the trolling that you receive.
But he's
is
the
fine,
worst
but
example.
for
If
the
he
people
thinks of
who got
Yamato.
upset with you.
Um,
What is your understanding of the most rational reasons why people got upset with you? Let's forget about the
'Cause it was
trolls for a
smug.
second. Huh?
100%. It's because it was smug, right?
What does
Like,
that mean?
It means that in this situation, in that moment, it appeared that I didn't feel remorse. And people thought that I didn't apologize. They thought that I didn't care. They thought that I wanted those characters to die.
We
or some
didn't
weird
think
shit
you
with
didn't
that.
apologize.
But
He
no one
didn't.
stopped to actually ask me.
For
They
very
just saw
long.
the clips out of context that made it look like I was a big villain, right? And like I get that.
Not a big villain.
But if you want to talk about that stuff, if you want to believe that, you should probably just come ask me.
So hold on
and
a
then we can
second.
talk about it.
How do you know that
Yeah.
they formed their opinions based on the clips?
Because they repeat verbatim the same message over and over again that we can only find on places like Livestream Fail.
They? Though? Well, it's always different people. But I thought he keeps banning Manajam. There. Just shadows. Okay.
Right. It is copy-pasted information, the same exact messages, the same exact thing. They had like
Okay,
the same
that's kinda
phrases
true.
over and over again for this kind of stuff. And the only way that you get that is if people are getting it all from the same source.
Mm.
Okay.
Hmm. Okay.
Could you have done more than during the retreat? Yeah, and I said so in social posts, but nobody cared about those. I think that was one of the weirdest things about it is like, I said, yeah, I could have done more in this. I said everybody made mistakes in there, including myself, but no one cared. They
Okay.
just wanted to continue the drama.
So
Right.
Thor, when I point this stuff out, do you notice anything with all the stuff that I've written out?
I can't read shit. I don't notice anything.
Like, does anything kind of pop to you or not so much?
Can you read that? Can't read anything.
Trying to deflect from like personal ownership over something, but I don't think I'm doing that.
Oh, the head nod.
So I'm not sure.
Why do you say that?
Because
Because
people
you put
already
I'm
said
not
that to him.
over in the right side.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
but that'd be the only reason for that.
yeah. So
Wait, what did he
why
say?
do you say that?
Because you put I'm not over in the right side.
Okay.
Where? I'm not? I'm not. Oh, fuck. That's bad. I can't read that at all.
Yeah,
Um,
but that'd be the
I'm
only
not
reason for that.
driving. Okay.
yeah. So I think I think your assessment is somewhat correct. I think there's like a couple of things that are like blind spots, is what I would call them.
I said he has blind spots too earlier at the beginning of the stream.
So the first is that I've noticed that
Yeah.
this is what's so tricky about this. I think that objectively you're correct. I don't think that anyone deserves the degree of harassment that you've
Yeah?
received.
I'm Dr. K!
I hope
That's what
people
it
stop.
says.
I really wish they stop, and I mean that genuinely.
Me
And
too.
at the same time, I notice just the way that I hear you speak, I notice certain blind spots or narratives that are constructed.
Yeah,
So the first
man!
thing
Because
that
I'm
you
nervous about talking about it,
Slay.
to be clear. Like it's a defense mechanism entirely because of the fact that this has been going on for so long.
That is not true. It was like this from the start.
It involves all of my staff. It involves my family.
That
It
is not
involves
true.
My general well-being. It involves my physical security at events. It involves all that stuff, and it makes me nervous to talk about it. So it's hard to articulate.
Okay. I
in
can
a
see
time like
that.
without. I don't know. It's just hard to articulate, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. So that begs two questions. One important one, which is, are you sure that we should be talking about it?
Well, I mean, it's already too late.
No, it's not.
I'd rather talk about it.
True. Because why do interview? That's what I also said. Like if he says people are cannibalizing it, but we're just watching it, right? It's not cannibalizing. If they, yeah, again, like I said, if you put yourself on a table at a dinner table, of course you get eaten a little bit, at least a little bit of a snack, you know.
No,
The
it's
way
not
that I
too
feel
late.
about it,
We
dude,
can
is
stop.
I
We
would-
can stop right this second.
I would rather talk about that, and
Okay.
the reason why is because I find, and this is a very serious part, right? I find that if you don't talk about this, it's not going to help other people, right? Like I get it, I'm going through it right now, but this is something I think needs to be talked about because the amount of hate and abuse that's going on from this isn't just going to happen to me.
Okay.
I know that's going to happen to somebody.
Why would it happen to somebody else? Huh? So, okay, so he wants to talk about it. So this wouldn't happen to anybody else. But, okay, let me think about it. I can't see this happen to anybody like that. You have to jump through so many hoops, and it has to be so absurd in a way that people talk about it for that long. I think we're just fascinated with it. I don't even know how to describe it because it is not about WoW anymore, you know? Dr. Lupo? Yeah, I don't care about this guy. I wasn't in that. Don't give a shit, Dr. Lupo. But yeah, this was so fascinating because I feel it's like, in a way, it's this reality TV things because you know so many people involved in it and you have so many different perspectives on of it. And to me, it's because I knew the people that were doing it and I was like in it too. And you were all so invested as well in the OnlyFans things, and it was so cool. But this seems like social experiment, you know? It is very interesting. But yeah, I think like this, it would happen to nobody. Nobody. You know? I don't know. I'm just trying to think. Like, you would have to construct this. Because this was so weird.
I agree. I think that you are pretty unlucky here, but I think you are the unlucky person who has tapped into something very fundamental in human psychology that has like triggered the shit out of people.
Yeah.
Likely, yeah.
Okay. So I want you to notice what just happened. Okay. So it's now that you're insisting that we talk about it. Fair enough. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative. And what was your answer?
That I was like deflecting.
Deflecting.
What do you mean?
It's
not taking accountability.
No. What we just talked about. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative. And then you said what?
Yeah. That I was like deflecting or trying to push off blame onto somebody else.
Okay. Yes. And then what did you say after that?
He's cooking?
I don't remember.
Okay. So then what you said is the reason I'm doing it is because I'm anxious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, 100% anxious.
Right? I'm worried.
There we go. Okay.
Right? So the interesting thing is that like you're doing something really interesting, which is that like you provide a very logical reason, which is very compassion inducing for why you are doing the thing that you're doing.
Yeah, to protect other people, but I don't buy it. That he's doing this for other people. That's what I was trying to say. Because this whole situation is so absurd. This would not happen again like this in 100 years. There's no way.
Right? So, like, who in their right mind, when you say, yeah, the narrative that I'm creating is because I'm afraid for my physical well-being. Like, how is that challengeable?
It's not.
100%.
Yeah.
So I think what you are doing is something that is, I don't know what word to use, has a negative valence to it. You're doing something that's bad, and the way that you respond to it makes it unchallengeable.
Yeah.
Like you're doing this thing over and over and over again.
Okay.
Right? So the way that you're...
would be...
Huh?
negative about that, though?
What?
That's what I'm trying to understand. I said, what about that is negative?
That's
in that?
very.
It is negative because you don't let people attack you. Okay, you don't have to get attacked, but you don't let people criticize you, even if it's valid. You're trying to put like a shield on top, and just pushing it away. Just let it get through and respond in a way that is authentic.
Excellent question. So now we get to something really interesting about human psychology.
Shield.
So if I'm pissed at you,
Yeah.
and you take away my reason to be pissed at you,
I get more
what do
mad.
I do?
You get pissed, more pissed.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's
So
exactly that is what was happening.
So you're saying that basically it's created a bunch of anger, and then by having a situation and talking about it and showing like, hey, this is what's going on, it's created a scenario where people are more angry because they don't have a vent. They don't have a way of getting it out.
That is where we're. Hold on. Let me just fix this real quick.
Oh, this is so interesting.
Oh. Because I wonder if you're going quiet again. So I just jacked you up. So I think that is the first step to it, right? So there's something that people. Deflecting is maybe a good word. There's something that you're deflecting that then triggers people to like, because they're not getting what they want from you. Does that make sense?
Yes. So
Okay.
There's an alarm going off.
So now the question kind of becomes like, I don't know if this sort of makes sense, but I think when I hear your story, what I hear is, and this is what's so tricky about it, is like, I think everything you've said is logical because you kind of base things on sort of proof, right?
Yeah.
But I'm noticing that like the way that you accept responsibility is like 1% of what your narrative is. So you say that you were smug.
Yeah.
Right?
I was super smug about it.
And I think that feels like a tiny, tiny, tiny part of your narrative.
I think it's only a tiny part of the narrative because it's the flashpoint. It's the moment that started.
I'm very impressed at Dr. K that he understood what's going on so fast because he wasn't in OnlyFans, right? Like, he doesn't know everything that's what happened, but maybe he watched CNN. Ooh. Ooh, he could have watched CNN as preparation for the interview. Ooh. But I think he's just very good at what he did. CNN! CNN Dr. K interview. Ooh, nah. No, he's very good. Damn.
Right.
Sure.
So it's hard to make that larger in the story. But yeah, I was
no.
smug.
I mean,
was smug about it, right?
I think it sounds to me like, and like now I'm going to say something that's like, this isn't. I don't know what better word to say. I think it's not the flashpoint. I think it's the fuel.
Okay.
So
you think that was a catalyst for something else?
I think this sounds judgmental, but I think the way that you responded in that moment. So you said early on, you made some kind of like joke, right? Where you, like, someone said run, and then you said, I don't want to piss them off.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a joke instead of saying, bro, I ran because you told me to run. You remember when you said that?
Yeah.
So I think that there's like little things that you're doing that, so if I made the call to run and then you ran and then I was like, bro, why are you running? And then you say you made the call to run. How is that? Why would you not say that? Right? Like, the reason I'm doing this is because I was listening to you.
Yeah, no, legitimately, that's the one thing, and I've talked about this before, is like, if I would have just turned around and be like, you told us to. If I would have just said that, I feel like this whole thing would not have been like this.
I agree. So I think
Yeah.
that the interesting thing here is that I suspect that there are a dozen other things like that. So just the way that your narrative sounds to me, and let me know if like this is rubbing you the wrong way, or like you think I'm an asshole, or
No.
if this is like,
I don't think you're an
please let me know. But I think that something about this story has something that I would call the missing reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm
I
not
think
saying,
it's, for me, whatever it is, it's a blind spot.
yeah,
Right? Because like for me, I'm just like, this was me being smug, and it exploded out of control. And for me on this side, it just feels like a lot of content creators leaped onto it because it got popular to talk about. It became kind of like an
Do we talk about every single fucking drama? Come on.
issue, and it generated a lot of views,
yeah. So
and it just kind of went nuts.
and so I want you to just pay attention to that for a second, because you're doing it again. Why did this blow up?
Because I was smug?
No.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Why did it amplify?
Because he's
Who's to
deflecting
blame
it.
for the amplification?
You.
The amplification I could generally say is Reddit and other content creators. Like I
There's no way. You can't. If I talk about something that is not interesting and not crazy like that, nobody gives a shit. Or others. Ah, fuck.
feel very steadfast in that opinion on that. I don't think this would have reached the audience that it did or become as large as it was on the internet without that.
No, it's
So
because the
talking
situation is
Over
absurd.
100,000 viewers worth of people.
Yeah, so that I think
Easy.
is 100% true
But it's also
and is indicative of what the problem is, right? Because
it's because the problem is so absurd. So many people are interested in it and keep clicking on it even 100 days later because we can't understand it because it's so out of any logic about what happens. You know, it's just so insane because it shouldn't be.
what
You know-
happens, what I'm noticing that you're doing is like every step of the way, you made one tiny mistake. But the way that you are reacting, I don't think a fire can get this big without a content creator's interaction.
Yeah.
And the way that you're responding to each of these situations is only fanning the flames. And I think like you're saying this, right? Like you
Now, this is not even fanning the flames. This is putting a whole country on fire again. Like now, of course, everyone wants to see what's up with it because he made so. You know, all the content, like every single streamer on OnlyFans will watch this. And of course, they're gonna have things to say about it because he's portraying things in a way that didn't happen like that. You know?
tried everything. Like you've
Yeah, I
tried,
tried doing nothing.
you've tried doing nothing, you've tried doing everything.
Still making this drama? Dude, the milk just arrived at my doorstep and I opened the door and took it in. I'm not making it. It came to me. I'm just curious to see what happens.
And nothing seems to be working, which I know seems like nothing is working, but if you are consistently getting the same result and you are altering certain variables in that equation, what that implies is that there's one variable that's not being altered.
Yeah, and that's why I look to the outside source because I'm like, I've altered the way that I interact
But the
online. We've tried
It's not the outside source. It's you are the source, right?
Outside source is relatively consistent because people go through drama all the time. And maybe
Yeah.
this is a leopard's ate my face moment. Maybe this is a moment where I can say this now. And
I think Dr.K wants what I say, but he's trying to be nicer about it. You know what therapists try to do? They try to get you to solve your own problem, and they don't want to give it on a platter to you. You know? He has to hold back. He wants him to have the realization.
a month from now, when I'm in your position, I'm going to be like, holy shit, was I wrong? right? Like maybe this is not the way, but your whole point is that the amount of hatred that you're receiving is disproportionate, not only to what you did, but is even outside of the norm of what other content creators experience.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
I've been through shit. I've had people get on my case and stuff like that, and then stuff usually calms down, right?
Yeah.
For
no,
most people,
Shit, I wonder when I get hate. I never got hate like a lot. Only like from mentally ill people. Then I also got death threats. But very few. But you can see they're absolutely deranged. Fuck you! But yeah, I want that. Like, what do I have to do? But I never do anything, so I'm just here by myself. I just didn't shut up. I'm trying to think about it. Oof. Maybe something in the future.
of us, we all get these kinds of problems where people like are really mean to us. I don't think they understand. No snowflake thinks it's responsible for the avalanche. But what I see is a guy who is, everyone thinks they're snowflakes and you're getting swamped by an avalanche. They don't understand that. I think people on the internet don't now know how to understand it until you are on the receiving end of hate from thousands upon tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands and people who are just...
I wanted to make a joke. Just close your computer. Just walk away. Just close the browser. Just log off. Oh my God. But yeah, I know this wouldn't go away like
piling
that.
on. Once the bully starts kicking you when you're down, the internet is like 1,000 other people who are like going to get in a lick
guys, it's a
because it
joke.
feels good. And I think you're doing something that is like absolutely hitting a trigger point. And I suspect that what you're getting into, just with the way that you describe things, it's very much like I did this tiny thing, and then all of this stuff is happening to me that I don't have any influence over. And objectively, these people are wrong. Objectively, I'm correct. And when someone does that and says, I am objectively wrong, I mean, I'm objectively right and you're objectively wrong. This is not what happened. This is what really happened. And by the way, all this shit is happening to me.
Yeah, true. Because he talks about it in a way where he thinks it's the objective truth and not challengeable. It makes people respond to it again. And the fire lights again. And then everyone wants to say it again because they feel like he still didn't get it. You know? That's why everything is microwaved again. Not even microwaved, it's back on fire. That's why I said earlier, I think this was a very bad idea to go to Dr.K. You know? Because he sees through the shit. Even though he wasn't there. Yeah. So, I don't know who told him to go there, but that was not in his best interest. Unless there's somewhere here, something is still coming.
Now, it's like a very does you kind of get what I'm saying? I'm trying very hard not to say certain words.
I don't see it that way though. Like,
I know
see
you
it
don't.
As like an objective, objective, this, subjective, that. I see it as it's more of a deep emotional response from people that don't care about me or they don't care about resolving the situation. They want it to continue in some way.
No.
Yeah, so
And
I
like,
think
I get it, but like I don't want to be a part of your story. Right? It's like
right.
No, I feel like he's portraying the people in OnlyFans that they wanted him to be a villain, but everybody was receptive of it being resolved many, many times. He talked to Tyler, for example, and Tyler was the nicest to him that I've ever seen him. And he, like, I don't know, you know, let the man speak. Shut the fuck up, you bitch. If you don't want me to pause, here, link for you. My God. Bro, you have brain too. I just scrolled down here. If you want to watch the VOD yourself, go and do it yourself. Okay. Now I don't know what I was saying. But yeah, like many times, I feel like we gave him the opportunity to resolve things in a good way. I don't think anyone wanted him to leave. Even if you think about it in a pragmatic way, he had a lot of viewers. He brought a lot of eyes to OnlyFans. Why would people want a big content creator to leave? You know? Then you can say, like, nobody wants somebody to leave like that. Okay? Then in everybody's best interest is that he's happy and stays. That's what people said too, right? Like, I'm sure Soda didn't want to kick Pirate. Like, he had like the most amount of viewers. I think he had like 20,000 at some points. Like, my God. It would have been in everybody's interest if this was resolved in a normal way, but it just wasn't possible.
So I think that's what's fueling the flames. You don't see it that way.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how that.
Right. So
would.
so when
why,
I live,
why would you care for so long?
We'll get to that in a second. But I think that this is another thing, which is that you're thinking a lot. Okay, so we're going to talk about something called mentalization. Okay?
Mentalization?
So when you
sounds cool.
imagine what is going on in someone else's head, I don't think you are doing nothing you're saying is incorrect, but I think everything you're saying is pretty incomplete. Right? So you're saying like, okay, there's a parasocial aspect. You're completely right. Like, you're right about everything you're saying. I just think the main...
Okay, I will make an assumption about what mentalization is. I feel like he's doing it in a way where he thinks why they're doing that is, I feel like he's not truly trying to understand why we are doing it. He's trying to say, why would you care? Don't you have anything better to do? You know, in a way that puts him above those people that still care about it. You know? Do you understand what I mean? It's like dismissive. Why do you still care? This is not worth it. You know? Like, if something happened to somebody else like that, I wouldn't care because I have better things with my time to do. I think that's what is happening.
Mistake, if you can call it that, the cognitive process that is really getting you in trouble is incompleteness. So
I don't understand.
I know. I know. I'm like,
I know
99% confident that this is going to be very hard. And I think this is why you're in this situation, because is like, it's like, you're like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know. I've tried everything. What they're saying is just not true. The reason that I know that these people are not valid is because they copy pasta each other. Right? Do you see how much...
No, I think that's not everyone, right? There are some people that are just upset because they saw me as like some pure holier than thou content creator, which that's not realistic. I'm a human being. I think
hold
that
on.
there are some people that are
whoa. No, I don't agree with that.
Whoa!
No, I definitely do, because there are some that have messed.
I don't agree with that, and then he says, I definitely do? What? That's spicy! Yo! What the fuck?
Not everyone, right? There are some people that are just upset because they saw me as like some pure holier than thou content creator, which that's not realistic.
No.
I'm a human being. I think
hold
that
on.
there are some people that are.
Whoa. No, I don't agree with that.
No, I definitely do, because there are some that have messaged me with stuff like that. There are definitely people that felt that.
Yeah, I know they felt that. But I don't think that you're an ordinary content creator. I don't think you're an ordinary human being. I think you're a superhuman being.
What?
What? What is he doing? Is this some sort of trick? It's an old? Let him cook?
Yeah. How do you think about yourself?
I don't know. I don't, generally.
I think therein lies another problem. Right? So if you don't think about... I know it's weird. Like, I'm sending you a lot of weird stuff. Right. So I think that if you don't think about yourself on a regular basis, the version of yourself that you will have on your mind that then projects out to the outside world is not going to be an ordinary human being.
Eh?
I think you project exceptionalism.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand.
You project exceptionalism. That means he presents himself in a way that he thinks of himself exceptional. Dr. K is telling him he has a big ego right now. I mean, that's kind of true that he portrays that.
But
I can understand
I'm
that.
interested,
So
yeah.
I think that this is going to be a situation where it's going to be very hard, and I'm going to do my best. So the first thing is I'm not right. But I think that there's something about the way that you construct narratives. There's something about the way that you are objective, but other people are subjective.
Mm.
How
don't
do you
think
know
that's
that
always
you're
true.
not the subjective one and they're not the objective ones?
I absolutely am subjective. I don't think that that's the case at all. There's no way that everything that I say is objective. That would be ridiculous. I think that would be absurd.
And
that makes
if we
sense.
go
No.
back and listen to
Yeah.
the conversation that we've had from now,
Yeah.
would we be able to predict that's the way that you feel about yourself based on how you've been talking?
No.
I don't know.
I think the answer is going to be no. Right? So when
Yeah.
I
Okay.
ask you, why do they feel this
Whoa, I think I'm in love with Dr. K. What the fuck? Yeah, man. I feel like he thinks how I think.
way, how do you know that they're wrong? You say, well, objectively, you rely on proof. And if you're dealing with people who are mature enough, then they understand that. But if they're people that are younger than
His
you,
wife,
that
guys, not in love like that, bitch. Come on. I'm just trying to say, I like what he's saying. I'm not being parasocial. Shut up. Dude, I would be terrified of talking to Dr. K. He would take me apart. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Like, holy fuck. Holy shit. He would see right through my shit. If I'm lying or anything like that, he would know. It's not like I'm lying a lot. Maybe.
means that they don't, that these young kids nowadays are not proof oriented. There's parasocial, and all, the tricky thing about this is that you're not wrong. So I would agree with every single one of the statements that you've made. But I
Yes.
think that
But
this,
That is true, right? Like, whenever he says something, you can't really say that it's wrong, right? It's true.
Defense mechanism for that.
Ye-
100%.
a defense mechanism
Yeah,
meaning
'cause
what?
there's- No, it's a defense mechanism on my end. And the reason why I did that is because it's gone on too long. And it's gotten to that point where it's hard for me to have a response that is not an emotional response. Like we talked about this before, is like,
But
whenever I
why
feel
was
like
it
I'm
like
having an
this
emotional
from the
response, I just
start
stop
when
and walk
all
away
of
from
this
the
didn't
moment,
happen
come back
yet?
to it. But with this, I'm getting back into that old habit of like, I need to deflect this. I need to diffuse this. This is kind of a wall in front of this. I don't even want to, and you just kind of put it up there and walk away from the scenario. And that's literally what that is, which is, here's my evidence, take it or leave it. And the reason why it ends up being, here's my evidence, here's how I feel people are, this is the objective fact of this, is because we've had tens of thousands of people bringing that up, and it's just turned into like a callus, if that makes sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense. How are you feeling about this call, by the way? Like, is this okay?
This is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is fine.
So
Is it though? I feel like the way Dr. K is talking to him, it feels way worse than saying manager. You know what I mean? I feel like he's getting called out way more. Maybe, or like a roach or something, or type in roach emote. I would feel way more attacked by this. Like he basically just said, "You have a big ego," blah blah. You know, it's not hostile intent, I guess. But this is you very confronting, and in front of so many people. Like, Pirate is not stupid, right? He knows the whole internet will see this. Like, he knows, right? So I guess he thought this would be like redeeming in a way, maybe, or was hoping for it.
So I think this is what you're.
It's, I guess, because he respects him more.
So
than
here is what has
10,000 people.
contributed to the situation, which
Saying the
doesn't
same
mean that you
thing.
did something wrong. I don't think you're bad or anything like that. But I think that this tendency to walk away from your emotions and lean into logic, I don't think works very well. So I think, like, remember how we said that something that you're doing about the way that you respond.
And chat, we're also coming from a loving place, right? I don't. Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Onto this is like triggering people harder. They're getting angrier and angrier and angrier.
No
They're
cap.
not letting up. Whereas like most content creators, people basically move on to trolling someone else. So
I still want him to be in the next OnlyFans and we go into dungeons together. Fuck it. Like, I can say it over and over. I don't hate the guy or anything.
anytime a content creator, you know, like reaches out to me and they're like,
No
hey,
shot,
I'm really
yes, shot.
struggling.
Of
I'm like,
course.
the best thing that you can do is wait till they move on, because the internet is an ugly mob. And this is the other thing that you're running into, which we haven't talked about. I do think that what you project is exceptional. And one of the things that the internet absolutely loves is to take an exceptional person and make them bad. So we love tearing down people who are good, and we love redemption arcs as human beings. Right? There's like, this person thought they were the best thing since sliced bread, and we're going to fucking tear them down. I've been on the receiving end of that a lot. And then the flip side of that, yeah.
I don't feel like that's
makes
what's
a lot of
happening.
sense. And to be clear, I don't think of that about myself, like at all. Like I'm constantly going over anything that I can do right, anything that I can do wrong. I remember all of my own mistakes and beat the shit out of myself for them whenever I do that, just like I feel like a lot of people do.
I believe you do.
I think I'm a very nice person too. I think, yeah. I think if somebody doesn't like me, they're stupid.
Do that for the stuff that you are aware of.
Yes, for the. I mean, you
You can't do it otherwise, right? Like
yeah,
how
for the things that I'm aware of, for sure.
100%. So I think that
I don't think I'm better than other people. I do think that it's funny because you key on that. There's a lot of people that brought that up, and it's like I never said that I was, but you'll see there's a number of people that are in there that are getting like banned for this shit right now. It's like they come in and they're like, "Did you know that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years?" Like, yeah, that was my career, and I'm proud of that. So of course I'm going to talk about that because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry, which is what we do on the stream.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the things that I talk.
Should I also want to work at Blizzard one day? You think they take me? I could be like a Hearthstone card game designer. What about that? They took a lot of streamers. But it's probably boring. Maybe. I wanted to at some point. But being a streamer is better. Any primes, by the way? Any primes? I can see, chat, you miss OnlyFans. Oh my god. I can see you miss OnlyFans. I miss OnlyFans too. Dude, the drama days, they were so fun. With CNN and stuff. My god. I know. Like this, to me, I guess, like the reaction to it was like crazy, right? Like the death threats, they're not okay. And all the hate that he's been receiving, not okay. But the situation itself, detached from this, is so fucking funny. If you just look at it from the outside, right? Don't think about all the hate. Don't think about the mentally ill people who go to his chat and type all these things. But it could have been so funny, you know?
Talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is
that
the
makes
problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Huh? What?
This gets misconstrued.
Arrogance around the games industry. Did you know that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years? Like, yeah, that was my career, and I'm proud of that. So of course I'm going to talk about that because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry, which is what we do on the stream.
Yeah.
I remember I was in Mordon with him, and that was actually really fun. And he talked about working at Blizzard too, of course. But then his dad, he rated him, and his dad apparently worked at Blizzard too. And he was, from what I remember, he said he did like how's it called? The cinematics. Right? The cinematics? And I said, bitch? Okay, it didn't say bitch. But Hearthstone stopped having cinematics, and I always loved them. I said to start making cinematics for Hearthstone, and again, it is fucked up. So it does open up for some new conversations. But yeah, Hearthstone is too cheap, and nobody cares about Hearthstone anymore. So they stopped doing cinematics. But the Blizzard cinematics, they're crazy, right? Holy shit.
So I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting.
Thank you, Thomas, for the prime.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro.
Yeah, his card face. Yeah, because you are denying other people's perception of what happened, you know? And saying, oh, actually, it's this. Listen to me. That is so right about that. God.
Is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Clocked,
this
man.
Gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro.
Oh my God.
Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah. So,
oh, no, that's kind of true.
You don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? I'm right. So you're thinking you have blind spots.
He's even doing it to Dr. K.
Like, I'm objective and you're subjective.
Yeah. I mean, he might not think that way, like deep inside, but it's just how he talks. It makes other people perceive him in that way, you know?
No. This is not the way it's perceived. This is really the way it is.
I think that turns into, I guess, conversational PvP for the sake of it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. It absolutely turns into conversation. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. True. I feel like every time he talks to people, it's PvP. Well, not every time, but a lot of the times. Wait, that's such a good way to put it. Conversation in PvP. I feel like it's always like a competition, you know? It's trying to collect points or something. Damn.
When I say I'm doing this for context?
Yes. When you're saying other people get it wrong and here's the reality of it. Like, go back and we can rewind the stream and just listen to the structure of your sentence.
That is me being adversarial against people that are trying to make it out like that is an arrogance thing, that it is a boasting thing, like I'm trying to push somebody else down. That is absolutely being adversarial against that kind of speech.
100%. Chad, what's that? Adversarial? Visceral? Doesn't come from visceral? Adversarial? What's that? Type it. Combative. Can you type how it's written? Adversarial. Okay. It means versus? Oh my God.
I'm not. I don't think it's so. I think there's a construction in your speech and there's a theme. If we listen, I know it's kind of hard, but you do things that are objective, right?
And subjective. I'm a human being.
Which ones do you represent? Which ones do we hear when we hear you talk?
I feel like here he knows that humans are subjective, but he talks in a way that everything that he says is a fact. You know what I mean? But he knows that can't be true because he is a human, but still he's doing it.
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay. So, for example, if we were to code statements as subjective or objective.
And a lot of people are doing like the opposite of it. Do you know like upspeech? Like every time you end a sentence, you end it like a question. Like you know? I feel like that's the opposite of that. Like people that are being too insecure about their statements. Then they say at the end of a sentence or they type, I think. You know? You know what I mean? That's the opposite. Yeah. I only say to clarify with you. That's not what I'm trying to. Am I doing it too? Maybe. Ooh. Yeah, when you say that's wrong, I think, then you invite people to criticize you. But he's talking in a way where people feel like they can't criticize him without doing like a PvP conversation again, you know? But when you say, I think, it invites people to have a conversation with you that is not 1v1, but it's 2v0. It's just, like, yeah, you know? No fight. PvE. Not PvP.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, so coding a subjective statement is...
When's my session with Dr.K about what? I wouldn't know what to talk to him about. And, yeah, I also don't want to be judged, man. If I have something to talk about that is deeply affecting me, I'm not going on Twitch to talk about it. That's crazy. I don't want to be criticized. Fuck. The hoarding? I already resolved it myself. And I know why I did it too. I didn't hoard, but I didn't clean my apartment for like a year.
Let's say like, I'll just give you an example. You know, why are people getting mad at you? Or you said something about, you know, I rely on proof. So if I were to code that...
It doesn't mean you don't.
I know.
Mean, I feel...
I already said it last stream. I didn't clean my apartment because when my mom died, I was really depressed. And I had things of her in my apartment that I didn't want to clean up. But I worked on it. But yeah, it was difficult. But yeah, when things go wrong, then there's always reasons for it. But I wouldn't go on Dr.K for it, you know.
Like somebody could take it that way, but that's not.
No. That's I'm not going there. So if we were to code that gets coded as objectively.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Right, that's an objective statement.
Okay, sure.
So here's a subjective statement. I feel like this is unfair.
Okay.
Have you said that at any point?
Yes.
Yeah, guys, that was like
over this conversation.
Almost 5 years ago now.
I feel like I have said that because I was talking about the response is not proportional.
There we go.
Which
that's hold on. No. That's beautiful. Have you said that?
Okay, sure.
So here's a subjective statement. I feel like this is unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Have you said that at any point?
He actually didn't. Right? He just said it was unfair. Never said, I feel like it is. Ooh.
Over this conversation?
I feel like I have said that because I was talking about the response is not proportional.
Look, and that again was a statement that is not contestable because he says it again like a fact.
There we go. That's hold on. No. That's beautiful. That is the response is not proportional. That is not a statement of subjectivity. That is a statement of fact.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you understand how I'm coding it?
Dude, he's in my brain. Should I have been a therapist? Type smiley face if you think yes. Dr. Sun! Oh my god! No.
I guess I could see that. I mean, like, that's me making an objective statement when I guess somebody else could say, no, it
He's
is
clocking it,
proportional, you
though.
deserve this sort of a thing. I guess the thing is I just don't agree with that stance, so I state it in the way that I do, right? With that. And I don't know if that's wrong, though, because I feel like there's a limit that seems sane. And
so
by sane, I mean correct and, like, not...
absolutely, man.
Way
There's
over.
absolutely a limit that seems sane.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be different for everybody,
No,
whatever their version is. for
no, it's not. Because you didn't say there's a limit, because you used the word sane. Sane
Yes.
is like an objective thing, right? Sane is like crazy, insane versus sane. That's not a subjective thing. That is an objective kind of assessment, right? So, like, if we say that someone is insane, we're not saying that they're subjectively insane. We're saying that they are objective. Like, those words are about an objective dimension.
But I'm not sure I understand the direction of this. And I think the reason why is because when I'm talking about these things of an objective stance of this is too far, is because the statements that people are making are really fucked up. Like, I do
that's
think
not
that
the
it is
point,
correct
right?
to make an objective
Okay.
statement to be like, you shouldn't be sending me pictures of my house from Google Maps.
I-
Right?
I-
Like,
I-
it's this, like,
I agree. I agree.
I
So,
don't think that's wrong.
so great. So let's take a step back for a second. Are you sure this is okay?
Shit, that happened to
No,
me
I'm just-
too, by
I'm-
the way.
I guess I just don't understand.
That happened to me too, by the way. One time when I started streaming, I showed a picture of a fucking cactus in the apartment that I was living in. And there was 5 centimeters of a window on there. And one day later, a guy messaged me on Discord saying the bricks look like those bricks on this house next to you. And he wrote my address. And then he was trying to hit on me. And I had to navigate that because at the time I couldn't move that fast. I had to navigate in a way that he wouldn't be mad at me because he had my address. That was crazy. So I couldn't just outright ban him, you know? So I was trying to be like, oh yeah, you know? Crazy. It was fucking rainbowed. No, it wasn't. It was some person that was in my community at the time. Like, holy shit, man. And I could tell that he didn't do it in a malicious way. I think he was just deluded or something. No, that was like 6 years ago. Yeah, but those were some skills. Like 6 years ago, you didn't know about rainbow and stuff. You know, and I was always like careful with those things. And I on purpose didn't show like the whole window. Of course not. But it was like a little bit, a slither you could see. It's crazy. Unironically, why girls are VTubers now? I do like it, yeah.
The direction of subjectivity versus objectivity.
I'm
in a
with you. I'm
scenario
with you.
like
So I'm slow playing it. So let me just
Brick
let me
expert,
be
yes.
explicit. So remember, this goes back to
I don't have the
what
picture
you are
anymore.
dealing with is disproportionate, right? So there's a variable that's missing. Something about the way that, and now I'm making an objective statement, okay? Is not about blame. This is about assessing the way that you are existing on the internet and the response that happens to you. There's something in here objectively that is disproportionate.
yes.
Okay. And this is completely, and even if we say, oh, here's the reason and you're to blame for it, I don't think that there's any reason that we can come up with that justifies other people's behavior.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
True.
On some of these cases, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah. I
So-
think there is a limit.
now what I'm trying to get into is precisely this, which is your and sounds arrogant, but I'm going to say, so it's clear to me that you have blind spots about this because something about the way that you are navigating, you have a rubric for.
I feel, how do you say it? I feel vindicated because this is what I said before watching the video. Like, he's not a bad person, but I feel like he has blind spots, you know? Guys, still don't type bad things. Come on. If you want to type insult, type cuck, okay? Yeah. Look, maybe he just has issues with human interaction and he's seriously not seeing it, not in a malicious way. And then I feel like we shouldn't judge him too hard for it. And you can judge him, but then just don't interact with him. It's that easy. You can just block him or whatever. And you don't have to click on my stream too, because the title is literally what it is. When you don't like him from the start, just don't interact with it. But you don't have to be a dick about it too. Bitch. Okay.
How you interact with people. And something about that rubric is fucking triggering people. So
Okay,
what
bye.
we're trying to do... So how did you feel when I said that?
I thought it was funny because, like, I guess for me, it's a kind of a dumbing down of the scenario, right? Of like, yeah, it's triggering people, but it's so much more than that. But yeah.
Why did he think it
To
was
do,
funny?
You are navigating this, which is your... And sounds arrogant, but I'm going to say, so it's clear to me that you have blind spots about this because something about the way
Why
that
is that
you are
funny?
navigating, you have a rubric for how you interact with people.
What's a Rubik? Rubik Cube? Or what?
And something about that rubric is fucking triggering people. So what we're trying to do...
Did he? Oh, he laughed. Look, I'm not a body language expert, but it looks like he laughed and shook his head. It seems to me that he's disagreeing. Oof. But yeah, I don't want to say I'm an expert.
So how did you feel when I said that?
I thought it was funny because, like, I guess for me, it's a kind of a dumbing down of the scenario, right? Of like, yeah, it's triggering people, but it's so much more.
Dumbing?
Than that. But yeah.
He told Dr.K that he is dumbing it down? That's crazy! To say to Dr.K the five head? Oh my god. That's a little... yo.
Okay.
I think it's leading them to do things that...
Yeah, this conversation turned into not PvP. It's not a friendly duel. I feel like now it's Makura. Ooh, it's true.
I don't even understand the reasoning behind it on a lot of that stuff. Yeah.
Right. So I think the end game that I have here is to hypothesize what could be responsible for that gap. So in my experience, when something like this happens to someone like you, I think you're a decent dude.
Yeah.
I think it sounds like you made a smug comment and you ran away from the raid. It's a fucking hardcore raid. So I don't know what people were expecting. You know, like when you play WoW hardcore and you raid, sometimes things go bad and people die.
Remember when Savix last raid, Chat BWL, where was there? We put the dragon with the trash and it was Savix's fault and almost the entire raid died? Do you think he got blamed? No, he didn't. It is not about the deaths at all. We all know that we can die. We all know that we can wipe. Nobody gave a shit that Savix pulled a fucking boss and almost killed the entire raid. You know? That's not the issue.
Like that's just what happens in a WoW hardcore raid. Like what were people expecting?
Yeah.
But I think what you're tapping into some energy that is like that I think you're blind to. You don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. And my point is that the reason it doesn't make sense to you is because of the way that you are looking at the world.
And chat also, I did 150 DPS during that boss fight. I was useless, but nobody blamed me. Like, that was so bad. I didn't know what to do.
Which is that if you pay attention to your statements are coded very objectively. And so then what happens is once you start looking in at the world in terms of proof or not proof, I don't know if you're right, I don't know if you're wrong, but the question then becomes, how do two people that think that they are both operating based on reality, who disagree, how do we patch that up? How do we bridge that gap?
I mean, generally what I see with that kind of stuff is you, the way that I like to do it is you kind of present evidence and stuff, you talk about it, you find out if you were right or if they were right. And sometimes you're both wrong, right? Like it just comes out to that. You learn something, you move on. Sometimes when it's like, I find it to be disingenuous, right? And I will use that as an objective term.
Yep.
I find it to be disingenuous to have a person come in that is not interested in a resolution, that just wants to cause a hateful situation.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's most of what I'm getting with
Okay.
this. And when they can't get me.
But I feel like if he's talking about OnlyFans people there, it was maybe like one or two people that were behaving that way. And the majority, again, even out of self-interest, wanted to resolve this.
It makes them angrier. When they can't hurt me, it makes them angrier. When they can't do anything about it, they can't shut down the stream, it makes them angrier. We get tons of people that'll come in and say things like, people still watch this guy. It's like, yeah, we still have a massive community. People love, hanging out here and doing stuff. So like, I feel like when I make those objective statements, it's because I go, this is how.
He's so right though, chat. You are such drama, Andys. I've now almost double the viewers that I had yesterday, where I was watching some. When I was watching some YouTube videos. You. So who wasn't here yesterday? You fucker. I'm the same. No, I was here yesterday too. I'm not the same. I'm the one streaming it because I'm interested. Of course, I'm streaming it. It's you, chat. I'm holding a mirror to your face. Don't try to deflect. You're deflecting, saying it's me. You have the stream on.
I have this situation for communication, and if
Come on,
your
it's you.
only reason to be here is to cause problems, it's not going to be compatible. But if you want, and I tell people all the time, it's like, if you want to talk about this, we can talk about it. But if you're just here to copy paste something off of Reddit, cause a scene, and then get banned, like, we just don't care. Just going to ban you.
Okay. So I think what makes
That's why
this
I'm objective about that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I think what makes this really challenging is not that you're wrong. I think what makes this hard is that you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
True.
when you're wrong, it is easy to show a correction. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When you're right.
Chat, usually I'm not interested in the LSF drama, Ethan versus Cezanne. I don't give a shit about both. But I'm really interested in this drama because it was so close, you know?
But incomplete, it becomes harder to show a correction. So like, let's say that I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like if I develop a product that is crappy, that is successful, that happens to be successful, it is way harder to understand how that crappy product is crappy.
Huh?
Does that make sense?
No.
And I'm not trying to analogize you to a crappy product. I'm really just using this as an example of I mean, I love your content. Like, I really do. I think you're a great guy. Like, I don't think you deserve this. I'm in your corner. Okay. But you see what I mean? I'm just using that as an example of, like, if you make a crappy video game, right? And then, like, people play it, that doesn't make the video game good. And trying to explain to someone, hey,
me playing Hearthstone for 5 years. Okay, it's not crap.
I know y'all think that Oblivion is an amazing game. I'd give it a 10 out of 10, but Oblivion is the start of the decline of the Elder Scrolls series. Oblivion is the first step in the wrong direction to what ended up as Starfield. That is something for a lot of people to have difficulty understanding. Right? Because Oblivion was a great game. It's a 10 out of 10. But if you want to really understand the glory that was Elder Scrolls, you have to play Morrowind. And
Chat is very divided on
What's
this
he
topic.
talking about?
Chat is wrong.
So he's saying
Like,
Morrowind is the
they're
best?
It's okay. Sometimes I get to be right and they get to be wrong.
It's a very objective statement.
Absolutely, right? So, and how do people respond to that?
True! He's cooking lots of controversy because he formulated it in a way that it is a fact, you know? He cooked there so hard because it strikes controversy and people want to say their piece to it. If he said, I think Morrowind is better, you don't give a shit. But if he says, yeah, Morrowind is better, like a statement, then you have your opinions on it too. Ooh. Do you think he did this setup on purpose, or did he realize he was setting it up as he said it? Whoa, that is so smart. Oh my god. I think he did it on accident. And he then realized what he did.
I mean, it depends on the context, right? I think that there are moments where you can make statements like that and it's funny. It's
Yeah,
seen
so
as jest.
so I think what makes this hard in your situation is that everything that you say is correct. I just think it's incomplete. So what I'm basically getting a sense of is that you tend to, since you move away from some of this like emotional energy and you lean in. So the first thing that happens is once you suppress your like emotional circuitry, your emotions still influence your logic.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I can see that. I think in times of deep stress, that gets more so.
100%. It gets very, very, very good, right? So it's not that the emotions stop. It's just that we start dissociating from them. Dissociation doesn't mean shut down. It means unaware. And then what happens is the emotions will shape our logic. And it's not that they're illogical. It's that it becomes more selective.
Sure. I can see that. That makes sense.
And so I think what's going on is like the story that you tell me has what I would call missing reasons. So
True. What he's saying is the statements that he's giving us said in a way that they're objective, but they are cherry picked out of emotions, you know? That's why there's missing pieces.
I know that's confusing. There's a great post about it that I think a therapist made many years ago.
Selective truth.
Sometimes when people tell stories and like bad things are happening to them, they are leaving out things that evoke the response of the other people. So when you tell a story that other people are just like crazy and it's the internet and it's parasocial and people are reacting,
I hate it when people do that. Oh my god, it's the same when people, you know, tell you what they when they said I didn't lie, but they left out pieces. You know, how do I say it? Do you know what I mean? Fuck. Yeah, when they don't tell the true story, not a white lie. It's like saying, "Why can I only think about cheating?" You know, it's because I watched a reality TV show of about cheaters. You know, and this guy was like, "Oh, I didn't lie to you. I just went to her place and I was sleeping in her bed, but I didn't have sex with her." And that's why I didn't cheat. But he also didn't say that he went into a bed with her. And it was just more and more that was coming out. Okay, that's a little bit different. But you know, I think that's, yeah. You know what I'm trying to say. Lying by omission? Oh, yeah. 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 And that pisses people off.
something missing there. I don't think you can evoke. I mean, it's very possible that you were just incredibly, incredibly unlucky. I don't think that that is a good attitude to
I don't
take.
think it's good to script you. No. I think
right?
that
So
removes any chance of fixing that. Yeah.
I suspect that there is something around your smugness. I suspect there is something around the way that you perceive yourself as ordinary, but you act anything but. Maybe even some degree of, because I don't think you're ordinary. Like, I don't think that's objectively correct. Like, I think you're exceptional. Like, if
Why is he saying that like that? Why is ordinary bad? I think you're exceptional. Hmm. Yeah, why is he glazing? Ooh.
if we look at human beings, I think you're exceptional. Like, if we look at the range of various things, you are not ordinary. If we look at the bell curve of content creators on Twitch, you are not ordinary. So
I would say in terms of that maybe, but like I just feel like a normal dude.
Yeah,
I feel like a normal dude that sits in a chair for 12 hours a
day. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think there are parts of you that are, and it sounds like you sometimes push these away. I think there's a lot more there. So you said, I feel.
Chat, do you think streamers have inflated ego because there's so many people in the chat? Or is it... Or do only people with an inflated ego start streaming because they think their opinion is important? Because why else would you do it otherwise? Oh my god. God! Holy butt! I'm cooking. Yeah, what came first? The big ego? Or did you get a big ego out of streaming? If you have small ego, I don't think you would start streaming because you would have to think at first that it's worth watching what you do. Or for a lot of people. You know? They cook? Fuck.
Like a normal dude. I think that makes sense. But I think there's a lot of feelings there.
All streamers have a dose of narcissism. Do you think I'm narcissistic? I was thinking about it at some point, but I don't think I am. I'm perfect. Yes. What do you mean?
About being a normal dude that maybe are not super conscious.
Okay.
Right?
I'm not sure I understand, but I think that's kind of the point. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the challenge that I have is that.
Wait, somebody says, yes, you've seen this and act like you just know everything that he's going to say. You think I pre-watched it? Oh my God. Imagine. Pre-watched. Yeah, man. You know what I saw of this interview before? I was scrolling TikTok this morning, and for some reason, Peekaboo is all over my For You page. And I saw a clip of it, and I swiped it away because I wanted to see it fresh. And I was like, ooh, we have some reacts to do today. But I didn't pre-watch it. But a lot of the times you can guess what he's about to say, just based on context. And of course, I love being right. I like glazing myself. You know it. Remember when I made you clip everybody in OnlyFans that said something nice about me? Ooh. Maybe that is a little bit narcissistic, but I loved hearing it. And I miss those clips. Fuck! Like, oh God.
I'm making statements that are unfalsifiable. Right? So if I say subconsciously, you don't think you're a normal dude, how can you ever disprove that? So this is one of the frustrations with my profession is that sometimes people like myself will make these statements, right? So I do this carefully, where like I'm not saying this is correct. I think it's worthwhile for you to explore how you construct a narrative, what people, and this is where I think what happens is when people react to you, you look at the objectivity. I think that's a mistake because nothing you perceive will be objective.
True.
The human brain is not capable of objective perception by definition.
I do think there is an objective reality, and I do think that's something that there is value in striving for in many situations, because something I don't like is perception is reality. And I know that perception is reality for the grand majority of situations. It has nothing to do with the objective reality of what is truth of the situation, what actually has occurred or anything like that. It's how do I feel about what occurred? Well, and that's something I've always felt. And that's kind of like a big thing for me. Yeah.
Great. I love it. I agree with you 100%. And I would love to talk about that with you maybe today, maybe on a different day, just about the philosophy side of it.
About the objective truth?
But
that's very philosophical. But you can't do that in everyday conversations or everyday situations. That's crazy. You know? Then you need to analyze every single situation or every single conversation that is happening around you. Of course, the perception matters, right? This is round 2. They talked last year. Ooh, about what?
You're right. So, like, there's an objective reality. Agree. And
Yeah.
perception is not objective reality.
Yeah, and?
So when you look at objective reality and you conclude that this is what really happened, where are we? Is that objective reality or is that your perception?
No, it's not. It's still perception.
That is my perception.
Very
100%.
good. Right?
But when I talk about it, I think the disconnect is this. When I talk about something and I say it with, this is what happened, that's from my perspective. And I think maybe I'm not doing enough in terms of explaining this is from my perspective, this is how I feel about it, because I don't talk that way generally.
Yeah. That's not what you should be doing. So I think this is key point. This is exactly it. So I think this solution space seems hard for you to grasp. You shouldn't be further explaining yourself. You should be further trying to understand why people feel this way about you. Right? So this is not about what is objective. It is about what someone else's subjective perception of you is.
Ooh,
and
cool.
that will give you insight into how you are perceived, which in turn will give you an insight, an ability to bypass your own cognitive biases of your own perception.
That must be so difficult, though. I could not change or think about how people perceive me and why. That must be so hard. Imagine you have to change yourself. It's crazy. When people would tell me they perceive me as narcissistic or something, like you said in the chat, I think that's not true. And I don't know why people would think that would be true based on how I present or talk. You know? Then I wouldn't know how. And imagine you truly don't know how. Then it must be so difficult. It's fact.
So if I want to understand what I really am, I have a certain amount of information from myself, right? This is what I think I am. But then I have another very valuable piece of information, which is other people's perceptions of me. Now, this is where things get really hard.
Yeah.
Because if people are sending you death threats, it becomes very difficult to get a reasonable perception of who you are from a heavily biased individual, right?
Yes.
So
yeah, no, it's impossible at that point.
I get that. So not impossible, right? So this is where it's really interesting, but sometimes the people who hate you the most can still be very valuable information about...
Okay, who hates me the most? Type smiley face. Hey, give me some valuable information, please. What's that? Anything you have to say? Red bitch. Be better. Have a nice day. Okay, thank you. I see red bitch in the chat and it keeps getting timed out. Well, of course I'm still watching this. I'm gonna watch every minute of it. Of course.
How you exist in the world.
I agree with that. No, I
Right?
super agree with that.
And the classic example of this is like in a relationship where there is one person who is narcissistic. So anytime we're dealing with narcissism, it becomes really hard for
I was in a talking stage who I thought of somebody was a narcissist. Holy fuck. And you know what's crazy? And then suddenly I got TikToks about narcissists. TikTok's crazy like that.
for that person. Like this person will perceive other people as hating them. I think this is, I'm not saying you're narcissistic.
What was the first tell? Whenever there was an argument and I tried to talk to them about it in a normal way, they tried to deflect from it. And then suddenly I felt like I had to apologize. You know, that was crazy.
Narcissistic or anything like that. And I think that there's a difference between a narcissistic family member who believes that I lost weight to make them look bad. There's a huge objective gap.
What?
Yeah, so I
Sorry, that's
lost
a
weight.
wild
So
statement.
I feel insecure about, person A feels insecure about their
Chat, I have to pee. Hello.
weight. Person B loses weight. Person A gets mad at person B for losing weight so that it makes them look bad. That shit happens. I think there's
That's weird as shit.
it's
Yeah,
it's a
that's-
wide gap between death threats that you're receiving, which I really do hope stop.
Yeah.
But my point is that I think the mistake you're making is that you say I'm smug and then you go on to all of these other issues. Whereas I think you're really downplaying, whether consciously or unconsciously or whatever. Maybe it's even objectively correct. I don't know.
Sangitas didn't shake my hand in Lidl. We have to cancel her. If I get recognized in real life, somehow, I will pretend like I'm not me. Keep walking.
All I know is that when you do that, people are not going to be happy with it. And when they respond to you, we're not talking about right or wrong here. We're talking about efficacy or not efficacy. Trying to understand where they're coming from with their complaints, as opposed to, so basically steel manning their argument instead of straw manning their argument.
Okay. No, I mean,
Right?
I think the thing is that that's what I tried to do in the beginning, and I have not done that since. I think I stopped doing that about 30 days in. I tried to sit down and talk to people about it. I think the thing is that that's what I tried to do in the beginning, and I have not done that since. I think I stopped doing that about 30 days in.
30 days in? Let's go back a little bit more.
I'm not saying you're narcissistic or anything like that. And I think that there's a difference between a narcissistic family member who believes that I lost weight to make them look bad. There's a huge objective gap.
What?
Yeah, so I lost weight. So I feel insecure about, person A feels insecure about their weight. Person B loses
That makes
weight.
sense.
Person A gets mad at person B for losing weight so that it makes them look bad. That shit happens. I think
That's weird as shit.
It is weird, but I can see how it would happen.
It's a wide gap between death threats that you're receiving, which I really do hope stop.
Yeah.
But my point is that I think the mistake you're making is that you say I'm smug, and then you go on to all of these other issues. Whereas I think you're really downplaying, whether consciously or unconsciously.
I just had a realization about myself. I did that. Remember back in MC? I mean, I did it as a joke. But I told the other hunters, stop dealing so much damage. You make me look bad. And then the Roji started melee weaving and made me look even worse. And then he changed his name. But he changed his name to sunglitters so I would look better again. Because I couldn't melee weave and he did so much more damage than me. I wasn't even in the top 10 on the leaderboard. Holy fuck. Yeah, it worked. Then people came to my chat and were like, oh my god, sunglitters, you deal so much damage. I said, thank you. And I took the compliment.
Or whatever. Maybe it's even objectively correct. I don't know. All I know is that when you do that, people are not going to be happy with it. And when they respond to you, we're not talking about right or wrong here. We're talking about efficacy or not efficacy. Trying to understand where they're coming from with their complaints, as opposed to, so basically steel manning their argument instead of straw manning their argument.
Okay. No, I mean,
right?
I think the thing is that that's what I tried to do in the beginning, and I have not done that since. I think I stopped doing that about 30 days in. I tried to sit down and talk to people about it. I tried to ask people,
Fat
like,
ones.
hey, why are you saying that? And
check how big
each
this
time
grape
that
is.
I tried to do that,
Holy
like I said, the callus kind of built up.
Oh my god.
It would end in just screaming the same thing over again until they get banned. And I haven't been able to get like a valid, real conversation out of it. I think the biggest thing is that I've only been able to receive really polarized responses.
South Africa grapes, yes. I bought them once. They were so expensive, but holy fuck, I love them. And they don't have any seeds in it too.
Responses. I either get people from our community, they're like, no, you're the best. You didn't do anything wrong, which is not true. Like, obviously, I screwed up in the dungeon, right? Like, that's obvious, and I was smug about it. Like, get it, right? And then there's the other side of it, which is you're a piece of shit and you deserve to die. And I'm like, dude, these are so polarized. What am I supposed to get?
Yeah.
From this?
So the solution that I am suggesting works with humans. I don't know if it works on the internet.
It's a very different thing, right?
No, absolutely. Right. So
Yeah,
in the real world, when someone gets mad at you, like, I want y'all to think about if people behaved
Nobody's
in the
ever
real
mad at
world
me.
the way they do on the internet, shit would be crazy.
That's actually already started happening. So like this has spilled over into people interacting with me that way in real life.
Whoa! What the fuck?
Yeah. So, yeah. And I mean, that's like, even if someone does something, I don't know what Thor did to hurt y'all, but I don't think he did very much objectively. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, I didn't.
Like, so that's where, like, even when I say that, the way that I attach a statement to it, maybe I'm missing something, right? But my understanding of the situation is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid. And then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it.
Yeah, I think that's the whole thing. Kind of an ass. Oh my god.
Because you're really good at being an ass.
Whew. You're really good at being an ass? He said that to him? Holy fuck.
Like, in a way that I really appreciate. But you're an ass. So it's
when
what
I say
makes
smug, that's the same. Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Wow.
So like, what I love, I've sent you a couple of DMs because like I'll see your shorts or whatever, and I'll be like, this is fucking amazing. That assholery that you exhibit, where you have these kind of base takes, is like what makes you amazing. And when that kind of emotional energy comes out where you did something wrong. And then I think what happens is the way that you frame your response.
You know what I'm surprised about that though? Like that he just took it and was like, yeah, you're right. So he's aware of him coming across like an asshole? Damn.
It's not that bad. I didn't really do too much. Everyone made mistakes.
Like if I was aware of people thinking, like so many people thinking that I'm an asshole, and I deserve it because he just took it, right? When I try to act a little bit different. And he did frame it as a compliment by saying you're really good at being an ass.
Like, it's like you'll say you make a mistake, but that's not what comes across, right? So if you and I have a fight, right?
So I feel like I'm being direct, and other people feel like I'm being evasive.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want you to think about this for a second.
I've always had problems with that.
I
That
can
is
tell.
100% a communication failure.
I can tell. It's crazy again. Dr. K is an authority figure. If he was an asshole to Dr. K, people would really eat this shit up. So he has to take it. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, he gets away with saying things more directly to him or to people, and they just take it. I get that.
I can tell 100%.
And see, that's the thing. I couldn't have this conversation with anyone else because it was just polarized and obnoxious every time I tried to have that conversation. And yeah, no, I get that.
So,
I've had issues with that my entire life because it's hard for me to be like, if I say something, I go, hey, here's the thing. And they go, oh, he's hiding something. And I'm like, but how else can I say this?
Yes.
And that's, yeah.
So I think that's huge. So now I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you believe you are being direct and other people believe you are being invasive.
You know what? I was like that when I was 14. Where I was thinking, if I'm direct, I'm being like honest. But I was just being a dick. You know, but since then I feel like I changed a little bit. Last year. But you know, I thought that was cool. In a way. You know? Yeah, during like school. Cause like, yeah.
Evasive.
Yeah.
I thought it's being direct is being cool and honest. But yeah.
What kind of model would you develop for like shit happens on day 1 and what are things going to look like on day 100? It's just going to get worse. Right? Because the more that you're pouring liquid on the fire, you think it's water, they think it's oil. And things are just
that's why I tried This is,
Yeah,
that's why
I have no
titled this
filter.
different,
Yeah, I was
things
like that a
along
bit,
the
I
way of
think.
like, hey, we'll talk about this. We'll do this kind of.
And I was also judging people for their music tastes a lot. I was like, hipster. Fuck. I was like, I'm not listening to this pop music. My God.
the thing. Try to communicate
So
this in some
annoying.
other way, and I feel like I ran out of options. Jesus.
Yeah, I really do, and maybe it's like me giving you the benefit of the doubt, and this will trigger people as well. I think you've done the best that you know how to do. I think you've done a really good job in managing this really shitty situation.
I feel like it, but I don't know if that's true, right? Like I don't know.
So I
What?
think what's true.
Wait, say
you've
that
done,
again.
I really do, and maybe it's like me giving you the benefit of the doubt, and this will trigger people as well. I think you've done the best that you know how to do. I think you've done a really good job in managing this really shitty situation.
I think that is. I think that is not true. I think there were many opportunities to make it better at the start. But I don't think he was open to it at the time.
I feel like it, but I don't know if that's true, right? Like I don't know.
So I think what's true is, I think most human beings do the best that they know how to do. And oftentimes we don't judge people based on what they're capable of. We judge people based on what they do.
True.
So when someone is hurtful to me, I'll give you, I know it's kind of a weird abstract sentence. So when I'm in the emergency room, someone is high on crystal meth and calling me an ass fucker or whatever. Sorry, maybe that was too much. I'll give you, I know it's kind of a weird abstract sentence. So when I'm in the emergency room, someone is high on crystal meth and calling me an ass fucker or whatever. Sorry, maybe that was too much. I'll give you, I know it's kind of a weird abstract sentence. So when I'm in the emergency room, someone is high on crystal meth and calling me an ass fucker or whatever. Sorry, maybe that was too much. I've heard of your abstract sentence. Capable of, we judge people based on what they do.
Oh my God.
So when someone is hurtful to me, I'll give you, I know it's kind of a weird abstract sentence. So when I'm in the emergency room, someone is high on crystal meth and calling me an ass fucker or whatever. Sorry, maybe that was too much.
Oh my God.
I've heard it.
That's medicine.
Okay.
Right?
So when they say things like that, like the objective impact of those words is like, that's what they're doing, right? That's hurtful. And at the same time,
True. Maybe I know what he's trying to say. If I'm right, you can say I pre-watched it. But when people insult you and it's not true in yourself, it doesn't really affect you. When somebody calls me, when somebody calls you ugly and you're not ugly, it doesn't really affect you in the way that it would affect you if you think you're ugly yourself. Or when somebody calls you bald, but you're not even balding, then you're like, huh? What are you talking about? Right? You get it? And maybe it affects him so much because he is really insecure about him roaching out in DM. And that's why he doesn't want to see it and can't just say, okay, it happened, Get it?
the most peaceful and harmonious way to go through life is to do our best to understand where this person is coming from.
Oh,
Right? This person is crashing off of crystal meth. Their dopamine transmission was 10,000 times normal 2 hours ago, and now they are completely dopamine depleted. The more that we can do that, objectively, what they did was unacceptable. And also, if we treat people that way, it doesn't work well. It just doesn't work well. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm
What
not
is
saying
he
it's
trying to
just. I'm
say?
not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's like it doesn't work. It's not harmonious. And I think what's been going on with you is first of all, people are not doing that for you. They're doing the opposite, right? People are not
They're
saying,
believing the worst.
hey, this
Yeah.
guy is like, so for all the accusations. So like, I remember seeing something on LSF about people accused you of cheating in
Is he
Outer
cooking?
Wilds or something. Like this was one of the things.
Or not?
I don't know if that's true or not true. People seem to think that they have very convincing evidence of that. I don't really get into it. I still need to play the game. Please, no spoilers. My point is that in those moments, even if they're objectively correct, I think the right thing that we need to do as humanity and the internet is cut people as much slack as we can. And this is where a lot of people will say, oh, we cut them slack. No, you guys don't cut them slack. Like, we don't. Let's be honest. On the internet, when you feel judgmental towards someone, the most knee-jerk reaction is to not cut them any slack, but to dogpile them. That's what happens. There's this very primitive human psychology thing of like, when one bully is beating someone else up, we're going to get our kicks in, especially if it helps us feel good. Now, the problem, Thor...
Do you think that is true? Chat, it's you. He's holding a mirror to your face again. It is me, dude. I'm just here. No judgment. From the start, I said he can be easily redeemed. I'm the good guy. I'm just here. Doing some things. I tell you to not go to his chat to write some shit. I'm just here, man. Sagita's villain arc. Look, I don't feel like I need to be a villain. I'm just normal. I am? I don't think I am.
is that I think you are guilty of exactly the same thing. We all are. It's a human deficit.
I am already?
Sure.
Okay? But you're guilty of it too, because I think what you say, hey, I was just smug, that's not how it felt to other people.
True.
I think that was me dumbing it down
Yes.
to a flashpoint moment, not the full story.
Absolutely. So, and that's where you're screwing up, because you will dumb down your flaws to one word, but you will extrapolate and hypothesize other people's flaws to the nth degree.
Whoa! He cooked with that one. Holy shit! True. He was explaining for so long about, like, what other people did, but when it came to him, he just said one word. Whoa.
I don't think that is a fair assessment.
Okay.
Personally. Yeah, and I don't feel that that's a fair assessment, because I don't feel like I do that to people. When I'm talking about, hey, these are all the things that came after this, that's because that has gone on. Like, the moment was like a day. The attacks for that have been 100 days.
Okay.
So there's so much more content to talk about in terms of how
Okay.
much negativity there has been.
I rescind my statement.
Resent?
So I accept that there is, okay, so here's how I would modify it. So I think you're right. I take that back
I'm
and
not
I
trying to hide from
apologize.
it. Yeah.
No,
It's okay.
and I think the perception from my end is still the same,
Okay.
right? So we heard a long story from you. Even if it's congruent with reality, one word of what you did wrong, smug, and then 99 words of what other people did wrong. Even if it's correct, I'll agree that it's correct. My point is that when a human being shows up and says, I did one tiny thing wrong and everyone else did 99 things wrong, the reception that they're going to receive is not going to be pleasant.
Do you do that sometimes, Chad? I do that maybe when venting about somebody to a friend and I don't really want a response. I just want to say how shitty some people are. But I don't want to hear anything about myself. Just to like vent, you know? And I think then it's fine to do. But when you're on a stream in front of so many people, I don't think that's an appropriate response. I do it a lot, dude. I'm not venting to you. How would you know? And yes, what do you mean? You being parasocial or what? You have no clue. What are you talking about?
The thing is I don't know if that's always the case.
It's not always the case.
Because what I've found more often than not is
It
like
doesn't
I'm
to
trying to
me all
give
the time.
context of
Okay.
like, here's all the stuff that happened from my perspective. This is the response the person has from it. They at this point, it's because it's so exhausting. It's like take it or leave it. It's like, here we go, have the thing.
You're
You know?
right. You're 100% right that it is. So I think the big difference is who the person is.
Yeah, I can
So
see that.
if you were a human being who was physically assaulted on the street, you could say, here's the one thing I did wrong. Here are the 99 things they did wrong, and everyone would be on your side.
Mm-hmm.
You, however, have some combination of luck or the way that you interact with people, which you kind of said like you've struggled with this. So
Oh yeah.
I see that this is like, it's like a difficulty with mentalizing is what we call it.
Mentalizing?
I don't know what mentalizing means.
Mentalizing is the ability to understand other people's thought processes and internal experience.
Ooh. I think it's different than empathy. Empathy, I think that this goes like it's a little bit different.
Now, I know this seems confusing to you because you
I
are
said that
really
earlier.
good at cognitive calculation of those things. But there's a big difference between understanding their internal experience and calculating their internal experience.
Okay.
Huh?
You're really good at calculating, which is, I think, what you've managed to do. You use that, and you're not alone, by the way. A lot of people have this. I have this, where we calculate our way to understanding other human beings instead of like understanding their subjective experience. It's cognitive empathy versus emotional empathy.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
I think you have to do both sides of that.
You do,
for that to
100%.
make sense.
Yeah.
And like, no, because I think for other scenarios, I feel like I have done that.
Yep.
Of like, hey, I can understand, hey, this person is doing something illogical, but they're doing it because from their perspective, it makes the most sense. Like you explain the person who's like high on meth, right? And they're having a freak out and they're screaming stuff at you. What they're doing doesn't make sense for everyone else around, but from their perspective, maybe they feel like they're getting attacked. Maybe they feel like all this kind of stuff is going on, right? So I understand that side of that completely. But with this scenario, like I said, it was exhausting at this point. That's fallen away. The layers of I guess giving a shit about empathizing with attack people that are coming in is just gone.
I completely agree.
But he's saying that in a way because it's happened like so much over the 300 days or whatever he said. But he didn't do it when it was happening too, like the first day too.
So what I'm sort of this is more of like a long-term thing where like I think this is also where like if any of y'all are in this situation, right? This idea of like I keep on doing what I think is the right thing and it keeps on messing things up. And I think you had a brilliant way to for me it clicked. I think I'm being direct, other people think I'm being evasive.
Imagine Dr.K was in OnlyFans. That would have been sick. We need to get Dr.K for next OnlyFans. Ooh. And then he has to be a part of CNN. Think he has a life? Ah, fuck. Oh. Maybe quit life for a bit? 3 months? Fuck it. Vacation.
So
Yes.
I think for people, if y'all find yourself in a situation where you're like, I'm doing everything right. And by the way, this is like in the line of a narcissistic defense. Right? So A narcissistic defense is one where you think you're objectively correct and people around you are like wrong. So that is like,
I don't think I'm objectively correct. I'm just giving my perspective.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying this is in line with a narcissistic defense. So I'm talking about the general principle, not about you. So, and this is just what happens. So this is what all human beings do. When we feel attacked, we tend to, the narrative that we portray is shaped in a certain way that like we don't really control.
Fuck, I might do that sometimes.
Like, so if I'm talking to a narcissist, I think, so let me just take a step back because I got to do a better job of this. So the first thing is that the narcissistic defense mechanism is something that all human beings employ. In yoga, it is called the ahamkara, or the ego. So like we all, in order to function in life, it is very difficult for us to look at ourselves objectively.
True.
Now, what makes it harder to look at ourselves objectively is how much people attack us. So the more people attack us, the more our emotional and mental reaction is to defend. In the same way that if I was standing next to you and I tried to punch you, if I made a fist and I tried to punch you in your abs, your
I
belly
thought he would say ass.
would harden.
Okay.
You can't even control it. You had to have no choice but to harden your abdominal muscles as I tried to punch you in the stomach. In the
I
same
have
way,
to have some, but yes.
in the same way, when we are attacked by someone, and this is true of all streamers because we get attacked a lot, our narcissistic defense.
I don't feel like I'm getting attacked ever. Is that narcissistic? When I feel like you're calling me a bitch, a red bitch, I think you're joking. I don't feel like I'm getting attacked.
Must compensate. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. I'm not calling you a raging narcissist. Please, no one take that away. Okay?
Oh, they will.
I know they
Guaranteed.
will, and that's why I'm going to call attention to it. But this is something that if they're calling attention to it, they're missing the point. If anyone is listening to this conversation and still thinking this is about how Thor is a bad guy, y'all are fucking missing the point of this conversation. What you are going through, Thor, is something that every human being on the planet will go through in some form.
Yeah, I get it, because he's saying that everybody has narcissistic tendencies. I think, but it doesn't mean that you're a full-on narcissist. I think we just have to handle it in a way and check ourselves. You know, especially when it comes to like arguments and stuff. Check yourself.
Every human being on the planet will do something where they make a mistake, and a lot of other people, and y'all, like, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, chat. Have you ever been in a situation where a lot of people made mistakes, including you?
Yeah.
And then you owned up to your part, but people dogpiled on you anyway. And when they dogpile on you anyway, you did something stupid. You behaved like Thor did. And
Actually, don't think I did. Wait, was I dogpiled on before? I'm alone too much. Play too many video games. Doesn't happen too much. Sad. Fuck.
you defended yourself. And you said, hey, objectively, here's what I think happened. Here's my perspective. And the more you tried to defend yourself, the more angry people got with you. I would be stunned if this has not happened to every person in chat at some point in their lives. And so what we're talking about now is this cycle. This idea that, okay,
I feel like if I get dogpiled on, I'm just trying to think, whole OnlyFans dogpiles on me because I did something wrong. I think I would try to be more introspective and understand what I did wrong and talk to more people about it. That's what I think I would do. But I don't feel like I would be in the situation in the first place. I'm just trying to think if I was. How big it does? Fuck. That's that. I hope that I would do it.
I'm objective. Other
would
people
have
are subjective.
crush
Because I absolutely think you have that bias, by the way. We all do. But like I think it's very
Maybe.
prevalent in the way that you talk. The really tricky thing there, and I have to acknowledge this, is it's not clear whether
But I have to say, I can't see anyone else doing this like that. I just can't see it. That's why I'm still in disbelief this even happened in the first place.
that is actually what's in your head, or that is just the way it comes across, because it absolutely comes across that way.
Yeah.
So when I said you owned up to this one thing and then you talked about all this other bad stuff that happened to you and you're like, objectively, I disagree. I did this one thing and I literally have 50,000 people. And I was like, okay, you know what? You're right. But even though you're right, what people are going to hear, their limbic circuits of the brain are going to hear, yeah, I was smug and all this shit happened to me and it's not my fault. That's what people are going to hear. And when people hear that...
Dude, that's weird for me. Legitimately.
Yep, I know.
Because like, from my perspective, I'm like, hey, you know, I screwed this up. This is how this went down. Here's my perspective on it.
Yep.
And then the response is, you didn't take any accountability. You're a piece of shit. Why won't you just say it? And I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense to me in response.
Yeah.
Like for me, that's such a disconnect between those two conversations.
And this is not about right or wrong, fair or unfair, just or unjust, true or not true. Now what we're talking about, like, so we're a channel that talks about the mind. So you're saying...
Yeah, as far as I remember, he didn't say he screwed up at first at all. He just pinned it on others. But he didn't admit his mistakes at first. He did later on, though, like a week later, and then said we all made mistakes, yeah. But that was already him being better about it.
I said this, someone says you don't take any fucking accountability. And you're like, that is a disconnect with me. I
He did
completely
that a little bit
agree.
later.
That is the one thing that I think we can all agree on, is that whether they like you, dislike you, whether they like whatever, the one thing we can all agree on is that there's a disconnect. Other people think that you're disconnected. You think they're it's not even about you, but or other blame. There is absolutely a disconnect between the kind of response that you're getting and what you're doing. There is a disconnect for other people between what you did and what you're owning up to. That's my point. So like when I started this conversation, the key thing is that there's a circle that's empty. That's the only way this can be explained. And the question is, what's in the circle? And what I found, if y'all find yourself in a situation like Thor, I find the hardest thing is oftentimes the best thing to try to do, which is to try to understand when someone says, I don't take accountability, or they accuse me, they say...
Chat, remember my accountability clip? That's my highest viewed clip, I think. In front of Skolo bands. Oh my god, that was one day after the pirate thing. Oh, whoa. Oh my god.
You don't take accountability. To do your best to try to understand that. And I think you've done that. Because you...
Wait, do we watch it? This?
I will be very clear with...
Oh yeah, 4 months ago.
with what is dangerous next.
I almost killed my entire group in Skolomans, that is the context.
I will be very clear with what is dangerous next time. I am sorry.
You had no idea they knocked. That is actually all entirely your fault, Guzuldan.
Okay, you know what? Sorry, Hubert, I almost killed you and myself as well.
It's true. I see zero accountability, and this is fucked.
Okay.
This is the most ass backwards thing I've ever heard.
Wait, there were some clips yesterday and they were also incredibly backwards. Can't be that bad.
These clips. You're a piece of shit.
Miss Glitters.
You know what, sunglitters? I think something you need to work on is you need to work on taking accountability for your own actions, okay? You almost killed Hubert, and you almost killed me.
Not me. It's your fault. I'm
No,
leaving
that's
the
your
call.
fault.
Goodbye. True. I forgot that he hung up on somebody in the middle of a conversation. Oh shit! Did he hang up on Tyler? Yeah, I think he hung up on Tyler. Oh, on Yamato. Oh, yeah, and Tyler too. Oh, both of them. Ooh. Yeah, and I think it's coming back to me. I think Yamato was trying to have a normal conversation. I was trying to have him say or admit a little bit of fault as well. I think that was the whole thing about. And then him saying in the interview that he took accountability is not true. Because I think the call happened one day after it all happened. Oof. No, I don't think Yamato was rage baiting at that point. I mean, later on, sure. Maybe he was making it a bit. But I think then, during the call, Tyler was really trying to, because he was guild leader at the time, to keep Pirate in the guild and have a resolution. So I don't think he was rage baiting at the time. Because, of course, Yamato does what Tyler says. Of course. Yeah, but he was being a war chief at the time. Yeah, he was extremely chill. Okay.
It sounded like for the first 30 days, you engaged with people in conversation.
Yes.
And when you engage
And
with...
I found...
Shit, we've been here for 4 hours. I started reacting to it like 15 minutes into the stream. We're 2 hours through. Holy fuck. It's gonna be 8 hours. Yep.
I found that the reactions started to get more and more... I could use the word unhinged, but it really just comes down to more and more unbending of, I just want to make an attack. I just want to go in the chat and make an attack. I just want to go on your YouTube and make an attack. It wasn't in good faith to have, like, I want to have a conversation about this. It was, I just want to be here to throw a punch and then leave. And that's
So
it.
I think that there's 2 things that I hear there. One is, once again, this pattern of the more I do something right, the more wrong someone appears to be. Right? So I tried to listen to them. They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case. But do you see how this is another scenario where you behaved correctly and someone else behaved incorrectly?
Clocked.
I feel like that is an incorrect response, because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, well, you didn't accept any blame. And I go, here's in this post where I said that I did this wrong.
What did you hear me say?
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing, your statement was, I tried to listen to people and they became more unhinged.
Yeah.
So I want you to
I think
code...
that the people that are still...
No, don't worry about the people. Hold on.
Okay.
Code that sentence. Look at the grammar of that sentence.
Because it's objective?
I did something right and they did something wrong. That's the way, that's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where your disconnect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying, here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
I don't think, I think there's an objective reality there, though. When someone comes in and says, you didn't take any accountability for this, and I go, here in this post, I said I did this wrong. Here on this video, I said I did this wrong. And they go, that never happened. Like,
okay.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. So I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay. So bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus. Ignore chat. Okay. So here's the problem. You're not wrong. That's what's so wrong. That's what's so hard about this. So when you engage with people for the first 30 days, I think there's let's think about it, okay? There's a selection bias. Who's going to come talk to you? The raving people.
I think there was the initial wave, and then it calmed down to people that were kind of willing to talk, and now it's just the raving.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So like when you open yourself to conversation on the internet, let's be honest.
My mod said ZNN came at him. No. Dude, Ratsu! That is so not true. What we did say on ZNN is if Pirate is open to talking about this in a normal way, and I said non-accusationary, trying to resolve the issue, we are there. But we had no way to contact him because, yeah, how? And of course, I'm not gonna harass him or whatever, or we. But that's what was said. Non-accusational. Yeah, of course we could drama bait. That would have been really easy. But that's what we wouldn't have done. I wouldn't trust Zico with that. I would. Can't believe Sai a bully. No. No. I would have tried to resolve it. Zico needs content, 100% baiting. What are you talking about? It didn't even happen. I'm gonna crash out on you in a moment. This was 4 months ago.
The likelihood that you get a balanced person who really is willing to take a step back and admit their flaws and understand how they're wrong and is not projecting something on you is low.
That's not what the intention of me talking about it was when I was engaging in those conversations. The way that I feel about that a lot of the times, you're not going to get through to the person who's angry on the internet.
Okay.
You generally won't. They're not going to sit down and have a valid conversation with you. They're not interested in resolving that. Most of the time, that person doesn't care.
But I think most people, they weren't angry, right? I feel like nobody really was angry. We were just surprised. You were angry? Then you have an issue. Shed, I agree with that. That Shed was more angry than all of the people involved. That's weird. I feel like nobody in OnlyFans was truly angry. At least the people that I talk to. Whenever I talk to people about it in private, of course I did. They all said to me that they wish for a resolution, and I always ask them, do you think this is salvageable? And some said no, but I always said yes. Yamato was unhinged. Yeah, dude, Yamato. He was, the first time he talked about me, he called me an NPC to his chat and was muted. Of course, Yamato. Don't listen to him. Don't take him as an example. There's something with him. But then you realize how he is and you just ignore it. Was he wrong? I don't care if he's wrong.
I find.
Mm-hmm.
With that in mind, if you don't say anything, I feel that on the internet today, if you do not say a thing in defense of yourself at
Debuff NPC? Okay, but he... I don't care if a bad player calls me an NPC. He's not better. Look at how he ditched Tyler. Come on.
all,
Yep.
everyone believes the only voice in the room, which is the one that's negative.
Okay.
And
Agreed.
that's exactly what happened. So I put out a video about all this kind of stuff.
Yes.
Released that, and immediately everyone was like, "Oh shit, maybe this is too far." And I got a whole bunch of people actually sending me positive posts
Cool.
for the first time since all that happened.
Cool.
So the stance that I've taken on all of this is I go, here's what I saw from my perspective. This is what's been going on to me. And then there's kind of a camp of people that say, fuck you, I hate you. And then there's a camp of people that go, that seems reasonable. And I've just kind of hung out with the people that think that it's reasonable because I don't know if there's another solution to that scenario.
Yeah, so I think that there is another solution to that scenario. And the thing, so that's what I'm trying to point out to you is there's a certain way in which you communicate, which I don't think is wrong, but gets consistently perceived, like we mentioned earlier, direct into evasive. So when we, like, you just, I don't know if this makes sense, but I want you to, like, I don't know how to say this, but you're a programmer, so maybe this will make sense. I'm trying to put it in language that I don't understand that I hope you will, because I don't know what I'm talking about. Code your statements. I tried to talk to people. I presented proof. They became unhinged. So, like, if we code that statement, I did something right, they reacted wrong. What I hear frequently in the way that you communicate is that structure. Now, what makes...
He only has two groups of people in a set. Either you agree with me, I am correct, or you are hard against me. Yeah, I don't see myself in any of these groups. I think that situation was incredibly weird, but I also don't go and say I hate him. Like, I feel like I am, and I feel like that is the normal people. And I feel like that is most of us. The majority. I feel like the unhinged haters, they're weirdos. Very small percentage, I think.
Makes this so confusing is that I'm not saying that that statement is factually incorrect. And if anyone who has dealt with other human beings knows this, you can tell another human being something that is factually correct, and they cannot give a damn and double down. In fact, that is usually what happens. So what I'm sort of getting is, like, this is the disconnect. I do wonder whether you are blind to... There's a certain kind of accountability that people are looking from you that you're not giving them. That doesn't mean...
What is it?
This is what I'm digging into. So one is maybe it...
But I don't understand how he doesn't know what is it, because we said it so many times. It's literally, remember outside of DM, like the entrance, the blue thing? There he could have said, oh, sorry guys, my bad. Fuck, this sucks that this happened. Maybe I would try to help you level back or something. That's all that he had to say. That's it. That's the only thing. What's the point of him talking to Dr. K for advice insight if he just lies about what happened anyway and Dr. K gets the wrong image? In fairness, I think Dr. K still gets to the issue of it though, and it's pretty impressive based on the things that he has told him. I wonder if he's sometimes watched a little bit of ZNN, maybe ZNN fan. Oof.
Maybe it's in the way you're giving it. So it's not that I'm not saying you need to take more accountability, okay? I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But my point is that when I see this pattern, and it could be just like, it's like a perceptual thing, because the way that you're talking is making people more upset, which doesn't mean that you're wrong. It's just like the way that I'm communicating is ineffective at resolving this issue. So a simple thing, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm curious about this, is I've noticed that you tend to be incomplete. I've noticed that you tend to be complete with your answers. So when I look at that X thread, right, you try really hard and you do a great job. You're like, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened. Have you ever tried to be incomplete with the smugness? Just talk about the smugness.
Have you tried being incomplete with the smugness? It's crazy. What? Oh my god, what the fuck?
Here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened. Have you ever tried to be incomplete with the smugness? Just talk about the smugness.
If I try to be incomplete with it?
Incomplete with the whole story and just focus on the smugness.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I also don't really know what he means with that. But
Let me show
Like
you.
not give any context whatsoever?
Yeah. Let's say yes to that. I think that's a bit
Just-
of hyperbole, but
Just an emotional response?
no, just say, hey guys. So basically, you know, when you tell the narrative, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone made mistakes,
show me.
I was smug. And then there's a lot that
Yeah.
comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read. I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like I super hate that kind of communication of like
That is a very passionate response to that short of a question.
there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No. That does
Why not?
in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened
How's
and
that
disingenuous to the people that are
disingenuous?
involved.
That situation of what happened, it wasn't very deep or anything. It doesn't need 2 essays. Huh? It wasn't that deep, man. What? True, it feels like conversation PvP again. Where he wants to like win and collect points, maybe. Ooh.
I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off. I really hate that. That absolutely feels like idiocracy to me. 100%.
I wonder what he says to that.
I don't like doing hand-waving gestures for the sake of hand-waving gestures. I don't like that at all.
But it's not a gesture.
And I don't know if that's a wrong thing to feel, but that feels fucked up to me.
Fucked up?
No, I
Because
think
I
it's
could
great.
do that. I could go on the internet and just be like, oh yeah, my bad, guys. But like, that's not...
Okay, if you truly don't feel that way, then don't do it. But then say, I guess say fuck yourself or something. I don't know. Yeah, actually, I'm in a shock state.
real. It doesn't make sense.
I think that's great. So I think what I liked about that response, my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just have to have.
But I guess it's good that he doesn't want to be like fake, you know? He doesn't want a fake apology. Just, that's what I heard too. Like, he doesn't want to be fake just to not get hate from the internet. I guess that's the good point of it. But I still don't really agree with the explanation of it. You know, I feel like that's a little bit making it out to be bigger than it was. Because the whole thing in Diamol, it wasn't that big of a deal. You know? You don't. Like, it doesn't really need that kind of response.
Here to have a conversation, and at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way. There's something about the way that you talk that seems...
I mean, he says it outright, right?
dismissive.
Yeah! Yeah!
So I'll tell you where that...
No, I agree with that.
Right? So
No,
it's
He
like,
agrees with that.
I made a mistake, we all made mistakes.
Okay.
Yeah, and with that, he dismisses any of the response he has gotten before that and says, why are you telling this to me? I'm a human. We all make mistakes. I'm not perfect. You know, but then you kind of push away all these comments from you and don't let them get to you like a shield again. Mana shield. You know?
Right. So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like,
I mean,
oh,
it's,
yeah.
It's crazy to me to so fast agree to that statement that you are dismissive. Because who wants to be dismissive to people? You know? Like, I would... Somebody says that to me, I would think like, oh, shit. And I would try to understand it. You know, because I don't want people to feel like when I have a conversation with them that I'm dismissive or not hearing them or something, you know? So I would try to understand. This is a therapy session, yes. He's like a psychiatrist. Yeah. That's very interesting. It's not a therapy session. Okay. I feel like they can't say it legally, but it's kind of like a therapy session.
Or, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage. Like, do you see what that... We're not married, but you see...
Wait, can you say that again?
Okay.
Right? So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh, yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage.
True, that's exactly that. Oof. Because you make a mistake. Imagine you confront somebody with something that they did, right? But then they bring up something that happened 2 weeks ago to put you on the same level in the conversation, and just doesn't want to keep talking about it, and just says, "Okay, I'm not perfect, blah blah blah. Stop bothering me," and it pisses you off. You know?
Like, do you see what that... We're not married, but you see what I mean?
Now that you've cheated on me.
Yeah.
But like...
So there's something, and I don't think, and this is what's so tricky, is like, I don't think you're wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, and what we got
the way that
from
I
you...
feel about it,
I've talked to people like that.
I don't even know if the word, it doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like
appeasement.
It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah.
It feels like they're asking for something that they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of giving something that's not real.
What?
So that they stop being mad about something that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. So I think I think the key thing there is I was trying to figure out what won me over when you said that, and I'd be super curious if like how chat reacts to that as well. I'm not looking.
I didn't even understand it.
I don't think you should, but. Because I think that's what people are missing from you, is like when you, and this is what I think makes you great, is when you actually, your best content is not when you're logical. Your best content is when you're emotional. And the logic supports it. Like there's logic there, but you're like, look, I'm not willing to do that. Could I do that? Absolutely. I just don't think that's right. Yeah. I think that this is like a stupid fucking appeasement world. I'm not going to be like all of the other streamers who post bullshit apology videos.
He's a pick-me.
For the sake of appeasement and virtue signaling. I think that I kind of fucked up. I'm not done. This is a fucking hardcore WoW. People die in hardcore WoW. Like, I think you've been accused of making fun of another mage or something like that too. Like, I saw some post about that. I don't know if that's true or not true. But look, it's Twitch.
We can talk about that if you want.
And
Macari, yes!
Yeah, and like it... But, like, that's fine, right? Like, I mean, I play Dota, like...
Chet, did you know that I was in LBRS with Pirate 2 when he kept making fun of Hunters too? And after it, I was like, oh my god, that was too much to the people in my group. Oh my god! He would Stop
not as
them!
much as I would like to anymore. And I got to play Expedition 33. But when I play an online video game, especially an MMORPG where tensions are high, I'm going to blame my teammates. I'm going to blame my teammates. I do it all the time. Right? And if I say something like that, it feels dismissive. But something about what you just said, you're like, this is the line in the sand that I'm drawing. I've tried my best. I admit I have blind spots. Some of this stuff is a disconnect for me. I think you got to really work on that. Right? So I would, I'm thinking about what that practically looks like. But I really think that something about the way that you construct your sentences, which is objective on one hand, but I think it's also, I think it can be both. I think it's objective, and I think there's a little bit too much dismissal. It feels that way when I listen to you.
So when I'm talking about this kind of stuff, what I'm trying to get across is this seems like the most realistic scenario. This is what I saw from my side. It's not me trying to cast blame away from myself. It's going, no, we all fucked up. That's the reality of the situation. We all fucked up. And I think what people want is they want me to go, no, it's my bad. But my bad is a lie.
So
my bad is a lie? Oof. Whoa, 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 whoa. Back to square one, kind of, yeah. Oh.
Sure. And I don't want to do that because it feels like I'm being.
But when he says we all did a mistake, that can still be true. Why saying my bad or I'm sorry? You know? How? Yeah. How is that not a possibility in his mind? Yeah, all of us did mistakes does also mean that I made a mistake too. So he is shifting away the blame by saying my bad is a lie. There is not logical.
Asked to give bullshit for the sake of giving bullshit so that other people can be like, oh, I love this bullshit. We're cool now because we both realize that we've both bullshitted each other in this situation. It's
So he is saying that when people apologize, they're bullshitting each other. Or when they admit fault. He's saying that he doesn't believe other people apologizing, admitting fault. But he's not saying that directly, but it is indirect.
Bullshit for the sake of giving bullshit.
He's talking like
so
he
that other
heard that
people
a
can be
lot.
like, oh, I love this bullshit.
Like a lot of bullshit.
We're cool now because we both realize that we've both bullshitted each other in this situation. It's not real. None of that is real.
How's that not real?
hand-wavy.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. Now I'm going to ask you a question that please don't clip this out of context. Or if someone clips this out of context,
It's already done.
please add someone post underneath with a reply this portion, okay?
Okay.
So you say you do your best to look at it objectively and you conclude this is bullshit. And I'm not saying you're wrong, okay? So I want
look at it objectively based on my subjective experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's
To
assume
the
for a
best of my
moment,
ability. Yeah.
let's assume for a moment that you are a narcissist.
Okay. That's
Okay.
going to get clipped.
I know. I know. But it's like, I think this is really where the money is. And this is not just about you. This is about everybody, myself included. I run this exercise with myself all the time.
Mm-hmm.
If a narcissist goes through the process that you go through, they will end up in the same place that you end up.
Which is likely why people make the accusation.
I didn't know they did that, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So like, that's the problem that you're dealing with. And it's
See,
not,
I don't know that.
huh?
That's for me. I didn't know that.
Yes.
What do you mean I didn't know that?
Right. So
Yeah.
think about that, right? Like that's the problem. And this is the problem. Like, I don't know if this makes that, like, that's the problem. Is that if I listen to you, Are you someone who is objective, who has done like all the like, is your representation thorough and objective, or is this the construction of a narcissistic mind that's just defending itself and things like that?
The problem that leads into is that goes down to, are you willing to have a conversation with me, or do you just want to believe the narrative that you already want to believe?
Agree 100%. That and that's why you're fucked, bro. Because the internet is not interested in having like 90% of the internet is not interested in having
I'm the 10%.
conversations. And you will see this all the time on take any political subreddit or any political streamer.
I feel like everyone in OnlyFans was interested in that. And he wasn't interested in hearing us at the time. But I get it because feelings were high. That's hot. So I did get that he wanted to get away from it. But I thought maybe now, like 100 days later, it would be a little bit different.
And you'll see that people are not interested in having conversations.
He wasn't ready.
And I do think there's a lot of weird stuff going on with you too, but like that's like parasocial and stuff like that.
The thing though, legitimately, dude, is we've built up a community of specifically people that have conversations about things. That's
I never have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
How can you have a conversation though with how many viewers does he have? Like 20,000? That's not a conversation. You just talk at people and cherry pick a comment that you want to respond to. But that's not a real conversation. You can't have a conversation with a chat. Look, there's only 2,600 people here. And I can't keep up with all of you. Maybe I see one comment once in a while that sticks out. The one that types the cuck or something. Or that calls me, that says something unhinged. But that's not a conversation, guys. It's so different. ... Please, I mean, a conversation is a back and forth, right? It's not a back and forth. Maybe once or twice.
After all of this, we're still sitting at like 6,000 to 10,000 people on a daily basis. That doesn't happen in a situation that is like I meticulously made sure that we had a community where we could talk about stuff on a logical basis and try to work things out outside of that. And I've been pushing that on this channel for 8 years.
But he keeps... Okay, I don't want to be too mean. But he keeps banning people that have a different perception than him. Like, you just have to... Like, when you just type... At least about the OnlyFans stuff. I don't know how else it is. And I'm banning people too that don't agree with me because you annoy the shit out of me. But yeah. Of course. I think, yeah, it's nice to have, would that be an echo chamber? I guess. And I feel like normally when people don't agree with you, they wouldn't really watch your stream, right?
I don't think I'd have a community if I built one that was based on instant emotional reaction. Because they'd just be like, oh, he's a piece of shit, Bert. You know,
yeah.
that'd be it.
So there are absolutely communities like that, you know, and I think it's great that you don't, and maybe that's why people are coming from other communities to you, because it was a group WoW thing. So there's like a lot of other communities that are interacting with yours. The thing that I would encourage you to do, and this is for everyone, I do this on a daily basis, is assume for a moment that you're a narcissist.
I do that
and
actually
think
sometimes.
About, if I'm narcissistic, what would I be missing?
Oof.
Right? Like,
I think it's a nice way for introspection. You should do that too. Maybe you are. Oof.
Even so, I'm trying to think of an example. So I recently had an interpersonal conflict where I felt hurt by someone I'm close to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as I was thinking through all the things that this person has done wrong to me, I stopped for a second and I was like, am I just being a little bitch? Am I like, is this genuine? Is this fair? Like, what are all of the counter examples? Am I just glossing over all of the stuff that they do right? Am I ignoring all of the stuff that I do wrong?
It happens sometimes when you're mad. I do that too.
Am I ignoring when this person lets me down? What is my contribution to this system in which I am disappointed? So these are
that seems normal to me though.
Okay,
reaction.
good. Yeah. But I think a lot of times when we feel hurt, we're not. We don't do that. Right.
No, that's the first.
Okay, cool. I think that's great. I mean, if you're already doing that, that's awesome. Then I think the main thing then that I would encourage you to really think about is like this disconnect. And what's the variable in there? And what I would strongly encourage that you do is that variable is going to be divided into two portions. One is that the amplification, the disconnect, the question mark of this situation. You understand what I'm saying? Or not really?
Yeah. I mean, like I'm kind of understanding, but I think it's hard for me to understand how I'm supposed to respond to that if the requirement for the response is you need to make it incomplete and dumb it down and hand wave it.
That's not what he's saying, right?
No. I think your response to when I said, "What do you think about that?" Your response to that kind of won me over. I don't think you should do that. So now what we're talking about is for anyone who's in a situation where I behave in a certain way, the world responds to me in this way, and there's a gap between these two things.
Shit, isn't this so interesting? Oh my God. I love conversations like that. And I don't know. It's so interesting. Like, not even in a hating way, but my God.
This is the scenario that I'm talking about.
Maybe you can
So
find
in that scenario,
some of these tendencies in yourself, you know, or in other people around you. Then you can avoid them. Maybe.
What's the question mark? What's the amplifier? So there are certain things that we can attribute to things outside of you. So people have parasocial relationships, people are projecting, people don't like me, whatever. Like people are upset, whatever. There's all the stuff that they do, and then there's all the stuff that you do. And this is where I think it's hard, but I think a really good example of what came out of today, which hopefully feels okay to you, is when I'm direct, other people think I'm evasive. I think those are the kinds of nuggets that I have seen transform lives and literally save marriages.
It's just fun.
Oh, is that when I'm direct, other people think I'm dismissive? I'm trying to let that in right now. Trying to think about it. Evasive. Let's say that again.
I think I'm evasive. I think those is where I think it's hard, but I think a really good example of what came out of today, which hopefully feels okay to you, is when I'm direct, other people think I'm evasive. I think those are the kinds of nuggets that I have seen
when I think
transform lives and literally save marriages.
It's just funny because like I've had effectively the same conversation with the moderation team. Was like I use the same terminology as like that feels like idiocracy. I don't feel like dumbing down my language and just being dishonest about it to hand wave it makes sense. And I feel greasy doing that. I don't know how else to describe that.
Are you hearing me talk about dumbing things down at this point?
No.
When I say dumbing things down, I mean like the idea of like, oh, my bad, bro.
But
just kind of leave.
He's already talking about something else and he just said that. Right?
It like that doesn't make sense.
What are you hearing me say to you right now?
Yeah, he's not hearing him.
Of a way to resolve the language of, you know, I feel like I'm being objective, they feel like I'm being evasive. And to me, it comes across as I'm over-explaining. I'm giving too much context. I'm making the scenario of myself as a player within that rather than this is what I did and that's it, and then we walk away.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. So I understand where our disconnect is.
Okay.
I have removed dumbing down from the equation of my solution space when I talk to you. Take it
Okay.
off the table. Done. Doesn't feel right.
All right.
I agree. What I'm saying is that if we look at I'm being direct, they feel like I'm being evasive. The tactical options to solve that involve way more than dumbing things down.
That is hard to understand it, though, when he says it that way. Like if I'm being direct, other people think I'm evasive. I think you will have to rethink about that when you do that, you know? Thank you, Otto. Thank you for the Prime. Because I was trying to think about that, like when I was thinking I was direct all the time, was younger.
Okay.
So that's what I think. Yeah, I would focus on that. So like, don't dumb things down. Be authentic.
Yep.
But there's also a way, because like, right, so fundamentally this is an issue of communication. It's an issue of understanding. It's an issue of getting your point across, arguably listening to other people's. And so that is a skill. It is an art form. There's a way to do it well and do it poorly.
Ooh.
Now, what a lot of people do, which I think is bad, which I really appreciate you standing up against, is dumbing things down, virtue signaling, pro forma apology.
I hate that.
Kind of true.
Like,
I hate
really
it too.
do. I don't. I
Yeah.
hate the idea of here's my ukulele sad YouTuber video.
Yep.
Let me just like.
Yep.
Remember? Guys, do you know what he's referencing? He's referencing the lady with the lipstick. Oh, what's her name? Miranda. Miranda sings. Oh my god! Wait, what was the video again? Oh my god. Colleen, yeah. Colleen apology. Ukulele. Oh my god, I watched that. 10 million views. Oh, I only find reactions. No. The toxic gossip train. Remember? Oh my god. Isabel, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Oh my god.
On my face. The toxic gossip train. You got a one-way ticket to manipulation station.
She was deflecting too, and that's why everyone got so mad. It's crazy that he brings that example, because people were even more mad because this was not an apology. You know, this was the opposite of an apology, blaming the other people for dogpiling on him. It's the same thing. But yeah, what she did was 100,000 times worse. Because, yeah, she did bad things with minors, like manipulated them and stuff. I don't remember that much, but yeah, she had a community full of kids and she like groomed them. And then she was like, toxic gossip train. Basically, why do you keep talking about this?
Toxic gossip train. Time you to.
But because this apology wasn't genuine, this exploded even more. You know? But the similarity is that they both didn't take accountability. You know?
Into the camera for 5 minutes because that's fucking dumb.
I hate it too.
But
So
yeah,
my
of
point
course,
is that
you
if we
can't-
look at like,
I'm not saying though, I want to say that again. I'm not comparing these two. This is a billion times worse. There's just one similarity, okay? Toxic.
You know, like-
And I feel like that's what I was being
gossip
asked to do, and I'm like, no, here's how I see it, and they're good. you know?
yeah. So and my point is that somewhere between the pro forma apology and what comes out of your mouth, there's going to be something in the middle there, which is an adaptation of what you do, which feels authentic, feels truthful, feels complete, and there's literally something about the way that you talk where if I code your responses, that's the best way I know how to put it. It's kind of like there's a theme of what feels like a lack of accountability from a listener's perspective. I don't think you're not taking accountability objectively. But what I'm saying is that the limbic circuits of my brain, the emotional circuits of my brain, when I hear you talk, it feels like you're leaving something out. It feels somehow incomplete or unbalanced. And I know that's a very...
He just writes on keyboard? Is he typing? Is he taking notes or something? I didn't see that he was typing. Somebody in chat said it.
Very difficult problem for you to solve.
Maybe
like that doesn't give me a lot of tools, right?
It really it's hard. So that's where like I'm gonna think a little bit about how to bridge that gap, but like something in that is where the money is. I feel really confident.
Yeah, maybe
about
he's
that.
just playing with shit.
It's not a pro forma apology, but it is also thinking about the way that you make statements that rubs people the wrong way. And then the other interesting thing that I really have to like encourage you to think about is it hard for you to see a different way to use your words? Because in your mind, you're only able to see things one way.
The way that I put that up, the way that I put out messaging like that, especially public messaging, the internet will find any chink in the armor to try to unravel it into saying that you're a liar in some way.
Yep.
We've both seen this. So what I try to do is I go, okay, so instead of putting the ego first on this and being like, I did the best thing or I did the worst thing or being an emotional platitudes for this kind of shit or virtue signal for it, I just go, here's everything that happened from my perspective, and that's my story.
Okay, you ready for the mindfuck?
Sure.
You said that what you put out, people will try to find the chink in the armor, right?
They're going to do it anyway, but yeah.
No, they're not going to do it anyway. The way that you put things out makes them want to find the chink in your armor.
Yeah, because I don't feel that way when I write something. God. I feel like people are mostly charitable. Of course, there's always like fuckers. But most people... usually they're trying to be, charitable and hear what you say. Else they wouldn't be, like, interested in you, right? Like, usually. Naive?
I know.
That sounds, to me, sounds obsessive.
That's been my experience so far.
There's a necessity to find a problem when there isn't one?
No, I think you're missing the point. The way that you communicate information... the way that you speak makes people want to find the chink in the armor because people communicate. Yeah. I know it's hard, man. It's wild. It's crazy. I'm with you.
It's true though.
Right? So there's something that you're doing that from a logical perspective makes perfect sense. The emotional energy of your words, and I'm not right about this, okay? I could be wrong. But I really suspect that this is where the money is, where something about the way that you present yourself, which, by the way, went away when you got pissed off about when I was like, what do you think about just doing a mea culpa? And you're like, fuck that.
True.
I was in your corner.
True. I was like, whoa, this was the most emotional I've seen him. He was like being real, you know? It's true. He saw that.
But
Dr.
here's the
K's
thing. The way that you talk...
you need more of an emotional interaction.
Because why do I want to poke you in the armor? Because of your logic? No, because of your emotions. That reflex, this is what you got to understand, Thor. That reflex comes from the emotional energy that you're sending and the emotional energy that they're receiving.
Ooh.
Now, this gets more complicated because you are right that this is an unsolvable problem. Ooh. Because there is only so much that you can do in this situation. That at the end of the day, there are going to be people on the internet that are just there to meme, that are just there to make your life worse, that have little lives where they feel frustrated and then they look at a punching bag and they say, hey, I'm going to punch this person. I'm going to knock this person down a peg. And the tragedy there is that they don't truly have little lives.
Has sunglitters aged a bit? Why is potato so crusty? Dude, you're just a dude with a little life. You're just looking for punching bag. Anek, you bitch.
They truly have far greater lives than they have the potential of far greater lives
Yeah.
if they stopped spending all of their cognitive and emotional energy trying to knock some random fucking guy on the internet down a peg.
True, Adek? Why are you trying to knock me down? Adek1 in the chat?
That's
Then
kind
they
of the
would
whole
really be
crux
happy.
basis of all the things.
Are you
that I
happy
do.
now?
Huh?
That's why I do all. That's
Yeah, it's tough, man.
that aspiration that you put there. That's why I do the stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's
why I
great.
generally run game jams and all that.
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
It's because this shit is a waste of fucking time.
Yep.
It is the same reason that I have a short out that's like, stop looking at shorts, go the fuck outside. And I know that sounds like self-inflationary of like aggrandizing for that shit, but like, dude,
Why are you looking at shorts go outside? True, I make that short.
internet's a fucking mistake. For a
No,
lot of
so
people.
so here now we get to it. You said I know it sounds that way. It doesn't sound that way. If I
think it
read
does.
your
When I say that
words,
shit-
huh?
When I say it that way, it sounds that way to me.
But it doesn't sound that way to me.
That's ridiculous to me.
Yes.
What? Wait, maybe I have to listen to that again.
Really be
Crux and
happy.
basis of all the things I try to do on the internet.
Huh?
That's why I do all. That's
Yeah. It's tough, man.
that aspiration that you put there. That's why I do the stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's
why I
great.
generally run game jams and all that.
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
It's because this shit is a waste of fucking time.
Yep.
It is the same reason that I have a short out that's like, stop looking at shorts, go the fuck outside. And I know that sounds like self-inflationary of like aggrandizing.
But he's playing games all day. How is that not a waste of time? Just let people choose how they waste their time, no? Like we're all wasting our time. Huh? Don't understand. It's just preference how you waste your time in your life.
For that shit, but like, dude, the internet's a fucking mistake. For a
No,
lot
so
of people.
so here now we get to it. You said I know it sounds that way. It doesn't sound that way. If I
think it
read
does.
your
When I say that
words,
shit-
huh?
When I say it that way, it sounds that way to me.
But it doesn't sound that way to me.
That's ridiculous to me.
Yes,
I
I
don't know
know
what
it's
the fuck to
ridiculous.
do with that.
So yeah, I know it's hard. So here's the point.
We're wasting time right now. I feel like this interview has brought revelations to myself. Ooh, feel brain expand. Ooh. I feel like what we all learned today is that we might have some narcissistic tendencies in ourselves too. And when we think we're being direct, chat, other people might think from their perspective that you're being dismissive. So try to think more about how other people perceive you. You know? Or evasive. Maybe try to think more about how others perceive you when you have issues with people. Slay. I feel like that is important in your relationships. And also the Dr. K said a good exercise would be for yourself to ask yourself if you were a narcissist in arguments, would you act the same way as you're acting right now? And you have to catch yourself being a bitch. That's what we learned today. And then there is no shame in admitting that and saying things like, oh, wait, let me catch myself. I'm a bitch. He didn't say that, but I think that's good. Or I say, give me a minute. I'm doing some reflection. You know?
The words, if I were to write them down and we said, hey, is this person arrogant? Maybe it would be the answer that you get. The emotional energy that you add to that doesn't make it come across as arrogant at all. It makes it come across, for me, I get inspired by that. I believe that. That sounds believable to me. So there's
So
some...
the perception The perception disconnect is when I talk about a situation while removing the emotion from it, when to me that sounds like the most logical way.
But Dr. K also mentioned you can't remove emotion from the way you communicate, because even if you think you're being objective, that's what he says earlier, you cherry pick the objective statements that you make. So even objective statements are made out of emotions, and you're not being 100% logical because you're a human. Ooh. Boom. You can't be.
To communicate, and the
Ulted.
most objective way to communicate, which seems like it would be the best way for people to understand the scenario
Ulted.
fully.
I cooked.
And that's the most disconnected for other people because it makes them feel like I'm being evasive.
I think that is one step in the right direction for you.
Him saying that felt dismissive. He said, one step in the right direction, and then he said, for you. Oh my god! Dr. K is being dismissive! What the fuck? Bro! That also felt condescending
I think
too!
that is one step.
And then tilting his head down like that. I'm not a body language expert, but that felt dismissive to me.
In the right direction for you.
Whoa, Dr. K. What the fuck? That's crazy.
And that's because human beings are not logical communicators.
Yeah.
We are
I'm well aware of that.
We're
Look,
emotional
I cooked
communicators.
earlier. Ooh, ooh,
Right? So I think
ooh.
the energy that you add to the equation like matters a lot. And what you're trying to remove, so and it sort of makes sense, right? Because you have a strategy. You're like you've got a particular strategic approach, and that's what got you to where you are. And I know you've tried a lot, but I think this fundamental thing, I don't think this has changed over the whole course of this.
No.
And I think the really hard thing is I don't know that it needs to change, because I think part of what makes you who you are, part of what makes you valuable, part of what attracts the community, because there are a lot of people out there who think like you, who are tired of emotional communication, who have people in their lives where you're like, look, this is the reality of the situation. I cook dinner 4 nights a week. You cook dinner 1 night a week, and you order takeout the other 2 nights of the week. That is the objective scenario. This needs to change. And they're like, nah. So I think that the way you communicate is like an oasis in a desert for a lot of people.
But that's not what happened at OnlyFans. It can be a generous statement, but that is not what happened.
So it's not
they're still
bad.
talking
It's
about
just like,
OnlyFans.
this is like something that I think can be leveled up. And a big
I
part
think
of
the
that,
biggest thing is the more that I have to deal with this just slew of shit with this,
Mhm.
the less I've been emotional about it because it's effort.
well, so if we were to take that statement as true and we were to make a predictive model, what happened to you would be in line with this prediction. That if our hypothesis is that emotional communication is what connects with people, especially on the internet. And as you have become more burnt out, which by the way is absolutely going to happen, as your corpus callosum, you're just fried. You're just blackened at this
Corpus
point.
callosum,
You've got
what the
no
fuck is
emotional
that?
energy left. And the more you communicate, the angrier people will get. I really hope people leave you the fuck alone, because I think it's like enough is enough. I'm happy to say that. Like,
Yeah, true.
I don't usually advocate for people doing that. Maybe people think that I'm a narcissist or whatever. Like, that's fine. But I don't think this is about you. I think this is like when someone makes whatever kind of mistakes you made, and whether you were mean to people or not, whether you went to the bathroom and looked something up, or you have a butt plug that is vibrating in Morse code to give you the solution, like is connected to I really don't care. I don't know about the reality. I think it's just like, we all make mistakes. I'm not saying you did or you didn't. It's just like, come on, y'all. right? Is this really what we're doing now? Like, is this how we're spending our days, how we're spending our time?
Yeah, I know that's what
Are you
somebody did in
perfect? No.
chess.
Are you a regular human being? Yes. So that's kind of where I am. I know it's confusing for you.
No, I mean that starts to make sense. I think the thing that bothers me is if someone were to go to me, right, and talk in the way that I'm talking in that objective fashion, I go, "Oh, cool. Here's all the information. I'm going to compile it with other information and then come up with my own way of how I feel about this." And what I'm seeing more and more now, especially on the internet, right, is loud, bombastic, emotional response.
Okay, but what happened in the call, Yamato tried to be objective and talked in a very calm manner. I remember that so clearly because Yamato was not calm. I was surprised he did that. He didn't want to hear anything. So that is not true there.
Is what everyone wants for stuff. But we've never had it that way.
They just
I've
hung
never
up.
interacted that way. I've been not that way this entire
No,
time.
people
And
try
now for
to
me,
talk calm.
suddenly that's a problem. Suddenly that's a bad guy thing, which is like, that's really fucking weird for me, man. Like, that's not what I expected. That's not the response that I expect. It doesn't really
Tyler
make
was
a huge
so
amount
chill
of
too.
logical or emotional sense to me. So I'm just like,
No, it's not a
okay,
joke.
so you don't think I'm doing this thing. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. Then eventually it's like, fuck you. I don't care.
Yeah,
It's
so
like there's no other solution at that point.
there's two things. Like, I had one kind of emotional response, which is like, you're like, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, the people in OnlyFans, dude, they're not gonna like that because he's leaving things out. And Tyler was also being not emotional. He was trying to be objective too. Was telling people to stop hating on him that much. And was also saying that other people did worse. That's what I remember. I don't know. It feels misrepresented about what happened. And then people, of course, they're gonna start talking about it again. You know? So I think this interview might have not been a good idea. I don't know what's happening on LSF though. No idea.
Really interesting thing is your response of that makes sense to me. I'm not saying don't read too much into it. I was just laughing because what I sent you in that moment was not logical. What I sent you in that moment was emotional.
Yes.
Right?
I have the
Shit, why is there 1 hour more of this?
capacity to understand emotions.
Yeah. But it's interesting because there's so many times where I've tried to send you logical signals and then there's a disconnect. But you can easily argue that it's apples and oranges. The second thing that I want to say, and I know you have emotional capacity, like I get that.
I have to pause as I
you
don't
love your
understand
ferrets.
everything.
They show up there.
Thank you for the prime.
The other thing that I think is interesting to note is that I think that you are on the receiving end of, not just you, but basically this happens. So there's a group of parasocial nomad haters on the internet.
Type smiley face if you're a parasocial nomad hater. Because yes, where were you all yesterday when I was watching the documentary about the woman in love with a fence and taking off her panties to sit on the Eiffel Tower because she married it? Yeah, where were you then? What the fuck? You were here? I don't believe you.
Is what they're generally called on Twitch.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that. But like, so what I
jump from one community to another when there's like a big drama.
Exactly. So these are the people that follow the drama. So whoever, and then the problem is if you've created a community that values a certain kind of communication, and the chat hoppers show up, everything that you've built will get dominated or swept away.
That's why we ban it all. Yep.
Okay.
Knowing that full well, and there's a couple of ways to handle it.
Everything that you've built will get created a community that values a certain kind of communication, and the chat hoppers show up, everything that you've built will get dominated or swept away.
That's why we ban it all. Yep.
You can't ban it all.
Knowing that full well. And there's a couple of ways to handle that, right? That I feel is when someone comes in and they just make like the copy paste hate statement, it's very clear that they don't care. We ban them. And then they put in an unban request, and sometimes they'll be like, "Hey, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal." and then they come back in and they're like, hey, I like watching the stream, or they tell the mods to kill themselves, right? And like, obviously, if they're going to tell the mods to kill themselves, they just stay banned, and that happens all the time. But if they're like, hey, you know, this, I didn't realize this mattered so much, sometimes they end up joining the community, and it's fine. It's just that first interaction, we don't want that like a million times in the chat. Like, that shit sucks. And it's not 50-50, but the mods do get a lot of hate, man. Like a massive amount. It sucks for them.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing
So
that. It's hard to deal with. It's something that basically every streamer deals with, where the moment that you're at the top of LSF, you get like this influx of audience. Which also, I don't think that's like LSF's fault. It's
so
just,
far,
that's just the...
I think it's
everyone on LSF was nice to me. Well, I'm delusional. I don't see the mean stuff, but everyone was nice during OnlyFans. Slay.
the nature of like a gathering of people
Yeah.
that are either
Pitchforks.
rooting for the downfall or rooting for an emotional big moment or like want to be, you know, part of that. But I do still think that there's a large amount of people that are engaging in that because it's like their reality show.
They talked shit behind my back.
It's like a TMZ.
You didn't see my hate thread? No, I didn't.
Oh man, I'm part of that moment. Remember that moment when that thing happened? That was so funny. And like, I feel like there's probably even some of those people that will meet someone.
Someone said pretty privilege. Thank you. Love pretty privilege.
Like at an event where they engaged in one of those things and they won't think it's real. They think it's just like a cartoon character, you know?
Yeah, I've seen that a lot too, unfortunately. But anyway, we've been at it for like almost 3 hours, bro. How you feeling?
Yeah. Fine. Like, to be honest with you, I think so far this has been really productive. Because to me, like, dude, I don't know. Like, that seems wild to me that people just want it. Like, I don't know. It seems wild to me that people just want an emotional response for that. When in reality, I find that, like I explained earlier, I find that to be a disingenuous thing. I don't want to be that guy that goes and makes a fucking apology video.
Yeah, so I think that there are a lot of people who...
Nobody wanted an apology video for for 2 deaths in Dire Mall. What the fuck? My God, that's so.
would be satisfied by that, but please don't take away. I think, like, I mean, you convinced me, right? And I've not done that when people get upset with me. So I won't just say, yeah, my bad, unless I really believe that. So that there have been times where I've made mistakes where I will say, like, I still remember, I'm happy to say it again. There was one time early on in the days of streaming that I made fun of people with micro penises. And that is like one of the things that I regret the most. Because it's like easy. Say it again. There was one time early on in the days of streaming that I made fun of people with micro penises.
He's so fucking funny.
And that is like one of the things that I regret the most.
That's so funny. Oh my God.
Because it's like easy to do that.
Okay, it's look. Stop laughing at me. I'm not. It's just this statement with
There was one time early on.
this straight face, you know, like it seems so genuine, and it just seems so funny.
On in the days of streaming that I made fun of people with micro penises. And that is like one of the things that I regret the most. Because it's like easy to...
How does he not laugh at that? Oh,
do that.
That's an easy fruit, yeah.
It's
I can
easy,
see
but
that.
it's like out of all of the people, like in terms of like punching down and stuff, like out of all the people who have it so hard for, you know, just us to pile on and like, ha ha ha, you have a small dick. Like that's not something that's in their control. And by the way, you can have a fulfilling sexual life with a micro penis.
it's so funny that he's being so genuine about it. Was there like an outrage from the micropenis community on Reddit or something? Like, who cares about how big your penis is on Twitch? I don't give a shit. Like, like, bro. It was big on Reddit? There's no way.
I thought about, I just became a degenerate gamer for a moment and stopped thinking about people in my office who struggle with those kinds of problems.
Yeah. I think that's actually really interesting because that's like the internet, man. Is like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like if somebody's going to call you that, like on the internet, if somebody's like in a lobby and they're like, you have a micro penis, they don't actually mean that. They just want to say some shit. That's like some kid on Xbox saying he fucked your mom.
Yeah, right.
Like,
So like deep within me is 4chan. Like much like ChatGPT, deep within my bones is 4chan. And so anyway, I was just saying like, so sometimes I've made mistakes and, you know, I'll own up to those. But I don't think don't compromise that. But I think there's like something in the middle of letting more of your authentic emotion out and also be super careful about the way that...
Would you be upset when I insult you like you have a micro penis? I think nobody cares, right? Why do you care? Oh my god. You threatened to fuck my dad and become my stepmom. And?
You, even in your own head, sterilize your interactions and sterilize your contributions, which I think you do.
Comfortable. It's comfortable.
Yeah,
That's why.
It's comfortable. But I think you do that.
When the scenario is like super vitriolic, it's comfortable to sterilize that. It's comfortable to have like more of a logical conversation about it because it's easier to process.
Yep.
It is less easy to, like, if I'm going to have a big emotional response, I feel like I'm being manipulative.
My dad lives in Hawaii and has 2 houses. Oh.
To another person.
Good.
Because I could do that. I could just sit down and be like, I'm going to have a big emotional response now, but that's not that's not how I am. That's not the person I am.
So I think it's an issue of, so you mentioned at some point that this has been a challenge that you've had before. I don't even remember what we were talking about. So I think it's really about, and this is for anyone else too, like, you know, we all just have to decide when you say this is the person that I am, we all just have to decide whether we want to continue. Like, am I just saying, hey, this is who I am and I don't want to change this? And then
No, I don't think that's the case.
Well, I'm giving options.
So he's saying he doesn't want to change as a person when he knows that he comes across as dismissive to people and as a little bit. That's what Dr. K said. He's a little bit of an asshole. He's good at being an asshole. People feel like he comes across as dismissive when he talks to them, evasive, and he doesn't want to change it a bit. Arrogant.
Am I just saying, hey, this is who I am and I don't want to change this? And then
No, I don't think that's the case.
Well, I'm giving options. So I'm sort of speaking rhetorically, right? So we all have to make decisions for ourselves about if this is the way that I am. Do I want to continue to be this way? Do I not want to continue to be this way? And then there's going to be a line in the sand of like what a level of compromise feels authentic and okay, and what doesn't. What feels like growth? What feels like giving a piece of yourself away?
Yeah, because like for me, I feel pretty happy with the way that I communicate generally.
You know, chat, I also need to change, but whenever I try to, I'm not doing it. Last year, I tried to be an outside person. I went outside every day, went for a walk. I thought I'd make it a habit, but now I'm not doing it again. It only lasts always like a few months. Fuck.
I don't generally have a problem with that. And I like being able to communicate objectively, either with, in my relationships, friends, people in the community. That feels fine to me. And I think there's a lot of people that actually like that about the way that I communicate. It's like, hey, Thor's talking about all the things of all the, because we'll get a whole bunch of stories in that come in from the damn internet that are like, the fucking sky's on fire. And then you look at it and you're like, the sky's not on fire. This outhouse over here was on fire. It's not that big a deal. Right. And I find that there's very few islands of that shit online, man. Like, there's very few islands of people to be like, wait a minute, let's look into that before we start freaking out. Would it be easier for me to just like dive into the emotion first? Yeah. Would it be honest? No. Would it be quick views? 100%.
Yeah, I'm
None of
with
that
you.
shit makes sense to me.
I'm with
And
you,
like,
man.
that's why I've always communicated that way. And it's not even a thing of like, I'm not willing to change. I'd be lying.
Mm.
Like, I'd just be straight up lying about all of these scenarios if that was the case. If it wasn't like, here's all the things as I see it, here's all the facts as I felt them, right? As the things that I went through, I'd be a piece of shit. I'd be just like a grifter on the internet that's just trying to garner as many views as possible. And that's fucking atrocious. Like, I hate that. I really hate that.
What are you hearing me say?
I think I went on a rant there.
Okay.
It's not even really about like
Yeah,
what you
that
said.
wasn't
It's
even
more
a
like that kind of
response to
just like
anything, I think.
triggered an internal monologue, and I was
Sure.
like, nah.
Yeah.
I just went on to a rant with it. Yeah.
And I'm with you there. I mean, I think that there are plenty of emotionally manipulative grifters on the internet. And
I'm not even saying that like that's
Name any names? Is CNN coming out? Who in OnlyFans is an emotional grifter? Me? Shut up. Okay, it's me, fuckers.
that's I'm not even like calling people out and saying like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know, on the
I-
other side or something.
I don't even know
It's
what
more
that
like,
means.
dude, like I can see how easy it is to manipulate people emotionally to gain money on the internet. And
yeah,
I
so
don't ever even want to get near that.
so I'm gonna
Would an emotional, like faking you have an illness or something and then make donation? Or, yeah. Shut up. Nah.
so I have those kinds of thoughts, and I'm pretty sure that they're pretty narcissistic in my head. So when I have a thought like that, I'll just like leave this for y'all. I'm not
Ken gifted
accusing
and
anyone,
kill
or
my
certainly not
character.
you, but this is just what I've noticed is that sometimes when I'm like jealous of people, this may be just me, who are taking the easy path on the internet, it's really easy to get self-righteous.
I don't think it's easy. No, I mean,
For me,
not
it
like
is.
that. I think it comes with other negatives, right? Like, I'll give you an example, right? You've got somebody like Keemstar. Keemstar makes a bunch of content that's based on like calling out scenarios, making a lot of drama, runs Drama Alert, right? I don't
He didn't mention CNN. Zico did that. Ooh,
envy that.
not me, of
That's
course.
got to be a tough as fuck job. That dude probably absorbs more hate than most people on the internet just by the nature of
But Chad, we didn't make any drama. We just reported on it and gave the people a voice. Honestly, we were drama. Resolvers. Explainers. Uncovering misunderstandings. True.
the content that he provides to the internet, which is bombastic, which is divisive, which is emotional. I don't want to get near that because that sounds fucking awful to me and everyone that was engaging in my content.
I see.
Jen, what was the best? Oh, sorry for pausing this much, but I was just thinking back on CNN. My favorite was what was your favorite CNN drama? Ooh, when we talked to JBZ, maybe. Ooh, after he deleted the boots and then he killed himself. Oh, he killed his character during the interview. Oof. That was pretty good. Or when Yeah, phew. The tier list. Oh my god.
So if I went down that route, I don't think it's easy. I think it would
We
be
talked to Grubby.
easier to get a reaction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's
But the reaction is not one you want.
so. Then I think that's more
Not
from
long-term.
me. Like I think that's narcissistic. So I think the thought process I have in my head is different from what you're describing.
Okay.
But
I-
usually I'll walk myself there, but I have that kind of thought. But anyway, yeah. Any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up for the day?
I'm interested in what your thought was now.
What do you
it's
mean?
not much longer.
When you said you had a different thought from like the different pathway for that, like what did you mean?
A different pathway for
We're thinking about that scenario of
the
like when I say it's
narcissistic
easy.
scenario.
Yeah.
So I think it's similar to what you do, but I think what I usually do is I notice that I'll see that there are creators that are doing things that I think. So there's one creator in particular that I used to like their content. And I noticed that they basically made a piece of content where there's a subreddit that I frequent. And they basically, what they did is they looked at the most upvoted content on that subreddit, made a video where they're literally reading out the top voted content things there.
I see
And-
that a lot.
And
Yeah.
so I was, and their video did incredibly well.
Yep.
And so what I realized is like, oh, there's this niche subreddit. They're taking the
That's
best
a
of this
good
niche
content
subreddit
idea.
and basically distributing it on another platform.
Ooh.
And so it really like, it's never fun to see.
Thank
So
you,
I was
YouTube
disappointed for two
content.
reasons.
It's a
One
great
is that
idea.
like I respected this person's content. Like when they sit down and they actually open their mouth, when they offer like commentary, which I assume is maybe it's not, maybe they're just repurposing it from elsewhere. But I really got the sense that this person had done a lot of like thinking about, and their commentary was what I really valued. And then I also, so when I saw this piece do well, there were two things that happened. One was that I felt like disappointed in the person. I was like, this is trash content. It's just like repurposed React kind of content. And it was.
God. Oh my god. Fuck. I mean, bro, talk to me. Repurpose your content. Fuck. Okay. But I think I had some commentary on it too. It's fuck.
And one was that I felt like disappointed in the person. I was like, this is trash content. It's just like repurposed React kind of content.
Yeah.
And it was, I guess, React content, but it wasn't like.
I did trash
I started to
content
realize
yesterday
why people
for
don't like React
7
content
hours.
in that moment.
It's the description that people give of slop.
Yeah. So
Oh my god, they're talking about me too. Well. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Move on.
and then the second thing that I realized is like, it's always sad to see how well slop performs.
True.
It does amazing. It's the same thing that we're seeing with like AI generated art, man. It's the same.
Yeah. So
I see it now. I think the scariest thing that I see, like in the gaming space, AI generated ads for games.
What's that? I've
And
not
like you
seen
get into
it.
the game and it's like a phone game and everything is AI generated. The art is like just trash and they do amazing.
yeah.
Hundreds
So-
of thousands of downloads and you're like,
Yeah.
So there are people, and it's interesting, right? Because like game recognizes game, and one of the interesting things about being someone who is arguably knowledgeable in a couple of fields
Dr. K
is I see
what?
how
He's not
easy
fake.
it is
Come on. If
to
you don't
be
like
successful
it, leave, bro. Why
when
are you
you
watching
actually
it then?
don't know what you're talking about. So in like the wellness, medicine, self-help space, there are a lot of people who will talk about science, but there's a big difference between a scientific paper and the implementation of like a clinical intervention. And so a big thing that I see a lot, especially in the wellness space, is
This is
people will talk about things
boring.
like dopamine detoxes and stuff like
Next
that.
topic.
There's actually no data behind any of that
Where's
stuff.
the drama?
They're like, I did a dopamine detox for 10 days and here's how it changed my life. And it's like
That
that.
makes a good story.
Yeah, so it makes a good story. So I think that there's what I've noticed is that as you kind of dumb things down and make things accessible, your likelihood of like increasing in success goes up.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But also you've got to be like super careful. But I think a lot of the stuff that some content creators in the wellness space say like works doesn't really work. Right. And that's not
True.
the
People are just looking
the
for
success
quick
of the
fix,
content
you know?
is not based on whether it works or not. The success of the content is whether other people think it's or interested in it, basically, right?
Mhm.
And the most hilarious example of this is something called what's it called?
I'm having trouble listening at the moment.
Not anal bleaching. Sunning the
love
butt
him.
or something.
Dude, what?
I gotta remember this. So there was this trend on
Not
TikTok.
Wait, is that the one
Anal
where they show their
bleaching.
butts to the stump, like to the sun?
Yeah. So
Now you
people
got
would
me
do that,
again.
right? Because they're like, oh, this
So they can
part of it.
absorb the sun through their ass and
Yep,
then like
yep,
gain
yep,
medical shit for it.
Yep,
I've heard
yep.
about this.
So the really
It's insane.
the really scary thing is that they'll say like, oh, like the butt doesn't get sunlight, right? And then what people
Yes.
don't understand is that since the butt doesn't get sunlight, it is not designed to receive sunlight, which means that you will get a sunburn.
You're gonna sunburn your. Oh
Yeah,
God.
people were getting so there was a
A sunburn on your asshole? Oh, what are they talking about?
there was like a medical concern. It was like a public health issue. Like dermatologists were dealing with a bunch of sunburned butts. Like not butts, not the cheeks, like the inside.
butthole.
Because people would,
Oh my.
they'd open it wide. And because people don't understand that
I
you
don't
don't, like if
wanna
you
try
shaved your
this.
scalp, I mean, if you shaved your hair today and you walked out in the sunlight, you'd get a
You get a
sunburn on your head.
crazy.
You're real fast.
'Cause
So
it's
you
not used to
need a certain amount of melanin, and like we don't have melanocytes in our bunghole.
it inside. No.
Like we don't have them there.
Can you get a sunburn inside of your mouth or on your tongue? Wait a second. Yes. Ooh. Did you know the inside of your cheek has the same texture as vagina?
And no, that goes into like the craziest area of. See, the medical disinformation is scary. Like super, super scary. That's like the scariest thing on the
Don't get me
planet.
started.
Because like, I think what it goes into is
I just thought about
people
that.
want to believe it. They want to believe that they can do something. They don't want to feel powerless in a situation like that. And you have the secret knowledge. And the secret knowledge is just behind a $5 paywall. That's only $5. And like, I hate that shit. Like, I fucking like that. That was like, that is
People
actually the
tagging
reason
that
that we
she's
set up
signed
the
out. Me
Discord the way
too.
that I have it. Like the Discord is literally set up in like, here's focus group. Pay nothing. Go talk to people in the field. If I don't know it, one of them will. Go. Right? Go interact with them. Because the idea of like siloing knowledge leads to that shit. It leads to the like, I'm going to make up some shit. And when I make up some shit, you're going to sunburn your ass. Like that's.
Yeah, so that opens up, I think, other cans of worms, medical disinformation. So like we have paywalled content,
Sure.
and so arguably we're guilty of that, but I think we're not in the same way. And I'm not.
The
I don't
reason
feel
I
it.
did it this way is it's for areas I don't have knowledge in. I can't answer that, but maybe one of these other people can.
So
And there's a consensus, not just like a silo.
anyway, I think it's a fair complaint, and it's criticism that we have been accused of.
Really?
Oh yeah. So people think we're very, very like money oriented, which we're sort of money oriented.
Wait, I've zoned out. Who's money oriented? Streamers in general or them two? Both of them. Me? Oh, healthy gamer.
But like not really.
Your business. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that that too is something that I think is like, I don't like that connotation. So people think that there's like a homogeneity there. So for example, like we launched like a membership in 2023. Sure. We have like some paid content and stuff. And the TLDR of it is like, you know, I think it's so interesting to hear, but it was, the more free stuff you provide, when you build free stuff for a lot of people, it costs more, which is not something that I understood when I became a content creator.
That is absolutely the case.
And so that was something that, like, I think a lot of people, I feel bad when people think of us as a business, because
Dr.
yeah, I mean, we're
$100K a
like
month?
technically a business, but
It's
we're not. We
$100K a
don't
month?
operate like a business. I mean, in some ways we do, but
I think the problem is people don't know
Slay.
how to understand that business and doing something good is not mutually exclusive.
So I would even argue that business and doing something good is the best way to do
Shida!
things.
Yes.
I miss
And the reason
you.
for that is really simple.
Nice to see you.
I went to a lot of places where doing good was very separated from business. So the at the top of the list is like ashrams, nonprofits,
You're married now?
spiritual teachers,
Oh, great.
people who are like philanthropic and were doing
shit.
things for the good of the world. Generally
Yeah.
speaking, I saw the largest
Holy.
abuses of power in those kinds of scenarios. There's a lot of like
We
the
did a
moment
small
that you
wedding, but I
become
will
a
invite you to the next
nonprofit,
one. Okay, slay.
like I've seen so many toxic work environments in investment banking and in nonprofits. Because in nonprofits, it's like, we're doing it for the ferrets. We can't pay you a lot, but we're doing it for the ferrets. So one of the really interesting things that we tried to do very intentionally was like, I'm not your guru. If you want my help, I'm going to give you some stuff for free. And if you want this other stuff that takes a lot of energy and resources to build, you got to pay for it. And I think
That's fair.
that
Yeah.
interestingly enough, when I was training to become a psychiatrist, like creating a transaction protects us from a feeling of indebtedness. And the moment that you add indebtedness to the equation, the moment you start doing extra for your patients, doing things for free, if you do something for free, then like it makes things muddy. And that's what happens with a lot of these like spiritual organizations. So we kind of very intentionally did it, but we also get criticized for it, which I think is like also a fair criticism. Like I think that the people who say those kinds of things, I think they usually don't have information. But I think that they're, you know, it's a valid criticism on some level.
I think that makes sense. I mean, like with the rescue, I intentionally did not make it a charity. Like I was like, I'm not doing that, because the first thing, and I talked to people, I was like, hey, we're thinking about starting a rescue. First thing that showed up in chat is, oh, you're just going to try and take a tax break. And I was like, that's valid. I'm going to look into this more. And I was like, I don't want to take money from my left hand and put it in my right hand and be like, I'm not paying taxes on that. Like, that's fucking
Dude,
weird,
guys,
right? Because it's
I
still
hate
technically
taxes.
it's all the same thing. We're all just meeting the same objective. So it's made it part of the business. And now I can just pay employees and do the whole thing. And like, yeah, Ferret Rescue makes money. It does. The ad revenue off of that allows.
Chat, I hate everything that has to do with money except me getting the money. But I hate the taxes. I hate bank. I hate everything. I just like having it because I can buy things. But I hate everything around it. It's so annoying. I hate spending money. I just want to get things. I don't care how. Thief.
Me to hire people to run a
Yeah.
rescue.
So
and pay for their medical and pay for their food. And like, that's not small.
I've also seen, I had a job at a place that was a nonprofit with a charitable mission, but was also like, and the problem is that oftentimes if you don't structure it like a business, it doesn't stay self-sustainable. Like,
yes.
So that's where things, and I found that, so a lot of times, like early on when, you know, we started our coaching program, a lot of people wanted to volunteer and we wouldn't let them. And so here's,
I don't allow that.
Huh?
Yeah. I don't allow volunteers.
Yeah.
It's the biggest thing for me is that I've had a rule since the very beginning, which is you work for me, you get paid. That's it. Because it's so complicated otherwise. It's so complicated.
it gets so, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. So I think once you are in a position of like managing other people and also consistently delivering services, volunteers becomes really hard. So when you're doing stuff for free,
There's like legal issues, there's all kinds of shit.
when you're doing stuff for free and when you're not paying people, like both of those things, I think it's just way easier. It's like, hi, I'm going to make a donut. The donut costs $1. I'm going to try to make it as affordable as possible. And that's something that if people...
But they also, like, they do a lot too. For example, like Soda Poppin' and Vobes, right? Like, Vobes did a lot of organization for OnlyFans. I don't know everything, but they do a lot.
I think our stuff is overpriced. I think that's not really a fair criticism.
I'm not rich enough for that.
Anyway, but so I think that there's... Anyway, we're kind of getting off track, but...
Could never...
Anyway. Any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up for the day?
No, I think it's it.
Yeah.
I think this makes sense overall. Yeah.
Cool.
No, I think overall this makes sense.
Yeah,
It's mostly just interesting to me because it's like it's really easy to get into a state where you're just like, I'm fucking done with it.
Yeah.
It's really easy to get there. I also don't believe that human beings were meant for the social interactions we have online.
Yep.
We're
not.
I don't think humans were built for this. I think we were built for like a little bit of friction inside of small social groups, but when you expand that to hundreds of thousands of people, no one's going to react correctly because it's just that's not what we're made for as human beings. That's
completely agree, man.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, I hope things calm down for you. I hope if people like watch this,
Bay Street, yes, this was very interesting.
You know, I'm sure that Thor made mistakes, but I don't think I don't think it's fair. I'll say that. I don't usually say those kinds of things, but I'm going to go ahead and say that. Maybe I'm wrong. I wasn't there. I didn't watch it. I haven't seen everything that happened. But I like, can't we agree?
I think that the things that happened within OnlyFans, they were totally fine. Just like how the internet reacted to it, or people that went to his chat, they were wrong. But the rest, I think, was fine. But yeah, like the threats, of course, they're not okay. People going into his chat, harassing him, like the doxing, of course, like all that stuff that normal people think is not okay. Of course, that wasn't okay. But I feel like, yeah, a lot of around it could have been easily avoided.
That like death threats and harassment and things like that is enough at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you'll split groups when you say that. And some people will be like, well, yeah, of course that's not okay.
Yeah.
But this thing over here is okay. But what I found that I think something that a lot of people forget online is when you make something, either a company or a person or a group, the subject of ridicule en masse, it empowers the people that think that is an okay step.
What?
Like, we see that all the time.
I don't know.
You see that with any type of social movement. You have people that legitimately have a concern, and then you have people that light cars on fire. Like, that's just how that goes. And the more people you have, the more that isolated extreme response group also expands. And I don't think that everybody who dislikes me is throwing death threats at me. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
The more people that don't like a person or a group.
Yeah, just more people that are exposed to what happened, the more psychopaths they're going to be. Right? That makes sense.
But that increases.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Well said.
Yeah.
All right, take care, man. Thank you for
Bye.
coming.
Too.
Let me see if I can...
I don't think this still wasn't a good idea. I think this was not a redemption. Yeah. I feel like that should have made it worse. Yeah, I was thinking there would be like maybe a little bit of regret, maybe even of how it was handled, or like more, maybe not regret, or I don't know the word, but the more looking inside yourself to see what you could have done different, you know? That kind of thing. Or saying like, oh my god, I could have done this, and then blah blah. Introspection, yeah. And maybe a little bit more awareness about what happened within OnlyFans. But I guess he didn't really talk to anyone there. So I feel like the OnlyFans people that do watch this, they have some words about it. Yeah. But yeah, of course, no hate.
There we go. GG.
There we go.
Okay. Thoughts, questions?
I just feel like this
do
didn't
y'all
really
feel about how
resolve
that went?
anything at all. It is worth the watch, yes. That was very it was very interesting. Yeah.
So, post
But
game
I
analysis.
don't think it did
Easy.
anything to resolve
Meet people where
anything.
they're at.
And I feel like now the hate is just lukewarm again. And I think he's gonna get more again. Because it didn't feel like anything came out of it, and it's just like what he said before. So there was no resolution or a new idea, or like how do you say it? Like not a eureka moment, but something where you're like, I get it now, you know? Don't know how to say it, but there was nothing really like it in Revelation, Epiphany. Yeah, Epiphany, I guess. Don't bully online. Nobody is bullying here. We watched Interview. That is posted on Twitch. But yeah, nobody, yeah. Yeah, I thought that maybe after like 100 days, things have cooled down and he can look at it more objectively about what happened or how other people perceived it. But didn't really feel like that happened. So I don't know if this was a good idea. But yeah, again, no hate. Don't go anywhere and send hate about this. I just thought it would be interesting to watch. I'm also hoping for, like, I don't know, OnlyFans 3. Ooh. With Pirate. But yeah, like, just, it is what it is. It is what it is. Damn. What is he? Is he doing a recap or something?
Right? Meet people where they're at.
Yeah.
That is the post-game analysis.
Hmm.
So people saying this was anticlimactic? Yes.
Yeah.
So this is not supposed to have a climax.
Fuck.
Yeah,
I feel like it went nowhere.
So I think this is a really good example of what we were talking about, like even Thor and I were talking about what kind of content do you want to make on the internet? You know, what did people come here for today? There's what some of y'all may have come here for, and then there's what we're here to do. Now, sometimes what we're here to do overlaps with what y'all come here for.
Mm.
And sometimes it doesn't.
Mm.
Right? So I think that, like, I thought today was very illustrative.
Yeah.
And I hope if y'all paid attention, it was illustrative for you too.
Yeah. We did pay attention, right, Chet?
And I still think that noticing the disconnects is really important. So this
He
is
did that
this is a
really
process,
well.
right? So this doesn't make sense to me is a great way to start your learning. The one piece of advice that I would give for y'all to y'all is that the moment that someone says this doesn't make sense to me, don't jam it in,
Yeah.
right? Like
Try
like
to
things
understand the perspective, you know?
need time and space to process, to
Yeah.
understand things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so like that's okay. Like I can understand why people felt like they were disappointed with today, and that's okay.
Well, they were saying they were disappointed.
I think the climax that people are looking for, there's two versions of it. One is
What
that
were
it's
they
not
disappointed
possible.
in?
I genuinely don't think that the climax that I would want is possible. The second thing is that if we pushed for that climax, there would be something that is LSF worthy.
Or they wanted him to be more aggressive, maybe, and call him out more drama. Yeah, I guess that takes more time.
But it wouldn't be helpful for anybody. Do y'all understand that?
Mm.
Would not be helpful for anybody.
Like if he went more aggressive, he would
Yeah,
be more
can you
defensive.
elaborate on the missing reasons? What a great...
Kind of wanted to see the chat a little bit. His chat. This was on LSF already.
So let's talk about this. The missing reasons. Members of estranged parents forums often say their children never gave them any reason for the estrangement, then turn around and reveal that their children did tell them why. But the reasons their children give, the infamous missing reasons, are missing.
What
My
is
sons
that?
consistently refuse to reply to my emails and let calls go to voicemail, or barely speak if they do answer. They accuse me of being... sorry.
White background, yeah, because Opera kept crashing. This is Firefox. I have a light
My
mode
sons
here.
consistently refuse to reply to my emails and let my calls go to voicemail, or barely
What is this for now?
speak if they do answer. They accuse me of being a terrible person, but won't elaborate about exactly what I've done. Well, sometimes they do, but it doesn't make sense.
That's what he was
at
mentioning
least
earlier
to
in
me.
the
For
interview.
example, it's hard to be part of the birth of a grandchild if I didn't even know that I was going to have
Mm.
one. All of this started because of a personal email they felt entitled to read on my work computer. Okay? What were the other reasons her sons give? Not knowing about the birth of her grandchild can't be the only one. What was in the email that caused both her sons to cut her off? We're supposed to be
Oh.
distracted by the hinkiness of the sons reading the email and never notice that Vagnoni just told us that she knows exactly why her sons...
It's just about people, I think, describing issues that they have with others and just like portraying themselves as they didn't do anything wrong, or like cherry picking information to paint a certain picture for others to judge. But there's a lot of things missing, you know? And then they want you to respond in a way that they don't have any fault in their behavior, but they're leaving out things that they did on purpose. It's like cherry picking. Yeah, to validate themselves and paint others in a bad light, but maybe their response that they are trying to make look unreasonable is reasonable with more information. You know?
Cut her off. Pay no attention to the missing explanation behind the curtain.
Yeah.
A mother's account from abandoned parents. I was abandoned by my daughter 6 years ago this June. I received a text that said, "The keys are under the mat. I've moved out. Don't come looking for me. I never want to see you again. You have ruined my life." I got home and found my husband standing in her empty room. She had a prepared speech that she emailed to me. She did not even say mom or dad anywhere in it was blah, blah,
Listening.
blah, or my husband's first name. She stopped communicating with me about 1 year after that. But each time I asked why I got the prepared speech or some slung together 4-letter words that I didn't appreciate. All my husband said was, I was 18. She's 18. I was expecting this. I wasn't. What was in the prepared speech? Why did her father expect her to move out at 18? The mother has two different sources of explanations at her fingertips, and she turns to neither, nor does she repeat so much as a scrap of her daughter's allegations. So strongly recommend, if y'all like, it's a great read. It's significantly
Okay.
It's significantly longer.
Yeah,
I don't
can't
think.
listen to all of
please
that
don't
right
take
now.
this as a how can I say this? Don't take this as like a license that this is what Thor is. This is a 1-to-1 with Thor. I think this happens to all of us. So what I heard in Thor's story today was missing reasons. I was smug. And then all of this stuff happened. There's a disconnect there.
Yeah.
And this happens to all of us, right?
True.
When someone does something mean to us, we say, oh my God, this came out of nowhere. I can't believe they did this. This is unfair. We say this stuff all the time.
True.
Like we see it all the time. I was banned unfairly from the subreddit. I was banned from the Discord. This is unfair. Happens all the time. I got
True. I was in a chat once, and somebody was complaining that they were banned in another channel. I was moderator in that. You know what they said? They said the fucking N-word. And they said they did nothing wrong. And I checked their fucking chat logs.
banned from chat. And so, like, in your life, this is the important thing, right? So why do we have these conversations? It's, I mean, like, who knows what really happened? I don't know. I don't know what's appropriate. I don't know what's inappropriate. I think death threats are too much. I really, really, really doubt that Thor has done anything to warrant the amount of psychological suffering that he's gone through.
True.
And a lot of the reason that people don't realize that is because when you're one person posting something in chat, once again, the avalanche doesn't feel responsible for the snowflake. I mean, the snowflake doesn't feel responsible for the avalanche, right? You're like, I just did this thing. It's not that big of a deal.
You fucking
But what you really have to think about is that thing you are adding on. So if someone is getting beat up by 15 people and each person kicks them 10 times and you go in and you give them one kick, how many bones they have broken is not dependent on your one kick, but it is one of the 150 kicks that they're getting.
Yeah.
It is in aggregate responsible. This dogpiling stuff I don't think is healthy. Okay? That being said, we also, I think there's disconnects. So, and I think some of this stuff, kind of like we got to a couple of them, right? One is like, I'm trying to be logical, but it's not working in the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And if you experience that, then I think you need
know
to.
what I really liked about this interview too? Like the making a conversation PvP, like a combat, Makura. Sometimes it does feel like that. It did feel like that he was doing that. But I don't know, I will remember that.
Reevaluate. And this is why it's so hard, is because it feels so counterintuitive. I'm being direct. I don't want to be emotionally manipulative. I think I am doing the right thing. Now, when you think you are doing the right thing and other people think you are doing the wrong thing, that is when you'll see this kind of escalation. And so the key thing that's missing is, the key thing that we're missing here is feedback. And it sounds like Thor did his best there too. We're like, you have to like talk to people. But the problem is like when you're dealing with trolls on the internet, talking to them doesn't work. So it's kind of like
Didn't talk to the people
in a
OnlyFans.
regular human society, we have one option to resolve things like this, which is communicating directly with the person
And
who
they
has a
weren't
problem with us.
trolls.
Now we have a real problem because that is not an option in today's world anymore. It becomes way harder to do because people are just going to show up. They just want you to be wrong. They don't care. The last thing they want to do is show up and them be wrong. When you try to communicate with one of your haters,
I am not the trolls.
what is the likelihood
You
that
bitch.
even if they're wrong, they're going to apologize to you? Very low. When y'all deal with people who are mad at you, how often do they apologize?
What? If you deal with people who are mad at you,
Apologize to you. Very low. Communicate with one of your haters. What is the likelihood that even if they're
Speaking?
wrong, they're going to apologize to you? Very low.
mm,
When y'all deal with people who are mad at you, how often do they apologize? Interestingly enough, the more wrong they are, the more you point it out to them, the more their psychological defense mechanisms get triggered, and the more they dig their heels in. How is this guy supposed to win?
sorry, just unmuted. What drama are we talking
So
about?
I think you meet people where they're at.
Dude, this was the whole stream.
You know, like I
We
think
can
it's
go
hard.
back to the start.
So as you get attacked over and over and over again, you start to get more and more and more burnt out. It's hard to do the right thing. You try this thing, you try this thing, you try that thing.
I truly didn't didn't want to make it, but I just had so much to say and so much to, yeah.
You've tried everything. Now you kind of give up. And I think that's like completely reasonable to feel that way. I think that's how we end up in those situations.
Chat tomorrow, we play games. I'm exhausted now after so much yap. It wasn't yap, it was very insightful. But holy fuck.
Yeah. So this is a great question.
Can't
Maybe we'll
believe
do a
it.
video about
It's
this.
been 6 hours.
Is there a common psychological explanation for having such a disconnect between your own and others' perception of your actions? Absolutely. So I pulled this. I wasn't sure if this was actually worth reading from because this is a bit extreme. So there's a text called Mentalization-Based Treatment for Personality Disorders. It's a great book.
Whoa. He pulled from that.
So I don't think Thor has a personality disorder.
Hmm.
And I think that mentalization is a skill that is hard to grasp. If you don't know how to mentalize, it feels incredibly foreign. So mentalization-based treatment is a very effective for personality disorders in particular. And the reason for that is because
Mentalization
a
treatment.
common root of many personality disorders is the inability to understand someone else's perspective.
I think I'm pretty good at that.
So the missing reasons is about parents who get cut off by their kids.
But maybe I'm delusional
That's what
too.
the context is. And please don't like
Can't-
extrapolate from
Fuck.
that Thor falls into that category. Okay, I think it's in the ballpark, but
Hold up, I was suggested mentalization by therapist. Am I cooked? Yeah, did you still not do it when your therapist is telling you? What the fuck? Then you are cooked. Not even trying to change. Freya? What the fuck? Get to it. You idiot. GG. Awesome. No,
huge difference
but
of degree.
maybe.
What we're talking about here. And the other thing to keep in mind is that, well, like I
Chop, chop.
mentioned, is that the more you get attacked, the more you will develop missing reasons. The angrier you are, the more defensive you are, the bigger your blind spots become in life.
It was just a
Right?
joke.
So when I have to
Bullshit.
defend myself, my mind
When is sunglitters going on Dr.K? For what? For what?
automatically stops thinking about all the things that I did wrong. It thinks about all the things that I did right. When I go to my partner and I say, hey, you don't take out the trash, their first automatic response is, well, you don't take out the recycling. Yeah, does that make sense? So it happens to everybody. I think what we're seeing in streamers is not personality disorder. I think it's like burnout and overwhelming like psychological pressure. But the question was, what do we call that? It's mentalization. So let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Mentalizing is the ability to understand actions by both other people and oneself
Thank you. It's for 2
in terms
months.
of thoughts, feelings, wishes, and desires. It is a very human capability that underpins everyday interactions. So I think what we see in a lot of people is not a deficit, but the better you are at understanding yourself and others in terms of thoughts, feelings, desires, like in actions. Like once we understand that there's a complex person inside here and in other people that determines what they do, it changes the game drastically. So I think my favorite example of, and people on the internet are terrible at mentalizing. So my favorite example of this is when I post about
Thank you, Balin.
this hero is OP, this champion or
you.
whatever, this character is OP in this video game. How do I beat it? And then when I get answers, and when people say, yeah, this is the way you beat it, and then you respond, the OP responds with like, yeah, that doesn't work. And they get downvoted to oblivion. Have you all seen these posts? Like, oh, this thing is OP. This is crazy. And people are like, it's not actually OP. And they're like, yeah, it is. Like, look, if you want to beat it, this is how you do it. So if you kind of think about it,
What is he trying to say?
what that person is missing, first and foremost,
Skill.
is why did they make that post in the first place?
Oh. Okay.
They think they made that post because they saw objectively that this
Okay.
hero is overpowered. It's objectively overpowered.
Okay.
And then they think they're operating from logic. And when people respond to them with logic, they don't accept it. This is because there's a failure of mentalization. You made the post because you were emotional. And if people don't, like, what are those people wanting to hear?
They just want validation.
What would make that person happy is if you said, yeah, that hero is completely busted.
Yeah.
Dude, I played against this game. Like, there was an enemy that had this hero or champion or character or whatever, got out of control. We couldn't do anything. That's what the person wants to hear. That's not what they ask. So mentalizing helps us understand our own actions. Why am I mad at this person? Why am I avoiding breaking this bad news to my friend? Why? What is the internal calculus that leads people to act in a particular way? And generally speaking, when we have difficulty mentalizing, we see other people as one-dimensional. So how do you know if you need to mentalize? Do you see other people as one-dimensional? This person is bad. This person is just a bad person.
No, I'm not.
And we see this all the time on the internet, right?
It's true.
So,
There
like,
were a few people in the
this person-
chat, for example, saying Pirate is a bad person. And I say, you have to see the layers, bitch. That's why I was saying, just don't just insult him. Shit.
Person's a hypocrite. Done. Finished. Right? We see this in politics. Oh, this person is the embodiment of the devil.
Yeah.
Everything that's going wrong in this country is because of this person. We don't think about other human beings as complex organisms.
True. If you do that, read the book he was showing. Get some self-reflection, bro. Do some mentalization, shit.
Thoughts, feelings, behaviors. Sometimes
Yeah,
people change
man.
their mind.
True.
What happens when someone learns from their mistakes? We call them a hypocrite, right?
Chat is showing you a mirror to your face.
So when people say
Some of you,
mentalization
of
struggles in neurodivergence deep dive, sure. So people who are neurodivergent isn't mentalizing about empathy, though. It's not about empathy. This is important to understand. Empathy is a capacity.
Yeah.
Mentalization is a skill. So oftentimes when you have a high capacity, you do not require a skill. It's like basically like if I've got an 18 on strength or a 20 on strength and I get like a +5 on my roll, I never have to develop like proficiency in the particular thing. So It's related to empathy,
Yeah.
but I would say that empathy is one capacity that is involved
I
in
love it when
mentalizing.
video games.
But that mentalizing
gamamize-
includes
What? I love it when he video gamifies language. Ooh.
more than empathy, and empathy is involved in other things besides mentalizing. Make sense? Great question. Perspective taking is one of the things that you could call it. Where does Thor fall on the scale? I don't know. Right? So it's beyond the scope of our collabs, interviews, call them whatever you want, to assess where people fall on scales. So he wanted to talk about this.
Chet, he mentioned Quinn in the interview, right? That his kid said he's a fucking roach. I feel like I want to see Quinn's perspective on Dr. K. I don't know. I'm so content. Because he wouldn't try to be like nice or whatever. I feel like I would be too nice, for example. But I think Quinn would crash out.
This particular thing. We tried to understand this particular thing as best as we could and offer some insight. Are we right? Are we wrong? Did we do mentalization-based therapy today? Absolutely not.
Mm.
And if y'all are confused about what we did today,
Some a little bit drama.
here's an example of what mentalization-based therapy actually looks like.
Ooh.
Goals and follow-up phase. Maintain gains in mentalizing that have been made. Stimulate further rehabilitative changes. Support for return to education or
asleep.
employment. Negotiation of further interpersonal or social problems. We didn't do any of those with Thor. Right? There's all kinds of stuff that is therapy that we don't do.
Yeah.
I know it's confusing.
Okay.
The book
I'm
is,
not interested
I mean, I don't
in
think,
Quinn
I wouldn't recommend that
documentary.
you guys read this, but it's
Maybe one
mentalization-based
day.
treatment for personality disorders. It's a really good book.
Okay.
We'll try to do something about mentalization, maybe. It's just hard. So mentalization is like, it's hard to make a video about because it's boring.
Yeah,
It's
I
useful,
noticed it. He started reading from the book. I already fell asleep.
But it's boring. But we'll try. I'll give it a shot. Did you feel like I reached through to him?
No.
See, the problem with that question is that reaching through is binary.
True. I feel like a little bit maybe.
Did I reach through? No. It's what degree of reaching through did we do? We reached through as far as we could.
5%.
That's what I would say.
10.
Right? And reaching through also implies an
That he's in the
objective
wrong.
place where we're starting and place where we want to go. It implies that
True.
if I said yes, that we succeeded. But that
Then he's
presumes
already making the judgment on that he is wrong and where he has to be. That's true. You can't do that.
that there's a right and there's a wrong. I don't think that that's a fair presumption.
Slay.
Is mentalization an intellectual skill? It's not an intellectual skill.
I feel like Dr. K can't do that because he wasn't there. But I feel like people that were there, they can judge it a little bit better.
It is a skill that is done in the mind. I would say it is a mental skill.
I think
But
Chet,
intellect
it's
is
anyways
one
time.
faculty of the mind.
Anyways, thanks for watching this with me. This was fun, insightful. Hope you learned a little bit about yourself and not judge only. It's something. It's good for you too. Be a little bit more. Be a little bit
Okay.
more that you question what you say, how others perceive you. You know. You know. Yeah. Don't think you're right all the time. Dude, I hate people that think they're always logical. I mean, they're always logical and think they're being objective. Not saying I hate pirates, but I meant it as a general statement. When people think they're being objective, it pisses me off. My God.